And we're live. Hello and welcome to part 2, the 24-hour live stream for HEX's 5th birthday. I'm Matty Allen with Money Gang Crypto and Arch_Mikey. Welcome.
Like a ghost, man.
We're in the second part. This is going to be another 8-hour stream that we're doing back to back to back. And we are not only celebrating the 5th birthday of HEX, we are creating the world record for the most 5,555 day stakes ever created in a single day in HEX. And right now, we're going to bring up the dashboard here. We're going to show you exactly how close we are and how many more stakes we need to go. So I'm going to hit the refresh button here on our dashboard from hexfire.io. And this number just keeps shooting up, the number of maximum length HEX stakes created. We have 195 on the HEX side. We add that with the 34 created in the past 8 hours on Ethereum. And we can see there are 229 stakes created today out of the 344 that we need in order to set the world record. And that puts us at 66.5% of the way there. What do you guys think?
Gonna hit it in a couple hours, I reckon.
Once
Europe wakes up, so that's what, like, it's 8 o'clock now, so probably like 2-3 hours time. Europe starts waking up, you'll hit it pretty quick.
And our stretch goal would be to hit 914 because that would eliminate even the HSI record that was created. If we go beyond native stakes, that would help us break the record there. So let's do it. Let's get on it. We got people here in the live stream chat. I'm going to share out this new link for the current live stream that we're on here on YouTube, and we're going to be rebuilding with all the people joining on Twitter, etc. But yeah, just really excited for you guys to be joining me here, and we've got a lot of additional speakers that'll come up during the next 16 hours here.
Let's go.
Diraj, we should get you on screen here. It looks like you're up and about.
Yeah, me and Mikey were talking a little bit earlier about the potential of a change in Ethereum gas fees down the line. Obviously, we know that, you know, they've been talking about it for many, many years. But this cycle is almost like they prioritize their L2s. But on the point of one of the things I forgot to mention, when it came to Sonic, and particularly FEM, which is going to replace EVM, is the amount of transactions, the TPS, right? Transactions per second. So your current rate when it comes to Ethereum is around about 15 transactions per second. With Sonic, which is going to be rolled out, because they've already done testnet, and I think it rolls out December, is 2,000 transactions per second, approximately on average. So that increase in terms of the speed is way higher. So I think that is the game plan. I mean, and I know that, and again, I'm just reiterating what Dollar Cost Crypto has said previously, but might get bullish on HEX again, man.
Yeah, especially with this court date result coming up quick in the next 30 days. We should find out what the judge had to say and whether the motion to dismiss based on jurisdiction is whether that part of the case is thrown out for HEX. That'd be great.
So do you think it'd just be for HEX, or do you think it would be for Pulse Chain as well?
I think there's a 75% chance we could see HEX dismissed, and and maybe 50-50 or less for Pulse Chain and Pulse X. But still close to half and half.
And why would you say there's a separation? Because correct me if I'm wrong, they bundled the products together, right? HEX Pulse
Because
Chain.
it seemed like the judge was unbundling them pretty clearly.
Okay. In the courtroom. Yeah.
Yep.
Separating the differences. Okay. That's fine.
And I would encourage people to watch the Gerardo version using AI to read the court transcript, because that was even closer than the live reenactment that was done. The AI version is very close to what I witnessed in court.
Just seeing some of the comments. We've got Whale Pulse in the chat saying that I'm a scammer. Nice. I don't think you've made it in crypto unless you've been called a scammer. So thanks for that.
Well, yeah, nobody on YouTube is seeing those comments either, because they're not they're not in the live stream chat. So
it's funny. It's funny to me because we made some very good calls that have done just as much X's as people have done on HEX. So shout out to those guys who are in the Patreon pay group.
Right on. Congrats. Mad gains.
Mad gains. Just before a bull market as well. Converted it all back into gold.
Nice.
They must have done all right.
One of the things I've really appreciated about our HEX community is our focus on products that provide dividends versus the focus on TradeFi, if you would. We all need to know how to exchange or trade cryptos, if you would, but with all of the developers and things building within our ecosystem, there's so many different tokens, if you would, that have mining protocols with them. Genie with Genius. There's just so many different mining protocols that I found, and so I wanted to ask before I just straight streamlined into this subject: is this an okay thing to support? Genie, like I said, we can mine Genie on the Pulse chain. Is that something that is there any hardcore reasons not to be looking into things like this?
I think that might be beyond the scope of this particular stream, but I would encourage you to make your own decisions and consult people who are better qualified to answer that specific question.
Okay, there's some Pulse mining protocols in particular, I guess I was wondering about, but that's kind of what I was driving at. Maybe at another time I'll ask that question then.
Yeah, in general, not your keys, not crypto. But I'm not familiar with those specific things, so maybe they achieve something trustlessly that is special. But in general, I like to stick to stuff that I understand.
HEX would be when we're staking our HEX, that would be like mining HEX, right? Would you put that into, can we call it that?
Those terms are interchangeable. Okay.
So if there's a protocol that you could mine Pulse with on Pulse chain, I had some kind of hesitation about bringing those things up just because I kind of found some, not necessarily negative, but hesitations towards, getting just involved with different smart contracts if you don't have, the skill set to audit or things like that. So,
right.
Yeah. But with that being said, I found rather than running my own validator, if I could participate with a smart contract that would allow me to passively making Pulse in, I found that to be quite beneficial. And so I feel like those resources, as soon as we get the okay to talk about that kind of stuff, I feel like everybody should know, how are you racking Pulse in every day? It's nice when I can go to passive Pulse or whatnot and just claim or compound my returns and do that multiple times a day if I wanted to. So much like your time pays me, I really appreciate that protocol, just because what you're doing there. For the same reason, that's why I started participating with a lot of the protocols.
Time pays me is self-custody for yourself, and it doesn't pay yield where it can't earn it. And so you're not going to have that counterparty risk. If somebody's running a validator for you, they're holding your keys, they're holding your coins. That's not okay.
Right.
Just as an example, without speaking to anything in specifics.
Sure.
And, you know, there are some things on Ethereum, like liquid staking derivatives and stuff, that like might have a better solution to that in some ways. But you know, that's beyond like my expertise. But in general, chasing yield, like you might as well do it in a decentralized self-custody way, like, you know, through the yield farms that Richard Hart set up or something like that. Like if you want to use your pulse to like earn more pulse, then maybe that would be right for you.
Okay. Are we at all familiar with the strong hands protocol?
I don't have a clue. No,
Okay.
never heard of it. No.
Yeah, just another one of them. I didn't really find it very favorable because of the 10% buy-in fee or whatever it is. And so I think Richard had said something along that is just not a big fan when it costs 10% to participate and then 10% more to cash out. So it doesn't really matter how many dividends you're making. If it costs that much, it's just, is it really worth it? So
what is it? What is it? A reflection token?
Yeah, it's something similar. A couple things like that.
Yeah, so some of those reflections have done. I mean, they seem to have taken off quite a bit on chain, but yeah, I haven't heard of it before, that particular protocol.
Yeah, there's so many useful resources within our ecosystem here. It's just like I said, I really enjoy learning the different aspects and different options that we can, still maintaining like the security over, you know, my bags, my long-term longevity projects here, but also still having a little bit to, you know, try the different things that we got going on here. It's just, it's nice to be able to, you know, play some games or something and maybe get a dividend from a game. I haven't done so much of that, but I've heard it that is going on. I just, like I said, it's nice to have so many different things in development here within the Pulse chain and HEX ecosystem.
Well, the first cycle of HEX, there were like 9 out of 10 things got you wrecked, if not more than that. Like you just lost all your HEX. So that's why so many OGs like recommend that you keep it simple and, you know, do native staking or do something that is more mainstream and not like new.
That's what I needed to hear, I suppose, because like I said, it's not one of those things I necessarily like advertise or share with a whole bunch of people, but I found some value in some of it. I feel like some of the things could be quite valuable if, like I said, they'd been continue to be audited, tested, make sure that they've became final products that, you know, meet, you know, market standards or whatnot, versus just showing off something that's not done or not up to par. But, you know, like I said, sometimes having conversations or getting those kind of reviews in our community has been difficult just because of how reserved we are about protecting our money and that reputation. And so I say I appreciate the feedback there.
Right on.
Sweet guys, I got to shoot off, but I'll probably be on a few hours later. Shout out to you, Well Pulse. I've DM'd you receipts because you want to run my name in the ground. But I appreciate having me on, and happy birthday, HEX.
Yeah.
Keep baking 55555.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for joining, and welcome to join again later on if you can.
Yeah, awesome, man.
Cool. All right.
Thanks
again for joining. You rock. Appreciate you. All right.
So what do you have on, I want to call it the agenda, but what do you hope to cover as far as subject matter? I really appreciate the opportunity, but I don't want to overdo it with questions that might not be focused or provide clarity for our viewers, if you would.
Yeah, I mean, anything hex related is top of the agenda, and but it's pretty freestyle at this point. I'm what, about 8 hours in, and
Right.
got another 15 hours to go. So
Yeah, I would say, how do you handle it? Like, it's a lot. I see you streaming constantly, and it's just, this is like very consuming, if you would. Like, how do you manage like life and life balance with, being on live stream so much?
I mean, my normal week is really only like maybe 3 hours on camera, so that isn't that much.
Okay.
But yeah, but then there's some like special events and times, like you're probably going to see this month, like I'll probably stream more than I did in the past 6 months or something. So it can go in bursts, and that's okay. But yeah, I find consistency like makes it easy, so I don't have to think about it. And everybody in my personal life like knows by now, being 210 weeks into my perfect streak of streaming every Tuesday and Thursday night, like that's what I do on those days.
Mhm.
And so it's like second nature now. And YouTubing on a schedule actually provides structure in my life to where I can do I can live my life like to the fullest, like all the other days of the week. Thursday is like the day where I'm streaming on my own. So if I stream at like a different time than normal, then it's fine. Maybe if I'm traveling or have a special event in my personal life. But basically, yeah, I mean, like I can pretty much do this from anywhere in the world and and yeah, so it's kind of just right for me. But it's gonna be different for each person. And some of the YouTubers in Hex and Pulse Chain, they only do the conferences, or they kind of vary back and forth based on how motivated they are, or how burnt out, or how interested they are at any particular moment. Yeah, so I'm a fan of like every different type of crypto YouTubers, especially in our ecosystem. And that's probably why I take such a special interest in like featuring everybody on the conferences each year.
I appreciate that. There's been a couple of our growing leaders or whatnot that set some precedent that I really appreciated. Jim Rat Crypto. I watched him during basically his year, maybe a little bit more. And yeah, I guess I really appreciate his approach, that he really did it every morning, crypto in the morning. And I really got into that. I mean, he didn't always really jump into the nitty gritty, but sometimes he did. And it was like, it really gave us a full like casing of just everything. And so with that being said, he kind of made that statement that I'm only going to do this for a year. And so I'm going to give it everything I got during this time. But then I got to move on with my life and refill, things like that. And I wish I got to see him more live and interact with him more, but I completely understood. I wasn't disappointed when all of a sudden he's not live streaming every day. And so I don't know. I've been kind of waiting for somebody to pick up that baton or whatnot. Potentially, I would like to pick it up someday, but only and if I'm prepared, if I can actually provide good and benefit to our community. It's so easy to shill or talk about things without that clarity, and all of a sudden you're not actually helping. So
really well, you're doing a great job so far. So there you go. Yeah, and it's it's too bad when some of our favorite YouTubers like take a break or stop, but a lot of them end up coming back after a while. And yeah, I think that'll be the case with a lot of the people that you see. I mean, also the conferences are a good way for you to like sample all the different like personalities that we have around here to find the ones that you're most interested in following. So that's another reason why I do them. And of course, we got our 5th annual hexconference.com online conference coming up January 6th through 9th
Conference.
on this channel. And also x.com/hex conference.
So there was another one that I started working with a little bit. Before I name drop him, I guess wanted a little declarative. So kind of an independent developer, and he didn't credit himself as a developer, but in all reality, he's kind of a social developer, for the Pulse chain or whatnot. And so he was kind of sharing some ideas and projects that he was working on. And it felt very much like during test stage Pulse Chain 2B or whatnot. And then now all of a sudden we've got a third test net on Pulse Chain. And it's taken 2.5 years before, we've got the final release and development of Pulse Chain. It's like everybody's getting patient, and it's so easy just to, like I said, lack patience, because we want things now. And so when I'm working with other developers, it's like they're asking basically for a website, an API, a full stack development, that I want to say it's out of my skill set, but man, I can't make that happen overnight. There's so much more I have to learn, or I have to resource out to, other professionals to help me, produce this product that you want. And so with that being said, he started getting a little like discouraged or whatnot. And I didn't know how to maintain that higher morale or whatnot, because I'm working on this project for free basically for him. And I got to go back to school so I can learn how to do full stack development and things of the such. And so now it's going to be more than just a couple more months before we have our next like big step up with his project, or that what he'd like to see. And so, so that was lit gains, and I was really looking forward to seeing him coming on tonight. And so I know he really cares about our community. I really hate to think, that, he got bummed out. I haven't talked to him for a month or two now, just because he's like, man, snappy, we got to make it happen. I was like, man, we don't want to do things like irrationally. We don't want to do things half-butt. Let's go ahead and get things right. And, don't give up. Right now, our community is just getting off the ground, really starting its momentum. Right now is not the time to get bummed out just because things aren't going exactly like we want, in the details. And so I just, like I said, that was pretty much our last in-depth conversation. And I said, I'd like to be able to share that encouragement and also keep the flame going. I'd like to be able to step up and have the full set that I'm gonna need with Solidity, things like that. But I don't know how to share that kind of information with another developer who's having his own frustrations and his debt there. So, I mean, what is your suggestion for continue to boost the morale, in that kind of a situation?
I mean, blockchain's hard, and so most crypto projects fail, and it's better usually to just like buy and hold something that already works.
Right.
But if you don't need to work and you want to waste money, and you have some sort of sick obsession with like creating something that you think is like of value, then it probably still falls under Ponzonomics. But I mean, in the rare circumstance that it doesn't, then like, yeah, maybe you create this sacrifice and devote yourself to that, and like, but you're going to have a trust issue, and like, you're going to need, I don't know, to like get really lucky finding the right people to do the work with you.
Okay. So I've been working towards that, but I'm also not trying to be unreasonable. I mean, I do value my time and my efforts. I do a lot in volunteer, whatnot. But like I said, it was difficult to see somebody in our community care so much and have some solid concepts as far as projects go, and just be kind of like he was discouraged because other developers kind of moved in and maybe led him on in one way, killed this project or whatever it is, and had him like basically leading his audience in a certain way. And so he was like really dedicated towards making right for all those people that basically took advising or what's called his 2 cents, and felt a certain kind of way or didn't make that mad gains that, he.
Yeah, no, it's extremely unusual, and let's just say nearly impossible for somebody who's a YouTuber to be any good at leading developers or like running a project. Like those are not two skill sets that overlap. Like, who do you know that overlaps in those things? Like, who do you know that has a successful crypto project that they actively manage the actual devs on and has a popular YouTube channel?
Okay.
Like, those don't overlap. So, like, somebody who's a YouTuber, like, is not going to be good at running a team of developers. Like, somebody who's good at running a team of developers is not going to be good at being a YouTuber. Right? Because those are different, those are opposite skills, like being social versus like managing people who are off the charts, like high in morality and like coding skills and like all this other stuff.
Right. And that's why Elon Musk mentioned something along those lines, that I'll, hire the person basically that's got the skill set, regardless of how awkward they are personally or whatever case. So I hear that. I guess that I just wish that there was more that I could actually do to maybe seam the gaps here. But I don't know. Maybe I'm taking on a bite that's just a little big for where I'm at. I don't know.
I mean, if you're new at something, you're not going to do it to like an expert level. So you're going to spend years and years typically like figuring that out. Or, I mean, everybody's got a different skill set. And so there's not one set of, there's not one set of advice that works for everybody. But, the more you can play to your strengths, the better.
So if we had a YouTube about development or whatever aspect of engineering, we might just not be a popular YouTube, but maybe we still make good content because we're actually in the meat of the subject matter. I don't know.
Yeah. You're thinking along the right lines. Like, you have to figure out what value you have to add and like what are your strengths and like who's your audience, who are you speaking to, and like all that good kind of stuff.
Sure.
And it's like, it's not how many views you get, it's like who you're speaking to and like how valuable that can be.
Right. My thought has definitely been, rather than getting a big audience, basically to have the key individuals that I need to interact with that would have the skill set that will, help in the development of these projects. And then even if it's just a DM or a direct conversation, or cases, if that's the key that gets me to solve this puzzle piece that helps me put the project back together, that's really what we needed to achieve. And so I don't know. Like I said, I appreciate it. I'm doing a lot, I feel, but I wouldn't have it any other way. And I wish I was better in each of the areas. It's like I kind of literally a unicorn developer, but that kind of means that I'm spread out in so many different areas that, and sometimes like to get completely absorbed in one of those areas to develop the level of expertise that is needed for each and every part to be up to par. It's just, like I said, it's a bit consuming. And like I said, in some ways, just because I stepped up to bat or whatever, I feel like I've left somebody disappointed when my whole intent in the first point was to actually like boost the morale and actually help with the project. And so
Yeah, I mean, you can't always be responsible for other people's feelings either.
okay. Yeah, I think you're on point.
Cool. So I see Franklin is watching, and he's somebody who's been a YouTuber and done some great streams. They come to mind, so I sent him the link as an invitation. Although I'm not sure if now's a good time for him to join. We would welcome him on stream, and that goes for anybody else that is watching that has been on YouTube and wants to hop on here. You're more than welcome. We're filling up the hours until we set the world record, and I guess if you're watching at home, you could also be creating Cuatro Cinco stakes. That was on Telegram, Franklin. We're up to 199 PHEX stakes and 34 EHEX. So 233 out of 344. We're getting there. Let's see if anybody has done a big number here. Okay, still like the top 5 are the same. Yep. So we're still kind of we're hitting that point where, like, you know, America is asleep, and I guess Europe is just starting to wake up. They haven't quite rolled out of bed enough to grab their treasure and make a time lock here.
So I had started the Pulse Academy a while ago, but for whatever reason, I lost the link to that. I was never able to find my way back to there.
My link is pls.academy. It should be. And that takes you to my chain analysis course.
Yep. I think there's.
Here. You know what it is? It's pls.gallery is one link, and then pls.academy is the other link. Okay. It takes you kind of to the same place, but I would say pls.gallery is a more direct link to the content.
Okay. You had a page once upon a time basically with all of your links. I had a Matty Allen basically links page. And I found that quite useful, but
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I don't know if I lost access to that or if I just stopped using it, but allmylinks.com/allin is pretty out of date, but you might find some useful stuff there. And then my latest one is MATI.pls.fyi.
Good.
That's a Pulse domains link that that's pretty cool. It's like have your private key controlling what links can get posted and that kind of stuff. You can super tip people, and it shows your NFTs and stuff. This is a really great thing that was forked off of ENS, Ethereum name service. So this is Pulse name service from pulse.domains. domains.
Another, I guess, question I thought might be useful was that version 3 or one-sided liquidity kind of thing. So in some exchanges, you can create limit orders, buy, sell orders, or whatnot. And I kind of take version 3 liquidity to be similar, but I'm not entirely sure how to set that up or go through it, let's say on 9mm. How can somebody sell their Pulse or HEX or whatever their crypto is without actually killing the price of our asset? I think this is kind of a valuable thing if more people knew how to do this the right way.
I mean, it's unlikely that you or I are going to have enough pulse to affect the price that much. And limit orders are like, that's a way that traders like to tell you to like exit, because then they get to see what you're exiting and like manipulate the market. But so there's advantages and disadvantages to like market selling versus setting a limit order. But it's going to depend on your size, and it's going to depend on a lot of things. We've seen situations where a sell wall or a buy wall like affected the market much more. Like BankX, they tried to sell early, and it just made the value go lower and lower and lower and lower. So them setting a limit order or V3 or whatever you want to call it, like whatever version of telling the market the price you want, and then the market knows the price that you want, and then the market says no.
Right.
Right? Like that's a thing. So so it really depends on your size and like what direction the market's going and stuff like that, whether it's appropriate or not. But yeah, like, there are plenty of reasons why people would use V3 or limit orders, etc. But I personally like 9inch.io for all of that, more than 9mm, because 9mm was compromised.
Hold up. So I must have missed that. So you prefer which one?
The number 9inch.io.
Oh, 9inch.io. Okay.
Yep. And
very good.
I recommended them like long before they were a sponsor of the HEX conference, and long after as well. And I used to say 9mm and 9inch, but 9mm, like they didn't get their exchange hacked, but they got their token like compromised, and so that destroyed my faith in them. And everybody can decide that for themselves. But all the things that you can do there on 9mm, you can do on 9inch, and I'm just more familiar with that group and don't see that they've had any f-ups of that regard.
For whatever reason, and maybe this was just me, but I feel like simple things just like 9mm versus 9inch, for whatever reason, I see them the same way. So now all of a sudden I completely forgot I sacrificed for 9inch. You know what I'm saying?
Nice.
Like that was just one of those things that I was already participating with. And all of a sudden I see 9mm, and I heard something about version 3 liquidity. And I was like, ooh, but I couldn't figure out the steps and the links to get everything to work. And it would make a lot of sense because I was actually supposed to be on 9inch. It says simple things like that throw people off.
Yeah. Yeah, it can. And yeah, so I've used like 9inch V3. They also have like a DCA tool that acts a little bit like a type of a limit order type of thing. And yeah, so that's a really cool resource for people. You want to pay attention to like how much liquidity is there, because I think the way that they're limit orders or their DCA works is like, it kind of has to be the liquidity on their exchange that they look at, because it's not necessarily aggregating per se, but that could have changed since I last looked into it. But you kind of have to do some critical thinking, kind of what you're trying to deal with and what you're trying to do. But in terms of just what I see is like, you know, what do I do with my V3? It's like I'm doing it on 9-inch. And the thing about a V3 that's different than a limit order is basically it can fill and then unfill. But if it fills, then you're good. You just, like, normally with V3, you just start off with like just a really small thing to make sure you got your ratio right. Because if your ratio is wrong and you do like your whole stack, then you just like sold at a 90% discount or something. Like if you have a decimal off. So just start off really small and make sure like it's the right ratio that you wanted between the token that you have and the token you want. And then if the price moves through your range for the V3, then boom, like, you know, you remove and you're able to exit that position successfully without experiencing slippage, you know, like you said, and that sort of thing.
Oh, very, very good. That, like I said, that helps a lot, like significantly. I don't know how to clarify that, how much that does help. One of the things that I already noticed a lot, some of the sites that use aggregators, we talked about this early in the last part one, was how sometimes it's worth to go to each and like exchange site, going actually to 9-inch, actually going to Pulse X, rather than using Portal X Swap. I really like Portal X Swap, but sometimes, you know, its aggregator doesn't actually give you the most accurate or the best prices if you go and actually look at the particular pairs on that exchange site. And so, yeah, like I said, I felt that very valuable information, and I don't know, I wish I knew how to make aggregators even better.
Well, this just happened. By the way, thank you very much to Yoden with the $50 Canadian super chat. Thanks for your hard work, Maddie. My pleasure, and thanks for your support there. So just a couple weeks ago, we had a developer on who created a lot of cool things, and he had launched something called PulseSwap.io, and this is actually what Richard was going to name PulseX, PulseSwap, and I like PulseX though. But PulseSwap.io is now, it's the aggregator of aggregators, and it solves this issue of having to go to each site and check, and it'll route, like if Pateus gives you the best deal, you click and it'll just pull up the transaction from Pateus without having to go to another site. Same thing if it's like a better deal from 9-inch or from elsewhere. So I found myself using that because I personally trust the developer and find it really useful, and still I don't mind, even though I just said all those things, I don't mind still double checking it to make sure it is giving me the truth and the right answer. But that's something I'm even using on Ethereum now.
Okay, like that. That's another great resource that I'm really looking forward to looking into. Now if we can get an aggregator that works cross chain, that's going to be the key.
Yeah, and they might end up doing that. But yeah, for now, it's just on per chain, and yeah, that was a good question. We've now had 201 Quattro Cinco stakes on Pulse Chain, and so people are still playing along here. Normally, we only have 10 per day, so that's looking really good. Keep up the staking there, everybody. We actually have only 100 more, and then we broke the world record. 100 more Quattro Cincos. Let's do it.
Somebody doing 0.5 or whatever it was hex stakes. That's crazy. That's how we're gonna get a whole bunch of numbers, a whole bunch of little stakes, but
Still counts.
Yo.
If you're paying 1 cent or 10 cent on Pulse Chain and clicking all the buttons, let's go.
Yep.
Yeah, that'd be like if you're buying 0.05 Bitcoin back when Bitcoin was like a penny. Hey, that worked out for you today, now didn't it? It's worth $500.
Man.
5. Did I do my math right? 500. Yeah, that sounds right.
5. If it's
no, not 0.0. I'm thinking of 5 I'm thinking of 0.0005 Bitcoin, because the Bitcoin poker chips, they do like millibits, which is a weird thing that's like 50,000 satoshis.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what's 500. So like 0.05 Bitcoin would be way more than that. That would be 5,000 because it's 5% of 100K.
Mm-hmm.
Quick math.
Yep. Was it? Yeah. So all those many, what's it called, the HEX stakes that we did pre big payday that were only 144 stakes or hex in a stake, and you did 100 of them or whatever. Now all of a sudden they're $200 to claim, and that thing's only worth like not even 50 cents. It's like, eh. But what was really great is when we got a PLSD airdrop for every hex stake that we created. What was awesome?
Right. Yeah, you got
We
12,
appreciated that. Man.
12 Pulse Dogecoins that ended up being worth $120. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, little blessings.
At the top. Yeah. You could have swapped that into hex and had way more hex than you started with.
Yep. Likely sacrificed at least a part of that during the sacrifice phases, but that were definitely like I said, blessings that only come with participation. So you're not really going to make any of those gains if you don't do anything. Nobody says that you're guaranteed going to win, but you ain't going to do it if you don't play. And so you need to create some hex stakes. Now that you're finally participating, it's time to learn the next level, learn how to stake. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure who I'm talking to anymore, because from the stream earlier, I need to work on not onboarding in my personal life, I suppose. And maybe that will be good.
I didn't completely agree with that. I'm still actively onboarding people in my personal life. I think that until PulseX hits like a new all-time high, I'm gonna go harder with that, because I just see so much potential here. Before the HEX court case comes out with a decision in the next 30 days, before PulseX hits 1.5x of SAC, I'm onboarding personally.
All right. And for the most part, man, I really appreciate your approach with this. You're like, man, I just gave them some. So that's typically what I did or do is, and what you said about saving like the seed phrases, like that she gave away. Basically, I onboarded people or whatnot, gave them, you know, X amount of hex. Then all of a sudden, here we are a year or two later, you know, and they lost their keys.
Yeah,
Like,
they got a new phone, they lost it, they didn't write it down or didn't save it. Yeah.
And I reminded people right before we were hitting 50 cents for the hex stakes, and yeah, people didn't have their stuff. It was like, that's kind of a bummer, man. You'd at least have $1,000 right now.
Right.
It's a little heartbreaking to myself sometimes. Just, oh man, it's like giving pearls away to people that don't appreciate or know how to value them. So, but with that being said, you know, I have no problems with giving, you know, even if it's, you know, not utilized, I'd still give. I wish I could be better with that. Really know how to do the best by everybody. And I think that was another comment, you know, sometimes just giving away money or whatever is definitely not the answer.
Right.
But, man.
But giving away staked hex, that's maybe different.
Yeah. I guess in the back of my mind, I'm glad that he at least staked it. And so the dividends can be broken down to everybody else that is still staking.
Yep.
Oh my goodness, how long ago was you had another accident or another like kind of sincere incident not too long ago?
Yeah, we don't need to talk about that.
I was like, are you okay?
We don't need to talk about that.
Okay. I'm sorry for bringing it up. I hope you're the best.
Thanks. We can update our stakes here. See, I saw somebody in the chat said that they woke up and did a Quattro Cinco stake. That's what's up. I like to see that. We're getting closer to our world record goal, and you, all of you who have done a Quattro Cinco stake are, I believe, very soon here are going to be world record holders in this regard. We've seen the number jump up to 203 on Pulse Chain. We're going to have to start counting down now that we're less than 100 away. Okay, so we have 237 currently. We need 344 to break the record. Okay, so we're just over 100 away. 107. And I mean, for me, I don't know. I kind of want to get my one T-share in there. I already have half a T-share in there, but I feel like, you know, I want to be in the first 344 that are most definitely setting the world record. And I would say, what do we have here? Oh, here, I can highlight and then, okay, this is, no, that's not going to do it. I thought it was going to let me filter. Oh, maybe I can filter here. I don't know exactly how many people have done at least one T-share, but it's definitely not all 203. And it might not be right for everybody, but I don't know. I just feel like as an OG, I should do at least one T-share for Quattro Cinco today if I'm doing this whole 24-hour live stream.
Mm-hmm. On both Ethereum and Pulse Chain?
I mean, I already got 2.5 T-shares on ETH.
Yeah, that was.
So I'm not as worried about that one. Greetings from Spain. There we go. Hi from Vienna. Yeah, all right. If you're watching now, go ahead and drop where you're watching from. You could say the country or the city or whatever. Don't have to give us your private address, but let's hear from you.
$20. It's 5.
We got greetings from Spain, Vienna, Thailand, Dallas, Texas.
Netherlands.
And Texas again. Been here hour 3 working on my house late at night. There you go, Matt.
Ooh. Did you ever have an interview or talk to Crypto Kindness?
I think so.
That was another one.
I've talked to him.
Yeah, he was one of my favorite ones, and he became quite pulse chain supportive. I'm pretty sure I said I haven't seen him for a while, and I was trying to think if I ever seen him and you together. He is, like I said, by far another one of my favorite YouTubers.
Yeah. We've streamed together a couple times, I feel like.
Yeah.
Morning, Maddie, UK, still in bed but awake. There we go. What did I tell you? RGS. Hope you get that Quattro Cinco in here at some point. Happy birthday to Hex, and thank you for this event. It says Hexual Healer, Crypto Story, getting me 5555 in later. Great job. Appreciate it. Crypto Stories at work. Appreciate that. Right on. All right, so what do we got to do to get one T-shirt around here? Like, I think around 13K, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that looks right. Yeah, I think like the HSI stakes, we're going to count those if we break the record here for native stakes. But till then, it's we're encouraging everything. But what's actually being counted by the dashboards is a little bit more specific.
There it is. Mm-mm. Do you remember the Pulse Hot List website before it went through the changes?
I don't want to talk about that either.
Okay. Did I miss a lot of things? Is that part of what's going on here?
This is a ask me anything, so you can ask me anything, but it doesn't mean I have to answer it.
No, and thank you for letting me know. Sometimes I wonder if that's part of what's going on in our community. Sometimes, rather than just politely declining to answer question, they get really offended, or that's what I'm saying. Not the asker doesn't always understand why. So, like I said, I appreciate that.
Sure.
Mm. Ben Sierra. Did you get the private chat from Ben Sierra?
Yeah, Ben, you should come up. Good timing. Just give yourself like a profile picture at least. You might have to leave and come back or something, but that's what I would say for Ben. But that'll be a treat because he's a Gigabrain analytic guy, and so he'll have some cool stuff to share. We got 394 people watching, thousands on the replay, 58 live on YouTube since we restarted the stream. That's okay. There's a website to support Roger Ver's release. We just talked about it at the end of the last one. I don't remember what it's called though. It's like freerogernow.org or something. But don't trust me on that.
freerogernow.org. Yep.
Nice. Yeah, so everybody can go sign that petition. Roger spoke nicely about the HEX conference previously and about Pulse Chain, so we love supporting him because he was a big player in popularizing Bitcoin, and we love that too. So. T-share rate is climbing more each year, especially after the average staking time, 7-year HEX stakes, 7.5 HEX per T-share per day. I love it.
Did we know as a community that Gensler was actually a supporter of cryptocurrency, even though he was behind the SEC lawsuit? Like, he taught the MIT open course class on blockchain technology. Like, that was kind of a big thing. So it always kind of confused me why he was such a quote unquote enemy to the crypto community.
Yeah, well, he's a liar, you might say, and corrupt, overreaching SEC. So whether he, even though he taught at MIT, like crypto, he also went in front of Congress and testified that he never used crypto. So how do you teach about it if he never used it?
Right.
Sounds like a lie.
Yeah.
Sounds like a fraud. How can you teach something and not have ever used it? Sounds like a fraud to me. But he's out there trying to pretend other people are doing fraudulent stuff. But the incoming chair that Trump wants to appoint is already saying that they'll drop old lawsuits. We don't know if that'll apply to HEX and Pulse Chain, but that's another bullish thing that might not be priced in yet. It's not a guarantee, but it's another good sign.
Now, when certain cards get played on the table, that would be pretty indicative of behavior that we can expect, if you would.
Now up to 211. Not too bad. Okay. Sort by stake ID here. And, yeah, just several have come in just recently, just as we've been talking. We're 9 hours and almost 9.5 hours into our Stake-a-thon here of Quattro Cincos, and most recent stakes have been 5.5K hex, 13K hex, 5.5K hex, 1.5K hex, 5.5K hex. Yeah, on so on and so forth. But now we're finally up to 211 plus 34 is 245. And so now we're just 99 stakes away from setting the world record here. It's becoming more and more likely that the people who are putting in their Quattro Cinco stakes, that you're going to be part of this list of people who set the world record. Is it what you expected on this very moment? Less or more stakes? I would say it's right on what I expected. What was the first stake today? Let's take a look. So if I sort by stake ID, go all the way back, there was a 5,555 day or 5-day and hex stake that got 0.43 T shares that has stake ID 892,902. You are the official. You're the official first one of the day. And not exactly sure how to bring this up. Yeah, but there you go. Whoever had that stake ID, you got the first one of the day. Yeah, so you might see a 1 T share paying out 35 hex per day in 2040. That sounds reasonable. Might even be more if there's a lot of emergency end stakes and that sort of thing. All right, so we got Ben Sierra that looks like he's about ready here. Perfect. Welcome to the stream, my friend.
Oh, hello guys. Happy birthday.
Yeah.
The 5th. It's the 5th year. Oh my God. Like, it came faster than I expected. How are you guys doing?
Really good. Yeah.
Yeah. It's morning here in Europe, so good morning from here. I'm fresh and full of energy.
Perfect. Well, we're gonna let you give us your walkthrough and tell us everything that's on your mind. I'm myself about almost 9 or 10 hours into streaming, so I'm
wow.
excited to hear your perspective.
That's so great that you're doing this, and it's like it's very exhaustive to like stream for such a long time. I can see already you're a bit tired, right?
Right, yeah, and it's like 4:30 in the morning here, so you know, in that in that middle of the night type of thing. But yeah, I'll get a second wind here, and certainly your energy and the energy of the other people that will be joining us today is going to be great, and I might even sneak in a nap at some point.
You should definitely, and a nap works wonders sometimes.
So what are you seeing here, Ben, in the data? You're well known as somebody who is a deep diver into the on-chain data and making sense of HEX staking. So I'm curious to hear what you think of this world record attempt and just in general what your thoughts are on HEX staking in this cycle.
Let me gather my thoughts for a second. Well, well, what we can see definitely now is that we have a comeback in staking. It's gradual, it's a slow one, but we have a consecutive months of growth of stake counts. So that's very good to see. We historically, if we look at staking, I mean, the ratio of starting a stake and ending is not that bad as the ratio it shows like, because if people have two stakes coming out, like a p-hex or an e-hex stake coming out, and they both end stake it, but they want to restake, for example, they obviously will not create two new stakes, because it's more likely that they will create one new stake. Either go into p-hex or they move it into e-hex and then make one stake there. I mean, I've seen some of that. But in overall, we had a drop in staking activity. And especially if we look at median stake length, we can see that most of the stakes are shorter, and they were around 1 year, but the median is even going lower. So many people do look at the short term now when they stake. But there are some really big stakers. So on average, the stake length is actually quite high. Yeah, around 1,000 days. Sometimes a bit less, sometimes a little bit more. But it also seems like that the average has bottomed out. So there's like some big believers, and when we look at staking and where these stakes are coming from, it seems like that they are more like OG hexagons, that they are like longer here. They might acquired some new hacks, or they kind of restaking. And those big amounts, they restake it, or make new stakes with the newly acquired extra hacks, and those push up the average. So, and as we always see in the data, when there is a price, the price is coming back. Also, the staking activity is increasing, sometimes in parallel, sometimes the staking activity is indicating the price increase, sometimes it is lagging. It's not exactly clear. But yes, and if we have finally bottomed in the HEX price chart, then it would mean that we would see more and more staking again. And what I would like to see is people make more staking ladders as well. So we can talk about that too. But this is kind of a rough summary of what I've seen on chain. And one particular thing as well is that we see many more p-HEX stakes than e-HEX stakes. But when it comes to amount of how much HEX is staked, there is a lot of e-HEX staked, but it's also easier to acquire the amount of e-HEX because of the lower prices.
And that's what we're seeing today with 215 p-HEX max length stakes compared to 36 on e-HEX. However, there's 11 million e-HEX and 10 million p-HEX staked.
Yeah, exactly this kind of ratio we can see also overall in the other months. So that's about right, like 10% of all the stakes are
in
e-HEX.
the beginning of the first 2 hours or 3 hours of our stream. We actually saw a ratio that was the same as the price ratio, so it was 1 to 5.
Oh, okay.
Instead of 1 to 10. Yeah, so that was, or whatever it is now, 1 to 8. So that was kind of interesting.
Yeah. When it comes to long-term stakes, I mean, you definitely see a much different type of ratio between e-HEX and p-HEX. So when it comes to long-term belief in e-HEX and p-HEX, it goes 50-50, you know. I mean, changing sometimes here and there.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, this is all really good stuff. Yeah. And I know you've studied this in such great detail. I appreciate your insights.
Did you check actually the dashboard on stream multiple times that I created?
Yes. So that's been our main measure of HSIs as a proportion. And then we also talked about the pooled HEX stakes. And we've been using this to check the other sources here with the amount of p-HEX that's been staked. And of course, yours is measuring 5,000 days, 5,000 days and above, whereas our other dashboard is showing just Cuatro Cincos. Did you do any size counts towards these numbers? Or is there a minimum amount of HEX?
I know there is no minimum.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I hope I think you figured out most of the things of how I put the dashboard together, but I can explain a little bit more if you want.
Please.
So yeah, like I thought, you know, for the birthday, let's us be, you know, creative how we want to stake. And the biggest issue currently of where, you know, we have a cap in blockchain technology, like Ethereum and Pulse chain have only a limited size of a block. And when you make a 15-year stake, only 2 15-year stakes can be ended within a block. So that leads, I mean, we don't have no idea how in 15 years the technology will look like, hopefully much better and with much more capacity. And it can only be better than what we have now. So that's already a good assumption. But if the worst case scenario happens and we don't have any upgrades in 15 years, I mean, that would be very sad, but I don't think that's realistic. But if it would be that way, And then obviously everybody trying to end their stake at the same time, that would fill up many blocks and would skyrocket the fees, not just on Ethereum, but on Pulse chain as well. And Pulse chain being successful in 50 years, yeah, it would be expensive to do. So what I thought is, if some people are worried about that, we should also be celebrating within the dashboard if they want to stake only 5,000 days, because in the end, I mean, that's also really long term. And let's just celebrate all of these people who want to be long term. So I just took this range of 5,000 and 5,555. And then also to give people, I mean, when they look at the dashboard and they feel excited that when they stake, you can see the stake appearing on the top of the feed table, and they want to be part of it, but they have small amounts, they could stake it over the pool, which is a specific pool which has 0 fees and was made by another hexagon whose name I have to check to give a shout out. Yeah, I wanted to include that in the dashboard. But that pool staking works in a way where people have to send their HEX, basically pledge their HEX in advance before the stake is being made. So that pool stake is gonna be staked at the end of this day. And until the end of this day, in UTC terms, you can pledge your HEX. And whenever somebody is sending and pledging their HEX to that pool, it is also counting as a HEX stake in this dashboard. So there's also slight discrepancy between like just the stake counts that I have seen in Crispy's dashboard and my dashboard. And I just created this dashboard in this way to give just a full range of possibilities to do and celebrate all of these ways of staking that we have, which a couple of years ago wasn't the case. Now we have this nice protocols like Pool Party, where we can create these stakes. We also have HSI staking. So I wanted to highlight all of these different options and also show them in a graph so that people who are afraid of staking exactly at the same day have options to mitigate that risk.
Cool. Yeah, I dig it.
Yeah, and the pool is called, I mean, if you go to Pool Party, the official website, and you look up the available pools, I mean, I think it's called a Bday 5. I have to check here. So if you go to app.hexpool.party, then scroll down to join stake pool. On the top, there are, I can see 2 mintable pools on the Pulse chain network. And yeah, the ticker is Bday 5. And you can go view it. There is some nice description to it with the contract address, some other information. And if people want to, pool staking, do it over Pool Party, then it should also appear in my dashboard. And some people actually did that. Oh, and another cool thing is, I mean, the dashboard refreshes every minute. And now there are some new stakes that just came in. And one is highlighted in this kind of like yellow, brown, or more like, I wanted to give it like a golden look for big amounts that are getting staked. So for example, we see 517,000 HEX just being staked now at 9:42 UTC time with 40 T shares. And here we go, like not for 5,555 days, but for 5,386 days. It's a native stake. Yeah, and I think that we should celebrate those too, because that's a long ass stake with a great principal with a big amount of T shares. What do you guys think?
Hell yeah. Yeah, it deserves recognition. I agree.
And on the top, we can see the total for how many of these stakes have, these long-term kind of stakes. And it's 228, where we have 80. Can go with the mouse and highlight it. So it's 201 native. Then we have 22 HSI stakes and 5 pool stakes. But when we look at the principal being staked, then we see it's 7.2 million staked natively. They should all, by the way, mint their communist token. That's a nice one for native staking.
HEXcommunity.com. You can mint your communist token. HEXcommunity.com.
There you go. And then we have, while the count of HSIs were only 9, like kind of around 10% of the stakes. But when we look at the amount of how much HEX went into HSI staking, it's actually a much bigger portion. And it's 36% of the HEX amount being staked over HSI. So it's really great to see that like so many people are doing and using HSI staking because it's a great technology. And at this point, it was audited, of course, but now we have like historical data around it that it just works really fine. And then we go to pool staking, which, yeah, has 337,000. I mean, quite some HEX in there. And maybe some explanation on how this bar chart is actually working is that you see different ranges of staked days ranges. So you don't get one bar for a certain amount of days, you get a range. So for example, here it counts the range between 5,100 and 5,175 days. There was one stake being made today in this range. So this little graph can also help you if there would be many stakes, where to stake in which range so that you distribute the load on the blockchain if you care about that. But maybe you just want to like stake 5555 because we will have better technology in the future. Any thoughts, any questions regarding the dashboard? I hope you like it. And sorry for not having HEX. It is not because I don't like HEX. I like it very much. It's about my node that is not synced. My new SSD is on the way.
Can I ask a question here about that pool party?
Yeah.
What qualifies you for that party airdrop there?
I am not. I'm not 100% sure about how that works. I think that airdrop already kind of happened. So if you don't know about it now, I think you had to do something before launch, I think, to get the party airdrop. I don't remember exactly the specifics of it.
Okay, yeah, I've
You
noticed
might. Yeah.
some of my accounts, qualified for the airdrop. Some of them didn't, and it really didn't seem to have a lot to do with HEX stakes or what I'd already done. So I wasn't entirely sure what qualified you for that particular airdrop.
You should like ask Dipcatcher or HEX Jita on Twitter. And they will happily, I think they will happily answer you quite fast about how that exactly went down. And maybe there are some docs somewhere, which I see there's a docs button. And there is party token in the doc, in the documentation part. Maybe it writes it somewhere. There is a party supply chart that I'm looking at where you can see the distribution. I think maybe you qualified through either having like some of the Maximus perpetuals, maybe. Did you own any of the pool stakes before, like the Maximus pool?
Yeah, I may have actually, at least in a couple of accounts, and that might be indicative about which accounts got those. So I'm still kind of looking into the details, especially because you just mentioned that. But yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, I think that's it. It's great to have so many stakes today. So many long-term stakes. In total, 11.8 million PHEX. That's juicy. Let me just compare. I will just look up some 15-year stakes on a monthly basis to compare how we're doing today compared to a usual month. That should be interesting. So interesting facts. So for example, in August and in September, there was like 50 million HEX staked for 5 days. So here we in 1 day we already have 11.8 million, and we're not even half through the day. So that's really nice. As well as in HEX, in HEX terms, also in August and in September, we had also like 40 million and 48 million HEX being staked. And in October, we had 62 million PHEX staked in a month. So yeah, we are having some really great numbers for 1 day. And when we look at counts, we had actually in August 614 stakes, 500 stakes in September for PHEX, and 383 PHEX stakes in October. So yeah, we're gonna just have maybe more stakes than in a month for this really long term. So people are definitely really celebrating today. That's awesome. By the way, I don't think we have ever met before, right?
That is correct.
Hey. Hi. Since when are you in HEX?
Sorry, ask your question again.
Yeah, since when are you in HEX? Like, I guess
I came in before Big Payday.
before Big Friday. Nice.
So I've been participating with the community pretty much as much as possible, as much as I could since then. So it was just recent that I started doing live streams. I've had a couple of my own. I've been a guest a couple times, and but I've been kind of a computer developer for my whole life, I suppose. But been definitely focusing more time and energy and study time into blockchain development and technology over the last 5-10 years, kind of at an increasing pace. And so I'm really looking forward to our community really developing and growing together and independently. And so I think all the above is kind of a part of the cake that we're baking right now.
Yeah,
What about yourself? When did you come into HEX?
I mean, that's really awesome. Before I answer, you just wanted to ask which YouTube channel are you streaming on? Your
This
HEX
is
content.
Okay, so the couple videos, they're on my stream here, Arc Ltd. That's my business name, I suppose. But right there's my screen name here, Arc Mikey. And yeah, I've got Telegram and X. I suppose it's not Twitter anymore. But I don't get overly involved in social media, but I'm definitely here. So really working on the content or whatever, the quality content, so to speak. So I'm not necessarily as socially, what is it all, like I'm kind of fumble, I stutter a little bit, but I try to hit the meat and potatoes, so to speak, when it comes to what we're actually talking about. So a lot of times I feel like I got newbie questions, even though I've been, really absorbed into computer science my entire life. I still have a lot of questions I feel like could really benefit new users. And so I try not to hesitate too much when it comes to asking goofy questions, especially when I can get answered in some kind of an honorable way. And so I really appreciate, like I said, our community and those that we have here with us right now.
No, that's really awesome. Like, that's very nice. You should always ask questions, especially because when me and others are in for it for a long time, we sometimes forget that some things are not obvious. So sometimes those very, you say it's new questions, but it's just simple questions sometimes, and they clarify so many things, and we don't think about them anymore. So absolutely, ask them always. And yeah, like you asked me, like when did I get into HEX? I guess I got in before it even launched, because yeah, I was hooked by the idea. When Richard started talking about it, it was clear to me that it would be really amazing, because monetizing time and having kind of like an decentralized way of paying yield, or you can call it like an interest rate. I mean, that will just be amazing. And it turned out to be very amazing. And it turned out to be much quicker appreciating than I thought it would be, than I thought it would. But yeah, so kind of when it launched, I got in and tried to make some small content here and there, but was not really too public. It was not really consistent until when? Until 2022 December. Yeah. Yeah, it was December 2022. Then I started being much more public, actually showing my face on live streams. But I also kind of finished a crucial part of what I was working on, because I started working in 2021. I started working on like putting this data things together, the back end part of how I extract data from the blockchain in a very good manner. So I was trying to experiment. I have my own data pipelines to do that. And so I was focused on engineering that. And then I kind of like came to a really good design, which I thought would really great carry on. And then I started to come up on streams and doing content. And since then, people started kind of like really following me and the content that I do. So I'm quite known for my charts at this point. Doing some monthly HEX monthly reporting, which I'm lagging a little bit behind because my Ethereum node is just not in sync, and it's because I was quite cheap, and I used an HDD for my Ethereum node, which works, But if you get an issue and you have to reboot it from scratch, it
Mhm.
takes forever. And I share the Ethereum node with the Pulse chain node on the same hardware. So yeah, I mean, that works really well. It is just that the synchronization step happens a lot. And then I'm all of a sudden not able to show my monthly reports, which are on hexbase.de, if you want to check them out.
Say that again. The site. HEX.
It's hexbase.de.
Very good.
And you can go up. I used to attempt different things on it, but I basically relaunched it in August, I think, with just kind of having a report with like overall charts in a very clean way, with kind of screenshots of the charts. And it's not a live data. It's basically a report type of data website, because hosting like my data infrastructure is much more expensive, because it's not like connecting to the most common way of doing it in crypto is to connect to an archive node and then have queries related to the archive node, sometimes combined with like data being stored a little bit differently. I not want to get too technical here, but
You're okay.
Just to explain why it has this reporting way of showing statistics instead of showing it in a live chart. Yeah.
So when you said you streamline the data sources basically in a way so it's compiled in a useful way. When you're grepping data, what sort of data are you looking for specifically to analyze this data? What kind of factors or different detailed information are you actually looking for when you're picking out those points?
Not sure if I exactly understand, but I try to answer. So what I do is so my goal was, with my data extraction from the blockchain, is to be able to show any way and any form of hex chart that we want to look at. So if a question pops into your mind, oh, it would be really nice to see a ratio of this and this and that between this and this and that aggregated over weeks or months or years, and being very easy to create something like that. So for that, I needed all the data from the blockchain, which are hex related. Either the transaction is directly interacting with the hex smart contract, or indirectly when it calls some function and then the smart contract emits an event. And when that happens, that data should be also stored. So if you do it like that, then you don't have to store the whole blockchain data. You only store the relevant parts of it. And that's the relevant things, to me. So yeah, is it giving you an answer towards your question?
A little bit. I guess so are you looking for, and you already kind of answered this, but let's say prices of HEX at this point in time compared to hex prices at this point in time, and you can also compare to the price compared to Ether at the time or Pulse Chain. And that is which kind of different data points are you, trying to grab to bring into, your charts so you can compare them? What are the different points of data that are of interest?
I mean, in that way, because HEX and ETH, they kind of live on the price feeds, basically live on a blockchain on decentralized exchanges. I use like the Uniswap smart contract. So I'm not just extracting like data from related to the HEX smart contract, but I also extract Uniswap smart contract data, especially from pools that are connected to HEX. So USDC with HEX pool historically, ETH and HEX pool, got EHEX, PHEX, PolsX pool data, and I kind of like fetch it in the same way like I do it with the HEX smart contract, where if it's a direct interaction or if it's an indirect interaction. And then I have all the data and can I aggregate it in any way I want to. But it also means that I have to store all of that information. And currently I have some problems with that, especially because my Ethereum node is always like getting out of sync and things like that. I cannot systematically load this new type of pools in. I need a lot of time. I have already solutions ready to fix them, but I need the new SSD, and I need to work on that. Need to set up things differently, but the goal is to have many different pools from Uniswap and Pools X in my database so that I can combine it better and better.
Very nice.
Much easier way is to much easier way if you just want to store some price feed or ask a price feed would be to have an archive node and know how to query the graph node.
Right.
Yeah. But I do it the hard way because I want all the data to be able to do things that you cannot do with the graph node. So until I have all the infrastructure ready, it takes more time because I also need to develop it because nobody else has this way of doing it. So, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like the way you literally do it is how my brain works a bit, and I find myself overwhelmed or overloaded with data, and sometimes when you have so much, it's hard to, like I say, grab just the important or the relative things to what we're actually trying to discover. And so I just kind of looking for your effort or your method towards getting all of this massive amount of data organized in a useful way.
Yeah, I also restructure it because I'm using a SQL database, because if you want to do analytics up and down with different queries, GraphQL has some other advantages for other things, but that's why it's great to have that too. But yeah, maybe you have an interesting question about hex data that was never answered, and maybe I can make a quick query about it. Should we try?
I'm trying to. Maybe you can give or suggest a better example, because I don't want to create a hypothetical that doesn't actually draw us to clarity for our viewers. Like I said, maybe you can help suggest the right question to ask here.
I know, pick a time frame, pick a granularity of day, week, month,
Okay.
and related to staking,
Okay.
either principal, penalties, or yeah.
Okay. So let's say time frame May, the month of May of 2021.
Wait a second. I'm switching so that I can do it in parallel.
I got one.
Okay, we can do it together. Let's see if I can do it fast.
This is only on Pulse Chain, right?
We can do HEX as well. Just I only have the HEX data until middle of October. Okay, so what was the time frame? May?
I was gonna say, why don't we let Maddie go ahead and take this one over the question?
Okay.
Can you like query something like after HEX hit a third of a cent, did people stake more on Tuesdays?
After HEX hit a third of a cent, which is what, like 33 cents? A cent.
A third of a cent, 0.003.
0.03 when it hit. After HEX hit, if people were staking more on Wednesday?
On Tuesdays.
On Tuesdays.
For Quanking.
On Tuesdays.
Which, like, on the blockchain might not have been such a clean, like, time, but
yeah,
because
okay.
like, it would have started like at the rollover, let's say. So it would actually on blockchain time be on Wednesday.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Start talking between each other, and I will try to query this in a meaningful way.
Cool. Yeah, so we're still able to look back and forth between our two different dashboards, and I'm seeing here we are 84 stakes away of Quattro Cincos to seeing the number 344 reached for a single day, which would set the world record in my estimation. So there you go, people. We're getting close, and we might even hit that number in the first 12 hours of the day. We've got another hour and 52 minutes left. So go ahead and get those Quattro Cincos in if you're going to, and let's try to make history here. We actually have to get almost triple that number in order to break the record if we include HSIs, which I haven't been counting, I don't think, in this dashboard. So there you go. And be part of history. I've also got something to share from a dip catcher that he had posted quite some time ago. So I'll just go ahead and start reading this. This is a post from August 25th, 2023, part of our time capsule here. So dip catcher says, the most bullish thing ever in HEX is scheduled to happen around May 8th, 2199. That's the year 2199. On day 65,535, HEX staking will no longer function, and the HEX supply will reach its final max value. Why day 65,535? Because that is the largest number that can fit in a unit 16 slot, UINT 16 slot, which is used in the daily data count and stake store data structures in the HEX contract. As soon as this number is reached, it gets reset to 0, as shown in the test function U256TOU16 that I wrote below, which shows how Solidity interprets numbers past the max limit. So on and so forth. Blah, blah, blah. It'll run fine. So basically he simulated all this, simulated what the HEX contract will do on testnet basically, and like ran all the code as it would actually appear, although speeding up time. And the function like loops over itself and resets to 0. So long story short, HEX staking ends in about 175 years, and it will be a momentously bullish occasion for the people whose bloodline survives until then. This is because the market will have adjusted to the 3.69% annual inflation target for decades, and then suddenly the supply is fixed and HEX becomes more scarce. By then, HEX supply will have grown by about 500x compared to now, and then the supply growth will suddenly stop. This is equivalent to the Bitcoin supply growth suddenly stopping at year 128 once all 21 million Bitcoin have been mined. I don't know why they chose this limitation, but they were definitely aware of the ramifications. Dipcatcher remembers Richard mentioning this right around the time of HEX launch and saying it was up to the users at the time to figure out. And now when I was analyzing something else about HEX inflation and writing scripts that peer into the blockchain decades in the future, I started to revisit the topic. What does it mean for you? Nothing. This probably won't start getting priced in for about 150 years or so. Just some fun HEX trivia that you can use to quiz people to see if they're true Hexicans or just LARPs. What happens on day 65,535? But of course, if if we get Aubrey de Grey doing his job of extending our longevity, maybe we'll all be young to see this happen. So Dipcatcher also notes that this means roughly that Deci has 17 stake cycles. Lucky has 25, Trio has 58, and Base has 177. Go figure. Oh, and he also says the supply distribution will look very different than now, with the OA potentially not even being in the top 100 holders unless they stake more aggressively. Interesting. What do you think? What do you think, guys? Are we gonna We're going to be here in 175 years or what? When hex staking dies, what will we do then?
Well, assuming that we've loaded our consciences into silicone computers or whatever case is, maybe we'll need to think about that. But otherwise, that's probably up to our bloodline relatives. Is that what the suggestion was there?
Close. I think you could still time like your hex in time pays me because the real gains at that point come from the price appreciation and not from the yield paid to stakers. So problem solved already. There you go. You're welcome. Right, because if you had hex and you held on to it through the 10,000x, then that was way more than the interest you got by like 2xing your stack by earning yield, if it was even that much. Well, I guess with big payday and everything it was. But yeah, so 2x of the gains in hex came from the yield from that's paid to stakers, and 10,000x came from strong hands or protecting yourself from yourself. So from the USD price appreciation, basically. So that's where the majority of the gains in hex come from, is the intersection of like saving yourself from yourself and USD price appreciation. And you can consider that as yield. If you cash out, to dollars, then that's part of your yield. It's not just the yield that's denominated in hex. So there's two different ways to look at yield, which are both valid. You can see the yield in dollars that you've actually cashed out, or you can see the yield in hex, which is also quite juicy. Good morning, GM. Can hex staking be relaunched after that date? Anything is possible. But, in Bitcoin, it's all like, that's the end of mining. Yay. So I don't know why people would vote for that if it would just dilute them. Although, who knows? Humans may take a very different form in 175 years, or we might be the same meatbags we are now. No offense. Let's see if anybody else has been doing Quattro Cinco staking here. Yeah. Okay, so we got 2 more stakes. There we go. 82 left. We're getting there.
Gentlemen, I hate to break the air like this, but I think it's probably responsible of me to get a little rest before my responsibilities in the morning. So I do hope to see you again. As soon as I get up again, I'll be watching the stream as much as I can until we pass our Stake-a-thon. But once again, I really appreciate the opportunity to be here and just everything that you're doing and we're all doing for the community. Just thank you. Holism and remember priorities, man. That's all it is. Thank you again.
Sounds good.
Thank you
Thanks for
being here.
joining. We'll catch you next time. Peace.
Till next.
You did a good job.
Are you telling me?
Yeah, you did a good job. Like, you know, I'm telling everybody who's listening that in respect to somebody who comes on the channel for the first time and streams for multiple hours, like, you know, respect.
Thank you for being on.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. By the way, I'm writing still the query in a marathon style.
Yeah, I mean, if it's just Wednesdays, that's cool. Like, it doesn't have to be greater than 1/3%, but
no, I did the exact opposite. I think I'm almost finished it, but we won't have the Wednesday. We just have in general, like, compare it to, you know, before and after.
okay, fair enough.
Because that would be a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually a little bit more interesting because it's like, how does price affect staking?
Yeah.
And I bet you can easily like change that number. The way, yeah, so it would be even better to put that number at like the midway point between the 10,000x. So it's like, what would that be, like half a penny is 100x up from the all-time low and 100x down from the all-time high would be like 0.0055.
Okay.
So like, yeah, and that's
I'll adjust
close to
it.
1/3 of a penny, but a little bit higher. But it's kind
Yeah.
of a more natural midway point.
All right, got it. Almost done here.
Hudson, I don't remember. Once we get Crispy Man back on or somebody, we can figure out like what contract day it was that we had that number of stakes that we're going off of trying to beat today. But I know him and I looked at it so many different ways. I didn't quite figure that out, but that's a great question. What day are we trying to surpass?
Mm.
We'll be talking hearts at that point. Yeah, well, I think there's a minimum we can stake even now. Maybe I should be testing that out. You can go to go.tshare.app to create your stake or hexscout.com, all good places. Uh-oh. Looks like go.tshare.app isn't letting me stake less than 1 hex. A lot of people are thanking Richard Hart on the timeline today. That's totally appropriate because it's the 5th birthday of HEX. Happy birthday, HEX. Thank you, Richard Hart. Got to get more of our Europeans here on stream. Let me actually log in here to my survey where I was asking people to say what time they wanted to stream. We can find if there's anybody else who might join us. But I know there's going to be a lot of people who are joining tomorrow. That big names. We're going to have lots of really cool discussions tomorrow. Okay, here we go. Staked for the culture. That's what I like to see. Europe is here.
I finished the query. How fast
right.
was I?
So fast. We're discovering new things about HEX in real time.
I sweated a bit. Have some banana bread for celebration here next to me.
There you go.
Yeah, you want to know the result?
Yeah, I really do.
So to summarize, we looked at now, okay, the first time HEX hit 0.5, like half a penny. So when that happens, how did it like affect staking? So I looked at the daily average of how many stakes are made on a daily average before that and after that. So now we can even play around. Like I can put in a different price to check. But before it hit a penny, and I took only EHEX now, okay?
Okay.
Data to simplify my query. I could, we could do the Wednesday thing and we could include PX, but then it would take more time to do it. But to showcase how quickly I can get a question like that from my database. So before it hit a penny, we had 81 stakes in average on a day. And after it hit a penny, we had 377 stakes in average.
And that was half a penny or a penny?
Half a penny.
Okay. So you had like a 4x as much and the price went up.
Kind of. Should I put a penny in?
I mean, the half a penny is just so perfect because it's like, but give me the numbers. I want to write them down here.
Yeah, because I can just requery it with the different number
Can you
here.
do it for like 0.0055? So like half a penny plus another 5.
Yeah, 0.00555, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Quite similar. So it's 82.11 and 377.25.
And then that's the stake count, but can we get like the stake amount of HEX and amount of dollar value? Because like when the price goes higher, but when the price goes higher, there were more stakes. And so, yeah, that just like totally proves itself, kind of like that.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
I can do like, yeah, principal being staked. I could do that. Should I do that?
Yeah.
Okay, that I can do easily.
This is really cool because this is predicting the future of what's going to happen when the price of HEX goes up now in this cycle. Like more staking will occur, a lot more.
Okay. So I'm still at half a penny, 555 basically. And I'm just checking if it's correct. Should be correct. So is it though? Let me just read it again. Not that this change affects it. I'm rechecking something. Okay, when you do it with principal, I mean, I think it is true, my query, but I think the big payday skews it, you know? Skews the average as an outlier. I could filter out big payday. Because
yeah,
the OA staked before the big payday on a day, and it takes the average quite high up after. And that's why the number doesn't make sense. Or let's, okay, wait.
cool. So I just invited 3 folks who might have been on the schedule for now. Yeah, there we go.
I mean, okay, I have the result. You want to know?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so before it hit a penny, in average, 72 million HEX were staked daily.
Before it hit half a penny or a penny?
Half a penny. Half a penny.
Okay.
And after, it was 200
So it's how many million?
72 million HEX.
Okay.
And after, it was 209 million.
Dang.
So that's also good.
Yeah.
So with rising price, we get more staking.
Much more staking. Let's go.
And I include the full HEX data until the middle of October this year. And we still kind of show the increase, even though we have recently not so much
Wow, yeah.
staking. So even that is quite good. Do you want to have a different price?
Sure, let's I don't know, crank it up to what, the price of PX now is 2.5 cents. So let's crank it up there and see what happens to EX.
$2.5. Okay. So before it hit 2.5, in average on a day, 122 million were staked. And after it hit 2.5 cents, 159 million were staked in average.
Interesting.
So still increase. I mean, much more closer.
All right, should we double it? See if we get parity
Let's see.
up to 5 cents.
5 cents. Huh. Okay. Still holding. Before 5 cents, 123 million in average on a day, and after 158 million.
Wow. So everybody had already sold or something. I don't know. That's interesting. Interesting. All right. Well, I guess all we can do now is double it again up to 10 cents.
Yeah, let's do it. Oh yeah. What we're still holding, before 10 cents, in average on a day, 134 million were staked, and after 147 million were staked.
And this is
Quite
in
close.
HEX. Whoa. So you just doubled the dollar value and you're getting very similar amount of HEX. That's crazy.
Another double.
All right, 20 cents.
Whoa. Welcome to parity at 20 cents.
Okay.
We have 140 million before and 140 million after.
Wow.
We reached parity.
Jackpot. So right before a quarter, I guess. It's where that's the sweet spot.
Yeah. Should I track the quarter?
Yeah, let's see. Let's see. I guess how fast it rolls off now.
Yes. At a quarter, hitting a quarter, before 141 million in average, and after only 140 million.
It's exactly the same.
Well, you have 1 million more before,
Yeah.
141 and 140, but quite similar still.
Yeah. So that's what, only 250K difference or something. All right, so what happens if we jack it all the way up to 50 cents?
All right, let's do it.
Well, HEX never closed above 50 cents. Did it? Maybe.
Not closed, but yeah, I it's September the 10th that I took. So yeah, I mean, it's not too bad, but it's 143 million in average on a day before, and 138 million afterwards.
Well, because like all these prices were hit like so quickly.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of staking kind of like after hitting 50 cents. So for 1 year there was quite heavy staking going on.
And there's been more time since reaching, like there was more time on the right side, like since reaching all-time high than there was before, right? Because HEX hit an all-time high after like what, year and a half or 2 years, day 656. So, and now
Yeah, but I'm taking
another...
the daily average. So how long it is, it does not matter.
Well, it's like you know, the amount of like days before you hit 10, like the amount of days before you hit 25 cents was probably like 600 or something, and then like, or like 630, and then you already are at 656 like so quickly for 50 cents. But then like now you have what, 1200 days, you have twice as many days after that price was hit. So there's like, that's kind of interesting to me that we reached this. I mean, it's weird that we've like reached this equilibrium of like staking before and after the all-time high.
Mm-hmm. True. I mean, while we see staking counts drop, the amount of how much HEX is staked did not drop that much like the counts, right?
Oh yeah, because this is all divided by days anyway. So
yeah, also that. Yeah.
So like the number of days like before HEX hit 50 cents is like 656. The number of days after is like 1200 or something.
Mm-hmm.
And it's an equal amount of HEX on average on either side of that. Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah. Especially we saw the equilibrium at 20 cents, right? So which means that we kind of are consistent in at least in how much amount of X we stake on a daily basis in amount perspective.
And some of that could be rolling stakes, right?
Yeah.
Or much of it probably is.
Yeah. I mean, if we keep on, doing the same in average, I mean, the kind of user circulating supply is increasing because the circulating supply is inflating, obviously.
What if we looked at this? What if we looked at this like distribution only including 7-year plus stakes? Because that would cut out the rolling ones, and it would give us like the ones that are like average length or longer.
Yeah.
Which really, maybe, I don't know, went into effect after Big Payday, was like when people started staking longer. So just, to me, that just cleans up the data in a lot of different ways to show me like the longer version of staking.
I saved the query because I will need to go, and we can do it another time. But I actually really have to go.
Oh, sure.
Do some other things. But you are right about that. Like filtering for like longer term stakes, like 7 years, would. I mean, can I do that quickly? I think not too quickly.
It's like any number of stake days that's larger than whatever number of days that is.
Okay, maybe
365 times 7.
Let's do that.
More than 2,555 days.
Okay, actually, maybe. Can I? Yeah, it might be possible. So, how many days are 7 years?
Let's say, like, for simplicity, 2,555.
2,555. All right. What price do you want to know? What price?
Let's do Well, let's do 20 cents.
Hmm.
And
Okay,
then
I
I'll
got
do
it.
one other one. Yeah, I'll do
Okay.
that one and one other.
So before we hit 20 cents, like we get 12 million in average staked,
Okay.
and after only 4 million.
Okay. What if we reverse all the way back to the first one, which was 0.0055?
Mm-hmm. All right. Before we hit half a penny, it was 7.6 million, and after it was 8.8 million.
Boom.
So there we have an
Cool.
increase.
Yeah. Okay. I feel like we need one more data point to have like a trend. So we got
Okay.
1, 2, but which side do we want to make it on? I guess something in the middle of these two. Let's say 5 cents.
Quite some difference there.
Right.
11.9 million before hitting 5 cents, and 4.5 million after 5 cents.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah. So the most well. So this is showing something different then, right? Because as the price went up, there was less longer than average staking. Although, yeah, I think that's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, the rolling stakes are the biggest stakes, and they're quite frequent.
Mm-hmm.
So as you said, like filtering out something like that makes total sense. We can also make one which is like more than 1,000 days, for example.
Mm-hmm.
That could be interesting as well. And I put 20 cents in here. Whew, quite a difference for more than 1,000 days stakes. Before 20 cents, it was 22 million. And after, it was 6 million.
Wow.
Even more significant drop. And let's do half a penny. At half a penny, quite close. We have, before hitting half a penny, for these longer than 1,000 days stakes, we had 14.5 million staked in average per day. And after hitting half a penny, we had 13.4 million HEX staked in average per day.
So now I wonder if we took the OA out, what that would show. because we already showed more with removing the rolling stakes.
I excluded in all of these calculations the kind of big payday.
Okay.
So that's most of the OA stakes, I think.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. But I will have to really go now.
Yeah. Well, this has been great. I really appreciate all your help, and yeah, this is fascinating. I dig it.
Yeah, it was quite fun, Maddie, like always. Maybe a come on later.
That'd be great. Yeah, join anytime in the speakers room, and with Sticker Guy, you'll find like the part 3, the last 8 hours. So you can save this StreamYard link, or if it's if we're on to the next one, then you'll be able to get that link as well.
I keep the dashboard for you guys.
Yeah, sounds great. Sure. Yeah, thank you so much. Awesome. Well, yeah, everybody follow Ben Sierra Pro on Twitter, and we'll hopefully be able to check in with him later on.
Yeah, happy celebration, guys.
Awesome. And perfect. So I see we got the Mango Junkie in the chat here. Hey, do you want to get on stream? I would say, you don't have to dox yourself or anything, but we'd love to have you on here. It's been quite some time since we talked last. So let me see if I can find you here on Telegram. Let's see, maybe I'll find you on Twitter. But get those 5555 stakes in, everybody. It's go time. We're going to set this world record. Nope, I don't know. I don't know your handle. Mango Junkie. Wales Only changed its display name to I Like Tangos and Mangoes. All right, well, let's check in with our Crispy Man dashboard here and see where we're at. We're up to 228 stakes on Pulse Chain and 41 on Ethereum, being 11 hours into the 24-hour day here. Add up these two numbers. And we are up to 269. And we are going for 344, which leaves us 75 Quattro Cincos shy of getting the world record here. Mango Junkie is he's doing stuff, but I appreciate you playing this in the background. Now, all right, well, hopefully we get somebody up here to back me up here. And I know it's the middle of the night here in America. It's 5 a.m. No, 6 a.m. now. Eastern time. So come on, guys. Where are you at? Where are all the early birds? But we've already had a great stream for the first 11 hours here. Yes, what we were doing is staking 5,555 days. Any amount of HEX gets you on the board and counts towards the world record. The most common stakes that people are doing, it's 555 HEX, like Sami did. Finally got him to do max length. And then even more common, perhaps, is the 5,555 HEX. Let's see the most, we can do this in order of the most recent stake was 55,555, which scored somebody on PHEX 4.3 T shares. Congrats. You're getting 430 B shares or 0.43 T shares when you do 5,555 HEX. And just 4 stakes ago, we had somebody do 39 HEX. So you can see there's been some variety here, and we're counting it all. The top staker so far on Pulse Chain on this particular day has been 4 million HEX, netting somebody 309 T shares. Now, the total number of T shares that have been staked here today are 853. And I believe in the year 2040, we've only seen about 6,900 T shares committed in the past, like so far up until this point. And so we've already surpassed like the 10% mark in terms of basically in terms of saying over 10% of all the T shares created in the year 2040 currently have been created today in the last 11 hours and 4 minutes. So congrats to, as a day, we have reached the Poseidon level of like 10% of the T shares in that 2040 pool now are they've been created today. So boom, world record holders have now crossed into the Poseidon territory. And over on the Ethereum side, we've got also 11 million HEX have been staked. The largest one there is 5.5 million, getting the person 427 T shares. And let's see, the smallest one over there was still 555. On Pulse Chain, the smallest one was 0.56 HEX. Quite the difference there. And earlier when I staked on both sides, on the Ethereum side, I paid about $6 to start a stake. What's up, Michelle? Welcome back. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. So now that we've broken this down, now that people are waking up, you've already been awake in Europe. It's almost the noon there in Europe. So where are my Europeans coming in to help stream and give us some content here? I'll go ahead and start messaging people here in a little bit if nobody shows up. But I saw a sticker guy came back online, so that's a good sign. I guess he got his 2 to 4 hour nap in, and maybe someday I'll get mine. But for now, we're going to keep trucking and getting this job done. We are very close to apologies there. We are going to keep these Quattro Cincos rolling, and 75 stakes away from creating generational wealth. Sticker guys, it's the man, that's for sure. So yeah, you guys are gonna make me bust into my third Red Bull here, which is completely fine because we're about halfway there, right? And I'm halfway through my Red Bulls. BRB. What's up, sticker guy? I mean, yeah, you could get on stream with me here, or whatever. Finbear, come get on stream. It's time. Need your help here. Sticker guy, maybe you can send the link to Finbear so I can hold on here. Okay, Finbear's driving all over the place. All right. Sticker guy's gonna hop on in 5 minutes. All right, there's hope. Light at the end of the tunnel. What are my thoughts on the price? I think that these price moves have been amazing. Let's go ahead and bring that up on screen so we can really get to the bottom of it. Okay, so just in the past 7 days, we've seen the price of Pulse went up 20%. Price of Pulse X went up 30%. The price of Ink went up 45%. Price of HEX went up 15%. Now, if we go on the 30-day, we see that Pulse X was the biggest winner, up 103%. Ink was second best at plus 92%. HEX was third, plus 76%, and PLS was not too shabby at plus 64%. Now, if we go from all-time low, which like isn't the all-time low of HEX of all time, but just PHEX since Pulse Chain launched. Okay, so let's go in order. Ink is the highest off of its all-time low, which is plus 8x. Pulse X is plus 5x. HEX is up 3x, and Pulse is, could that be right? Only up 1.4x. Okay, yeah, I guess it's possible. So yeah, that shows you a lot with how the liquidity is distributed, because these prices are moving as a function of Hart's law, as a function of their interchangeability. And if you have more yield farms with like Pulse and stable coins, and like between Pulse and all the other ones, that is that's going to bond the liquidity and bond the prices together. Whereas if there's lower liquidity between the outside world and Ink or Pulse X, that's what's going to make them move up the most. And yeah, so that's really important. And then you also have like this, you know, how the supply is being distributed or inflated or deflated and that sort of thing. But yeah, all really good assets here, all things that I think have had really good price performance and will have even better price performance in the near-term future compared to the near-term past, because I'm really bullish on the SEC possibly dismissing the HEX case in the next 30 days. The sacrifice address funds flipping into the green for the first time ever because the price of Ethereum could take off, all that good kind of stuff. So yeah, and Sticker Guy, if he's listening, could also message Tom Gillespie and crew. Well, Tom Gillespie and yeah, that's the main one. We were thinking we might have Will Stevenson on, and Hex Deck 16 during this time period. So we'll see. Do you think we will get an all-time high in HEX? Someday, possibly. Look, this is up to the people who are creating the markets. And currently, there's BankX that is suppressing the price, and that probably won't last forever. BankX, if they want to do a better strategy, in my opinion, they could take all their HEX that they've already got on Pulse Chain, and they could swap it half of the value for PHEX, and then they could bond those two things. And then whenever people trade those two things, the BankX will be getting a better deal in terms of bonding the prices together, I think. But if their main mission is to just extract value, then they're going to have to keep fighting the market on that. But even taking a medium-term strategy would pay them far more, I believe. But we're going to see this eventually with some token that bonds the Ethereum copy and Pulse Chain copy together. They don't have to start at parity with their bonding, but I mean, just through Hart's law and everything the Pulse Chain is set up to do, you might imagine that the Pulse Chain copies could become more valuable or equally as valuable as the Ethereum copies as people bridge over, and that creating liquidity pairs where yield can be earned might, because people are having to swap half into the Pulse Chain copy, that would create buy pressure and slippage that would allow people to exit into the liquidity on Ethereum, essentially. So BankX is like a sacrifice project that got still has a couple million HEX that they've shown that they're just going to dump on the market, and so that's why a lot of people are waiting to buy HEX. But they're kind of seen as like maybe a bad actor, although some people would argue that they're a good actor. But I think that's up for debate. Hex and I share a birthday. Well, happy birthday, Robert. I seem to remember that now that you mention it. You guys, I think I did a stream for Hex's second birthday. I can't remember. I think Hexologist did maybe a 24-hour live stream for their first birthday and for the big payday. Maybe it was just one of those. And then I think I did something for the second birthday and the third birthday, but I don't know what I was doing last year. I think we skipped it. So maybe I've done one or two birthday parties for Hex before this time, but Here we are. Oh, wow, this is great. This is our very own person who's promoting freerogernow.org, and goes by the Silver Sailor Plan Plus, and so we've already gotten like 100 signatures of people. So we're trying to get up to 5,555 signatures for Roger Ver, who used to be called Bitcoin Jesus and is somebody we want to free now. So go to the website freerogernow.org and sign the petition. Boom. When did this start? It depends what you mean by this. So we did an 8-hour live stream, and then we had to break it up, and we have to break it up into 3 pieces so YouTube doesn't cut it off. And so now we're into the 11th hour now of the stream, and of since the day rolled over into Hex's birthday. So we're trying to do 24 hours while Hex is on its birthday of 5 years. We were all sad last year, LOL, right? Yeah, that's Crypto King there. None other. Hex Asians in the house. Boom. There you go. Reunited in the chat. But seriously, go freerogernow.org. And get your hex stakes in. How about that? Why can't it be both? All right, let's update our numbers here. Whoa, boom, got 4 more stakes happening. So let me double check our numbers here. Got 232 on Pulse Chain plus 42 on Ethereum. That gets us up to 274. And we're going for 344. So we're 70 stakes away. That's like 69 plus 1. So close. So close. And Sticker Guy is gearing up. He's getting his background situated. Perfect. I think we're all going to make it. As long as Hex is worth something in 15.2 years. Not financial advice. Hopefully Roger is using Elon lawyers or can get in touch with them. Right? Or maybe he can get a pardon from Trump. That'd be cool. Well, if he hasn't been convicted of anything yet, I'm not sure how that would work. I think pardons still work. The big news on Twitter was that Biden pardoned his own son for like 10 years worth of crimes. After he said he wouldn't. Everybody's freaking out about it on Twitter. It's not particularly relevant to this stream, but if we're talking about freeing people, let's maybe free the right people. Didn't RH say it was one of the hardest things to do, finding a good dev? Yeah. I have a question about the number 5555. Why did RH choose that number, and what does it relate to other than 555 is at the start of the Matrix film? So like, if you went longer than 5,555 days, then it would cost even more gas, like exponentially so. And so basically it was in order to fit at least 2 end stakes into each Ethereum block before you fill up the block. Same thing goes with Pulse Chain, but that's the reason why it couldn't be longer, is that's what fits in the block. And also it's a memorable number, and it's on the same scale as like a 15-year bond or a 20-year bond, which HEX approximates in the function of time locking. However, bonds are stable in value and HEX is not. Awesome. HEX deck 16, got the DM, off to work in 20 minutes. We'll try to connect around 2 p.m. Montana time. There you go. That's before we wrap up, I believe. Because if that's Mountain time, then in Central time, 3 p.m. and Eastern time, it's 4 p.m. and I think we're going until 6 or something. 6 or 7. Maybe 7. It's when the day rolls over and it's not HEX's birthday anymore, and then the stream will be over. Getting numbers on YouTube takes years, even if you're good at something. Yeah, or just stream about HEX. You'll be popular almost instantly. We are trying to get to 344 Quattro Cincos, and we're on our way. Come on, Tom Peter Gillespie, get on stream. We need a good day. Says he's listening and he's got the link, so what else do you need? Alexander, good morning. Quattro Cinco stakers, yes, here we are. Has Papa B given his okay on the new Ring wallet? I doubt it. You're not supposed to wear your wallet. That's a dead giveaway. You might like the idea of it, but I don't think you should put too much value on it. And it's kind of advertising, that you're into crypto, which maybe you don't want to do. However, it's up to you, and I don't know as much as Papa B, but that's just my reaction. That's what my gut instinct says he would say. Hey, by the way, you can now order for 30% off my favorite hardware wallet of all time. I've got the link pinned in the description below, but just in case, I'm going to drop it here for you now. I have sold over 300 of the old Trezors, which still work great and I still use. However, this new Trezor is even better, and it's not only got a better screen, but it's got this type of a chip in it where if you try to open up the device, it destroys the chip. And that makes it a little bit more physically secure, although that's not going to make a huge difference to you. Part of what I recommend for the viewers here is that if you ever made a HEX stake on a seed phrase that you did not generate on a hardware wallet, what you now need, you need 2 hardware wallets. You need one for the migrated seed phrase that you're going to migrate, and make sure 1,000 times over you want to make sure that, like, you can access it and you transferred it correctly. But then you can destroy the instance of your seed phrase that's living on your phone or your computer hard drive that can be hacked. And yeah, and then you have your migrated seed phrase with your hex stakes in it. Then you're going to get a separate hardware wallet, and that's going to have your new seed phrase that was only generated on a hardware wallet. And then all your new stakes and your liquid funds are going to go there once you're sure you know how to use it. So for people, people who are in Hex, you're going to, you might be ordering 1 or 2 of these. I ordered 20 of them just because I want to be able to onboard people this bull market at the drop of a hat. So 30% off only, I don't know, maybe today's Cyber Monday, so maybe today's the last day. So go ahead and get your order in. Only $55 today to get a Trezor Safe 3. If you use my link, then I get a reward and you pay the same price, 30% off. So that's pretty cool. So it's a good way for you to support the channel, to support me, and all this kind of stuff. Oh, hey, sticker guy, what's up?
Hey, yo, what's up? I hope the neighbor stopped drilling. Like, maybe they'll start again, then I'll mute myself. Happy birthday, I think.
Yeah, happy
everybody?
birthday.
I'm not here since day one, so for me it's like I think I joined Hex day 612, I think. So that's less than 2 years. Which affected my staking strategy a little bit, but yeah, I've took a nap of 4 hours, and then just after I woke up, the neighbors started drilling, like they're trying to tear down the house. So they stopped for now, and I hope they stop forever. Yeah, how's it going? How are you, Maddie? Long time no see. What's going on?
Likewise, great to see you. Yeah, just you know, keeping it real here.
You guys have been buying all the HEX, right? That's why the price went up so much.
Somebody has, yeah.
HEX on Pulse chain. That's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think people are starting to realize that the court case might go in the favor of HEX. I think that HEX could be dismissed based on jurisdiction in the next 30 days, even if the case continues on Pulse Chain and PulseX.
Yeah, Gary Gensler resigned, right? We won. That's crazy. So
yeah, so that doesn't mean anything for us yet, but we just found out today that Trump's replacement for the chair of the SEC might go in and cancel old cases, which was the first I heard of that.
Well,
we don't know if it'll be our case or not.
We
don't know if it'll be our case or not, but and we're probably going to hear from the judge first, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, but the judge seems fine, I think. Like, at least from what I've seen on Twitter.
Yeah, like the judge was breaking down the case into the separate assets or the separate cryptos. So that's a good sign.
Yeah. So I did not listen as much in as I was in the backstage, and then I took a 4-hour nap. So what's been going on? What's the word on the street? Everybody is buying red Bitcoin again through Bday.
Yeah.
And I've heard you guys talk a lot about Bday, and I've seen you, Maddie, capitulate a few days ago and admit that Bday is good, which I'm happy about.
Good.
We Mars from CryptoSpar Ruch and I and Coronado, we went to see the Atropa developer, Maria, back in March. Oh no, the drilling starts again. Can you hear the drilling? That's...
Oh yeah.
All right, I'll be back in a minute.
All right, with the he's gonna leave us with the cliffhanger there of meeting the Atropa dev in real life, and I guess I can answer some more questions here while we're waiting for Sticker Guy's wall to be decimated and flattened, and it's gonna be like the Kool-Aid Man crashing through the wall any second. Yeah. Okay, so Mo Funk says locked 5,555 on both chains today. Thanks, Maddie, for all your work. My pleasure. Mango Junkie asks, do you still have the DeLorean, Maddie? Haven't been paying too much attention lately. Yes, despite rumors of me being broke and a rug pulling people, not only do I still have the DeLorean, not only is the mileage of the DeLorean the numbers that spell boob, 6006, and I did take it to the All In Podcast Summit this year. I trailered it 2,000 miles from Illinois to LA, 1,500 miles, some crazy number of miles, and showed it off at their Back to the Future party. This is the most influential and largest finance and tech podcast in the world. I'm also going to hang out with their crowd again on the 7th, so coming up super soon. But yeah, so the DeLorean is alive and well and like crushing it. And also, oh yeah, like all of the funds that have ever been associated with Maddie token liquidity are still on chain and have never left, never left the blockchain, never been cashed out, never been up to no good. So yeah, the reports that I'm broke seem completely unsubstantiated and false. So there you go.
Can you tell the story what happened to the liquidity on Medicoin? Like what was the reason behind that? Because I did not look a lot into it, but like I saw that the price went down and like that's generally a good thing.
Yeah. So Maddie token was like started by Funding Gym, and like I knew nothing about it, but then at some point I got more interested in it, and I explained to everybody that it would be funny if the value went to $20 and stayed there, because in my wallet I have more than $1 bills, and like if Bday can do it and go to $1, then maybe we're going to need a $20 bill there too. So Maddie was always like a meme stable coin speculation type of play, and it started trading with much liquidity at $1 and was telling people it can't go higher than $20. So already that's like a fascinating experiment. Maybe not experiment, but it's a fascinating like narrative to like follow. And sure enough, like on quote unquote day one FOMO, the price went from $1 to $10. Traders could no longer sell for a double, and then it went back to $1, basically $1.14. And I like to famously say that just like Jesus, it died for 3 days, meaning that it had no transaction volume at all, and that was at $1.14. And so at that point, which like the liquidity had already been lowered and to an amount that you would want to see if you wanted Maddie coin to be scarce, and if you wanted anybody buying it to like push the price up to $20. But see, the thing was, you didn't need new buyers at that point because, well, maybe you didn't need new buyers at that point or ever again, because enough people had gotten cheap Maddie, and now it was time for the sacrifice address or whatever to start yield farming and basically having a plan of how to get to $20 without making any promises. And so yeah, so far you've seen like kind of a pulse chain sacrifice address type play where all the funds that were not extracted by the traders on day one, which was like a lot of it was extracted that way. Like what you would have seen is like the same thing where basically it would have just gone back to $1 and then just stayed there and like not done anything. But in this case, those liquidity funds like went to work and bought probably the bottom of Deci, which was like at a discount of 50. It was at a 50% discount compared to the underlying value. And so yeah, so basically what you're seeing now is like the amount of value that's backing each that basically Maddie token is now seemingly over collateralized, almost at like a 2x, if not more than that. And but there's not enough liquidity to buy in, which is a good thing because you're late and like it's not a free ride, so you don't get $20 for free. You you had to be in it basically earlier, and that's fair to everybody because at some point you get to where everybody who bought the all-time high will be in profit. So yeah, it's something that not everybody understands, but I've written like many essays about it on Twitter. And if you're a trader and you're crying because like you didn't get more than a 10x on day one, well, too bad. Like you don't deserve more than a 10x on one day of like trading. And yeah, so it seems like pretty fair and cool. And I don't know why people are surprised, but I guess some people just had a lot of hate built up that they wanted to unleash at me. But I think that yeah, I think it's looking pretty good for people who held, and that's yeah, so that'll be cool to see how that plays out.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know that the coin was made by funding. I thought you did it yourself. Just quite a thing that people make coins with other names. Yeah, I've seen there's a lot of liquidity on single-sided, I think 9mm. But in general, sorry for the drills, guys, it's annoying. But like the liquidity, at least what I'm seeing on Dex Screener is like 1.6K. So in general, it should not be that much. Like, but then there's some weird V3 liquidity between let me see, $2 and $3, and maybe a little higher at, well, the liquidity is at red pulse, so it's between 19,036 and 29 and 160K per coin. So yeah, I don't know. I think if the liquidity stays that low, it should be relatively easy to just pump it in pulse terms. And right, that's what
yeah,
matters.
but like the whole point is like to, without making any promises, like you might imagine that part of the point is like buy back every token in circulation for $20. And you might ask yourself, if that was the goal, you might ask like, what's the most efficient way to do that? Like the most efficient way to do that is not to create thick liquidity on two sides, because you're giving people a free ride and you're taking way longer to get to $20 because everybody knows that that you're giving out free money, and like that doesn't work on the market. And so we're literally learning like so much stuff about like how any market maker would do an extensive buyback, like how Richard Hart would interact with his tokens. And like there's so much that can be learned, and everybody's just like, oh, low liquidity, blah blah blah, trying to cry about it when like they didn't even buy any. So they had no loss, or like you didn't hold longer than a certain period. But like, yeah, all I'm saying is that there's been a plan in place ever since people stopped trading it for 3 days. You know, like there's been something in place that you could have seen on chain that would suggest that like all of that money was coming back and then some. So yeah, I mean, like, you know, the fact that that there's low liquidity means that there's no cheap Matty for sale.
No, I think low liquidity is much more fun than big liquidity. I mean, it depends on the coin. I think having a lot of liquidity to pulls is good because then you have better routing, because everybody who comes in has pulls and can just buy the coin through pulls.
Yeah. Yeah, like, yeah, you need, yeah, and it depends on like the function of the coin, like as a base layer or something that, I mean, yeah, but even that is a good example of like, you know, the sacrifice address did not put all of the sacrifice funds into liquidity starting off. It's letting it grow. It's, you know, doing whatever it's doing. So thanks to Robert for picking up a Trezor 5.
So who controls the majority of the Maddie supply? Is it still Funding Gym?
I don't think that that's relevant because like that's not on the market. There's only 88,000 Maddie tokens that are in the circulating supply in users' hands. And so yeah, so that's the number of Maddie tokens that the maximum that theoretically could be bought back. And yeah, so it's like really cool because the market price is not even like reflecting the amount of money that can buy back the tokens. So it's just like it's just nuts. It's like it's like if the entire market cap of every Richard Hart coin was less than the sacrifice funds. And you couldn't buy in without pushing the price against yourself so much that like, you know, like it's too late. Like it's, you know, there's no way to cheat the system at this point. So that's how it should be in this case. Like, and
well, yeah, but like for somebody to buy up those 88,000 coins, you would need to know who is the holder of the large bag, because if it is like I don't think Funding Gym.
Well, you don't need Maddie tokens to buy Maddie tokens. Are you talking about the you talking about the owner of like the sacrifice funds or like the liquidity funds or whatever?
Yeah, because like he who owns it controls it. So whoever is in control of the large, like of the really large bag, he could just dump. But if he doesn't care, like for instance, personally, I don't care that Richard owns so much of HEX and pulls, because I think he is already rich enough, and I don't think he is going to dump on my head. Not the same with people like BankX. I think they also have a lot, but they will dump on my head. So with a if I want to buy the coin, is the top holder going to sell or not? That's like, because if I think the top holder is going to sell, then I'm going to wait to buy in.
Yeah, like the whole point of Maddie though is like this idea that like at some point you don't need new buyers, which is again like, you know, exploring something different than like most cryptos are doing. because most cryptos are just saying, oh, somebody will buy back later, higher, who's a new buyer who has expectations of higher price. But if the whatever, like the sacrifice address is buying back everything, in this case, if the liquidity funds became so productive that they did a 10x and now they can buy back all the tokens, then you don't need a new buyer. And so you don't, so there's a bunch of things that you don't need now. Like you don't need, you don't need like new buyers mostly. And then it makes it so that the new buyer doesn't get stuck with the bag. So it's like a really good system.
I mean, you can pump a token by just setting up liquidity and waiting for arbitrage bots to use your route as more efficient way. So if you set up the liquidity between, like, let's say, pools and a coin of your choice, and if you set enough, you can, because there's trades happening, and if you make your route more efficient than other routes, the bots will always choose the way of least resistance. So, and with Pulse X having like this little fee, there's always going to be some little part of it being stuck in the pair forever.
Yeah,
so
but that's not the most efficient way, in my opinion. Like, and part of the benefit of that is that you're like letting new buyers like have less slippage when they get in. But yeah, like once people have like read all of my essays on Twitter about like MDTY token, then they'll understand better this approach. And but the idea that I rugged anything, you know, whether you understand that because you look on chain and see not a dollar has left, or whether you wait until, you know, people think like Hans thinks that all the MDTY tokens will be bought back for $20. Like, it doesn't really matter what people, you know, it doesn't matter to me because I didn't rug anything. So, but it's a hard lesson for people too, because they think that that they can just, you know, they think if they swap for something, they still own what they had before they swapped. Like, so they think that the liquidity is theirs, when like that's not how crypto works. Like, it's, if it's not your keys, it's not your coins, and you don't get to take both sides of the trade. And so just because liquidity is cool, that it's there, that you can exit, doesn't mean you get to like have the upside but not the downside or something. And it's like, if you, like, why would you buy something if like you could, if you're just buying into like a piece of a liquidity pool that stays the same asset? Why wouldn't you just own the asset that's in the liquidity pool? So like the argument of the traders just falls apart as soon as you start examining like, you know, what is it, what are we really talking about here? However, I will say that like rug pulls that are actual rug pulls where they're just extracting value and like running away with the money, that is way more common and also has a similar profile. But the money goes to a centralized exchange and then leaves, or like it never does anything for the ecosystem in the future. So yeah, there's lots of nuances there, but boom. What's up, Freddie Quotes? You don't need to put in an actual email address for the free Roger open letter, but do leave a message to the president. freerogernow.org. No matter what anybody says about you, you obviously grind the hardest for HEX. Appreciate it. Yeah, Mango Junkie wasn't asking about that, but Sticker Guy was. Fair enough. And People shouting out Sticker Guy here. It's Crypto King, his new name. Crypto King. Cool. All right. Somebody says they staked 55,000 hex for the maximum length. That's awesome. I dig it. Let's see how our world record here is coming. $236 plus 45. That's 281 out of 344. 63 more max length stakes to go. And we had HEX pull ahead here in terms of the amount of hex staked. Used to be very similar, but now there's been another 500,000, looks like, staked. And
what's the reason behind staking on Ethereum? Like, I'm all in for HEX, but why stake it?
The gas fees might be lowered, like through some Ethereum improvement protocol by 15 years from now. Like they might lower it themselves.
I hope cheaper, so, because otherwise I'm screwed.
Right?
So what convinced you to change your mind on Bday? I mean, on the last post conference, you already played like a 30-minute video from one of the guys explaining the Bday thing. So I felt like you were open to it. But like,
yeah, but they
end,
really had to twist
really
my arm for that. I was not that supportive, but barely. Is there a place to check when all the stakes are ending on the Pulse Chain side? Like your stakes, you can go to go.tshare.app or hexscout.com. Don't forget to click the like on YouTube. That's a great question, Sticker Guy, about my change of heart when it comes to Bday. So here's what I would say. Like before Pulse Chain launched, I was like all in on this idea of like P copy and E copy parity for like normal assets that weren't stable coins. So like I was down with the idea of, you know, P wrapped Bitcoin, like, you know, being paired with wrapped Bitcoin and like wrapped Bitcoin bridging over to be paired. And, you know, I didn't think Hex would have parity per se, but, you know, I was aware of this idea that like the yield farms, like the ink farms could incentivize people to, and I was advocating for this strong. Like I was talking about this influentially to say that like you could pay a certain amount to make it worth people's while to like bridge their value over to Pulse Chain from Ethereum with their like Ethereum version. So let's say like, you know, wrapped Bitcoin comes across, or like SHIB or whatever it is. I wasn't really thinking Bday, but whatever. And it comes over and it has to swap half for its P copy that becomes more and more valuable and finally reaches parity. And then people are yield farming and FOMOing into that P copy and earning yield. And that's what Bitcoiners, that's what Michael Saylor wants to do. So I was always down with that narrative and like, you know, all that, but like I didn't necessarily apply it to Bday. And then I stopped believing in all of that once Pulse Chain launched and like didn't really do much. And then and all the SEC stuff and like my broken collarbones and everything, I was just like not not believing super hard. And then just recently I started believing super hard because I heard enough of that like original narrative being echoed by people who I didn't even really like, I don't even know if Sami was really covering Hex and Pulse Chain that much back when we were discussing the game theory before Pulse Chain Sacrifice even launched. So yeah, once I got reminded of like how much that makes sense at like a super deep game theory level, then it made me realize, I've already thought about this for a year or more. And so but then I started to put the pieces together with like the PDI possibility, and then I was like, oh yeah, that's way more viable than I was thinking. So also like PDI went through like a 90 or 99% correction, and I also like fumbled my own bag where I bought like 2 million PDI for like $200 or $400 and then sold on like a double. So I was like salty about all that, and like I'd seen the price performance like not do super well right when it launched and like all this stuff. So there were like so many things that like all of a sudden flipped, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, I don't care that I didn't get the first 1000x or 5000x or whatever, because like that's not the most exciting thing. Like even though I didn't have to buy that much to care. Like it's not just about making money in the thing that has the, that it's already up 5000x. It's like it's more about like what happens next. And like what I think happens next is something on Ethereum that got copied to Pulse Chain gets close to parity and makes people FOMO in, and maybe even before that or during that, somebody starts bridging over and like trying to set themselves up for a farm to get rewarded by ink. So there's a lot to unpack there, but I just like flipped back into this like thinking that I was doing before, not just about PDI, but more about other P copies, and like, yeah. So now, and then I see how strong the PDI community is, like exactly how Hex was, except even stronger. And my second most popular tweet of all time was me admitting I was wrong about PDI and manning up to that. And so now I'm like, all right, let's go, like put me to work. And so I'm ready to do a PDI conference like next week before the maker vote, this week actually, in like, I don't know, 3 or 4 days. Like I'm going to just do what I can to give people like, maybe a 10 or 12-hour stream of like half of it live, half of it like replay stuff of like getting people caught up to speed and doing live commentary on the origin address voting or whatever.
I think the reason why the PDI community is so strong is because there's many hexicans in the PDI community, like true hex believers who went to do a lot for the PDI thing. I think that's the reason why this community is so vibrant, and also the Atropa system combined with Sunny, and there's some other guys who also do OG Web Chef, I think, and I feel like I'm forgetting someone. Well, there's like many different ecosystems evolved through the Atropa thing, and Atropa is like paired immensely with PDI. So whatever PDI does, Atropa does, and whatever Atropa does, all the Atropa system coins do, like Teddy Bear and there's like liquidity maps where you can see how all of them are connected. And yeah, I think Maria once said that he believes that EHEX and PHEX have to pair for the success of Pulse Chain, because like yeah.
Yeah, and I think that that could happen by BankX like wising up and like doing the right thing, or somebody else might take the leadership on it, and it might be somebody who's already been saying that for a long time, or it might be somebody else. But it's like, why hasn't somebody taken the leadership on something that was copied over? Because the real prize isn't riding on the coattails of Bday speculation of just we want new buyers, or people are going to pay $1 or 10 cents even, but like, what is it backed by? And so the P maker vote like could create backing, but like the greatest backing of all is going to be people bridging over from Ethereum, their Ethereum value. And then if you have to swap half of your SHIB from Ethereum into SHIB on Pulse Chain, then that means that the people who own the SHIB on Pulse Chain get half of the real, of quote unquote real SHIB on Ethereum that is connected to the Ethereum liquidity of ETH and of USDC that's redeemable in a bank. And so that's how like the vampire attack like completes itself, and how you get backing for not only Bday and everything else on chain, but like for all those copies that suddenly become extremely valuable. Yeah. So it's pretty deep game theory, but like we already know that I think that this can work, because look at how the Richard Hart tickers go up and down together. Like I could already tell you a few months ago like which one was going to perform the best based on liquidity, at least between PulseX and Inc. Those are easier for me to understand than like the relationship of HEX, but I knew that Pulse would perform the least because it has the thickest liquidity with like Ethereum and USDC. So that those are keeping it stable, and there's less slippage, so it's not going to push the price up. Whereas like PulseX has only liquidity between it and Pulse, and between it and Inc. And Inc. only has it between PulseX and Inc. Right? And like, is there a farm of like Inc. and Pulse? But anyway, like when you look at how the farms are rewarding the different pairs, you can see which ones are going to do better and worse based on the relative performance. It's determined by the bonding and the liquidity. So the real price here with Bday and everything is going to be bonding in the liquidity from Ethereum, and that's got to be the next stage. And it's like, you know, the OA can do that with ETH, or other people can step up and do it. It's
Yeah,
gonna be epic.
actually the lower, like I'm sorry for anybody, but the lower pulse stays, the better. And I feel horrible saying that, but the longer pulse stays low, or the lower it stays in general, the better, because the higher it goes, the higher the transaction costs are. And just yesterday or the day before, I've had to pay for transaction costs like 50 cents, which feels like a lot. Like maybe I was creating a liquidity pool, so it was not like a normal cent, which is like still 1 to 5 cents. But if the price of pool, like for us, it seems like it doesn't really matter, because people who sacrifice should have enough pools to pay for transaction costs of 50 cents. Like who cares if you have thousands of dollars, or if you have billions of pools, you don't care if it is 50 cents. But the lower a pool stays, the better for new money to come in, right?
I mean, like, yeah, the transaction fees on Pulse could be high if like the price runs up, but what are you gonna do? Yeah, like you know,
Fork it again.
anybody who holds anything on there is gonna be so rich. Like it's gonna be the same thing as Ethereum, like except faster and better, like of getting rich. And yeah, I mean, yeah, at least it achieved one of its goals. Awesome. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe somebody else staked here. Who Quattro Cinco is the hardest? So far we have a 4 million PHEX stake from today.
Nice. Can somebody send Richard a like a letter where that he, well, a letter would not be reaching him today, so maybe an invoice or like a person who goes to him and tells him to stake some, right? He has so much coins, why is he not staking them?
Yeah. Well, good question.
Can you show me this statistics? Like 4 million was the most, and the average is just 5555, or
Yeah. And then the other average is 555.
can I go to the website myself? Is this a public link?
No. Crispy didn't want to pay for the servers if somebody started spam attacking it or something, but
Oh yeah, I see. No worries.
but yeah, this is so like we can sort by stake ID and that'll tell us like the most recent one. So the most recent one was 30,000 HEX. Before that was 1T share at 13,000 HEX. Then you had a 5.5K, and you had a 555 HEX. So yeah, there's been a variety. Oh, somebody staked one finally. But what was the smallest one? I think it was less than
counts.
The smallest one was half a hex. There's 4 people did that. And then 2 people did 1 hex. Yeah, so you can see it's like varied, but I mean, you know. There's
And
a lot
I
of
think
5.
the guy in the chat, I think Free Speech News, who asked earlier if there's a place to check where all the stakes are ending on Postchain. I think he's referring not to his own stakes, but to the ones like you remember. I think Fireband made a website. It was like Elastic or something, where you could see the future market supply. I think that's what he's referring to. So, do you know a place where you can see future market supply? Like when are all the stakes of all the people coming up? You remember that it was like a pink chart or something?
Yeah, I remember that. I don't know if that's still around. You might be able to get it at backuphex.com. Or hexfire.io could probably show that too. That's where I would look first. So we got 55 more to go. 55 more Quattro Cincos, and then we're there. So I don't know, maybe I should tweet about that.
Do HSIs also count in your calculation?
No, but they count here.
Yeah, I'm
So
like.
we are counting them.
And all right, great. Because in the beginning I didn't like HSIs, but now I think the way I'm holding is getting better. I rather have an HSI which I'm not going to sell, but in case something happens, I can transfer from one wallet to another. Like if you have to migrate wallets for some security reason or whatever, I think that's has always been like a risk for the native hex stakes because they're so deeply tied to the seed words. And with HSI, you like, I mean, you're getting the hedron anyways, so it's not about the hedron. It's more about being able to move the T shares around, which I think is a good thing. But then you can also like, I mean, you can sell an HSI, which is for me feels scary. Like if it goes up all and then you sell the HSI and then you get wrecked, not so good. But maybe you just hold and don't sell, right?
Right.
But then the HSI is also giving you like a opportunity to do something if you have like an emergency. Like you really don't want to emergency end stake, right? But if you have an emergency and you have it in an HSI, you could still sell it to the auction thing and get more value without. But then it's like, yeah, no, I think it's better because every stake that does the full time is better. Or, well, it depends on who you are, right? Because if you are in the staker pool or staker class, then and somebody emergency end stakes, you get more payout. But then if you keep the hedron stake for all the time for the whole duration, you also increase the T share rate. So it's a win-win either way, I think.
Yeah, that's a good analysis. Okay, I'm letting my Telegram groups know there's 55 more stakes left to get the job done here. So that's t.me/hex conference, t.me/time pays me, t.me/smart vault me. These are my Telegram groups there. So hit the like and subscribe button if you're enjoying this content. Subscribe to myself on Twitter and YouTube. Subscribe to Sticker Guy Win wherever social media is found. Happy anniversary, Hexaco. Alex is another goat. That's right. What's up, Hex Glenn? Can you post the links? Sure, why not? Well, I don't know about 5555. What are you asking for here, Crypto Ape? Go to tshirt.app, hexscout.com. t.me/hex conference. That should be a good start. I think we're going to get some more big names joining us here eventually, but we'll give it some time.
Do you think that with the recent pulse chain rally, do you think we're going to take a dip soon?
It's hard to say. Like dips are in the game, and but you know, all it takes is Ethereum going up 10% in a day, and you know we're off to the races again. So,
what do you think is going to happen with the ETH? Like where will the ETH go? Like the one Richard, like there's a treasury tracker. I'm sure you know it. What do you think is going to happen with that Ethereum?
I don't know. Probably something really cool that we can barely imagine.
Like just sitting there forever, being used to pay the stakes in 10 years. Did the OA ever pay for one of its own stakes? Like it had to pay to start the stakes, but I know that I think John Wick did a good accounting thing on one of the large stakes, but I'm not sure if that was from the OA or from some other larger whale to make it stop bleeding, because that was calculated to be better for the ecosystem, I believe.
I think it used to end its stakes because on Big Payday, 99% of HEX was staked, so the OA wouldn't have any HEX really, like it does. Like it sacrificed for Pulse Chain, it wouldn't have had that if it didn't end a stake at some point. But yeah, that's like a funny observation. Although that's not how it would work, because the OA could only pay for other people to. It could only pay for good accounting in other people's stakes, but it costs the same amount of ETH to like end a stake as it does to good account, roughly. So that actually wouldn't help things much, unless it like airdropped the ETH, and then that might be against the point. So yeah, I think in general, like it will not be used to pay for ending gas fees. And the whole killing EHEX because the gas fees are high, like, is another reason why I would think that the money would not go to the ETH people. Like ETH is kind of like the most liquid thing that you can hold that's compatible with Pulse Chain that's not Pulse Chain. So
yeah, I just feel like if the plan was to do something with the ETH, wouldn't you already have done it? With in one case, you use it as liquidity. But if you would have used it as liquidity, you should have set it up already when it was at the lows, right? So you catch the write up where both sides of the pair go up. But that isn't the case because it is still sitting there. So if it is still sitting there, you're not going to use it as liquidity. So
no, but remember if you set really thick liquidity at the bottom, that means that there's more cheap pulse for sale, and maybe you don't want that. And so it
don't you want it for your own people at a good timing, like give your people more pulse, and then when prices go up,
you have to weigh the benefits. If you give people too much cheap pulse or too much cheap Maddie, then they have more to sell, and it's harder to fight on the way up. It costs you more on the way up. So no, you do not want thick liquidity when the price is low, in particular.
So you rather buy the cheap ETH and then, oh damn it, the OA, so you're so big that you cause the dip because everybody see you're buying ETH, and then they try to get your egg. But then the ETH recovers, as we kind of knew, and then the bull market is happening, and then at the top, then you set liquidity, so you then have much liquidity at a higher price where people can get less pulse. And if the price of pulse is very high, you set the liquidity, and then as the bear starts happening, you are selling through. That could work, right?
No, like almost like you want to like have separate like funds. So you don't want to create thick liquidity at the top or the bottom. You want those funds to be separate so that you can buy and force the price up making other people compete with you to buy at the same time. And yeah, I mean, it's you want what you're holding to go up first, I would say. And then yeah, and then like you know, there's lots of really cool things that can happen with like, again, like incentivizing other people to bridge over. So like you don't even really need to use that ETH per se if you get everybody to bridge their Bitcoin over and swap it for fake Bitcoin. Like
Don't call it fake Bitcoin. It's real. It's a real Bitcoin. It's a real copy of the copy. No, wait. Well, wrapped Bitcoin on Ethereum is also not the real Bitcoin, right? So it is a copy of, is a correct copy of not the real thing.
Yeah, but the interesting thing is like if everybody brings their wrapped Bitcoin over to Pulse Chain and swaps for P wrapped Bitcoin, then the people who own P wrapped Bitcoin now can get half of that wrapped Bitcoin and bridge it back over to Ethereum and then redeem it for real Bitcoin and then dump it on Michael Saylor's head.
So
that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about is like you don't need the ETH from the OA in order to like, and the ETH from the OA is best utilized to maintain the value of ink that can be used to incentivize people to bridge their value over to Pulse Chain and do what I just said.
How about ink has so much inflation?
Yeah,
I
but
don't know.
but the master chef can just turn it to zero. Like the master chef has complete control of that. So one day, like the ink. So if the ink rewards are pointed towards something that nobody owns, then what? You know, like.
But if the ink reward or if the ink inflation is turned to zero, then the whole Pulse X liquidity fund thing could no longer work.
Right, which is why I would rather be like pointed towards something that the OA owns a lot of and other people don't own a lot of, and that has a lot of value that can bridge in, which is what makes me more bullish on wrapped Bitcoin, the P copy, than even Pday, because they're about equal to reach parity. Like they both could get like a 30 to 40x to like reach their original copy, but the $1 version of Bday is not going any higher, and the version of Bitcoin is going higher. So
yeah, but how good is your knowledge about the peg? Like, because in order to like, okay, so it is relatively easy to make Pday go to $1. I mean, it takes a lot of community effort, but the ball is already rolling like crazy. Pday is going up. Everybody's following in. Really, really cool. But just because of that, that does not mean that Pday stays at $1 once we reach it, right? Because there's the maker vaults where you have to collateralize the asset in order for it to keep its $1 value.
Yeah.
So, and I think the problem there is that you would need the OA or whoever is in control of the P maker, because somebody bought a shit ton of P maker and now that entity is in control of the DAO system, and the DAO system is the one who is allowing the vaults to work again. And this address also, like, I think stopped the inflation of Pday, or like it tested if the function is working. So like it turned it on and then it turned it off again, something like that, if I recall correctly. And you need to have the 150% of collateralization in order to make Pday stable, because if you don't do that, the coin will just keep being a volatile asset, and that's kind of not the plan, right? The plan is not to the one part of the plan is to get it to $1, and the other part is to keep it at $1. I mean, if it goes
Right.
up more, I see no problem there, because but then it's like, do we want a volatile asset or do we want a stable coin? And with Pday, we rather want a stable coin, right? We have other assets that are volatile and that are supposed to be volatile. So, but because of the centralization of the P maker coins, it is one entity who decides if the vaults can be turned back on. And I'm not exactly sure with the whole math behind it because it's so difficult. But I think Decentralized Me made a good YouTube video about it. The same guy you showed on the conference. And basically, I think he says that that there is a possibility for Richard to take so much of his bag, like the whole thing basically, and to do the pegging. And I'm not sure about that. Like, just because it is possible doesn't mean that Richard is going to do it, because there's also risk involved, and I don't know if it is legally a thing. But then it's like, if Richard is, or no, not if, but Richard is here for glory. So what other better glory than having your own community make it happen that the coin reaches $1 and then being benevolent, which the way it has been in the past, and thus making the chart look really funny where it's going up like crazy and then it stays flat forever, which is the functionality of Pday. And to my knowledge, that is also how the chart looked on Ethereum back when Pday launched. So they also did not launch it at $1, but they launched it lower and pushed it up to be at $1. So and I forgot where I was going. Probably to $1.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm just looking up right now like how much wrapped Bitcoin there is in existence, which
Yeah, you see, Free Speech News in the chat is saying interesting talks. I'm just going to wait for $1 HEX. But if you look at the way the liquidity is set up, it will take much more dollars to get HEX to $1 than it would take for Pday to go to $1. And with the Pday community being very strong-handed and being many of them being very hard blood hexicans, it is just easier just to pump Pday first, bring it to $1, then have much more value and also have new people coming in because of green candles, and then take the profits at $1 to buy HEX with it. Because, like, what's the liquidity on HEX? Let me check on DEX Screener. Matthew, do you know any other good site other than DEX Screener to check charts? Because TradingView is like not really good because they don't show fresh addresses, fresh pairs and stuff. So is there a second thing where you can see that?
I mean, there's like dextools.io.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm mostly using DEX Screener and DEX tools.
So all right, so check out my theory. So there's more Bitcoin in the world, more value in Bitcoin that can go chasing yield than there is stable coins. So if I look at how much value is in wrapped Bitcoin today, it's like 14.5 billion, which is less, I think, than the amount of like DAI. Maybe DAI has like 25 billion or something, whatever. But like, that's just what's wrapped on in Bitcoin on Ethereum now, which, like, you know, Michael Saylor could double that or like triple that or whatever. So like, there's more Bitcoin that can go chasing yields that can like bridge into Pulse Chain, even if it has to go wrap itself, like even if the supply of wrapped Bitcoin on Ethereum like increases, that's not going to increase the supply of P wrapped Bitcoin. Also, Gecko terminal is good too. They actually list stuff correctly. I saw Fast Abdul using that today.
How fast
So what
is
I'm
Fast Abdul really? Sorry.
As fast as they come. So even though it appears like there's like more value to be had, but then I guess I don't know. Then like there really are unlimited stablecoins in the world, so you can make that argument too. But I don't know. I just think that like of things that are trustless or more crypto native, I think the plan to incentivize people to bridge their Bitcoin into Pulse Chain is like the surest thing, because Michael Saylor's already saying he wants to loan his Bitcoin to the banks so he can earn yield. And once you have like the thickest liquidity between Bitcoin and stablecoins, or between Bitcoin and anything else, then all of like the order routing to get the best price is going to have to go through that pair. So like you could literally vampire attack every single place people buy Bitcoin anywhere in the world if you had the thickest liquidity pair between like Bitcoin and something else, and then dollars. So maybe it's maybe it's both. Maybe it's both that are part of this master plan for Pulse Chain, and yeah, that's kind of what I'm betting on. But I would, in that scenario where like both of these things on Pulse Chain become more valuable or equally as valuable as their original, like points, in that world, I would see P-wrapped Bitcoin doing more X's than Pday. But if it doesn't do it first, then yeah, it still would be better to be in Pday. Like order matters. So like if you get a 30x in one, and then you get the chance to rotate into the other one before it pops off, then you get a 900x if you get the second 30x on top of that. So it's like, but that's a little bit too greedy. Like we know they're going to pump together anyway. So for me, I felt like, P-wrapped Bitcoin was something I could buy into, even though it was like up a lot, even though it was up 100x or something. That was something I was more comfortable getting into than like going hard into Pday at this point. Even though like I'm going hard into like supporting Pday, I think that might be like the first mover in like a series of things that comes together.
Yeah, I also think so. It just based on liquidity, it just makes more sense, because like going into HEX, like if you look at Dex Screener at the HEX address, it has over 70 million in liquidity with wrapped pulls on PulseX V1 and V2. So getting that up is much more expensive than buying up the Pday, which is, well, actually the liquidity between Pday and Atropa is at, I think, 130 million, which is much more. But then I'm not sure, because you can only get Atropa through Pday. Like if you like, of course you can buy it through another route if you're small, but if you're like a really big whale, the only way to get to Atropa is through Pday. So, and honestly, what the Atropa dev is building is really impressive. It is so cool. There's like a random number generator, which he says it is truly random, because usually in computer science, a random function which creates a random number is not random. But he says that his is, because it's working differently. He says the numbers are generated in like a a circle, and then they're like put together. Please don't ask me; it's like really, really difficult. So finally, the guys stopped drilling the house down. So maybe I can tell you a little bit about the Atropa developer, which is so cool.
Perfect.
So we went to Zurich again. Weirdly, it was Zurich again, and we met with him, and I think there was like 10, 12 people attending, and it is uploaded on YouTube, the first meetup. Or it was the second meetup. I think he did one in LA where there were only 3 people, and that's where they did one of the first liquidity maps, which I believe in the end led to Crispyman building his liquidity tool. And
Nice.
so the interview with the Atropa developer is on YouTube on ksb.tv if anyone is interested. And then we did the Post-Chain Europe tour, and Maria also showed up at the Amsterdam event, where there's like, we've uploaded a 1.2 hour long video, I think, of him explaining his ecosystem, explaining his plan. Like, I think right now he's working on a layer 2 called Dysomnia, and yeah, so if anyone is interested to look closer into that, because like a large majority of the post-chain transactions do route through the Atropa system, and I don't have exact data, but like, I mean, look at the front page of post-chain, right? It is 3 times teddy bear with 1,000 to 500 transactions each. And like here, there's BFF and many other coins that are involved into the Atropa, or coming from the 414 address, which is the Atropa developer. But I think he then moved and had to start from a new address. But anyways, so a large chunk of the post-chain transactions are coming from the Atropa system, which is trying to make routing much better. Like maybe we can get Coronado here. I'm sure he can explain it much better than I.
Yeah, so far so good. I'm following you.
So yeah, we did interviews with him. We talked a little with him, and he's really, really intelligent. Wow, one of the big. Richard was impressive. He had like a big brain, but the Maria guy, also had a big brain, big brain energy.
Cool.
Like much of the stuff he says is like you really try to understand it, and it's like, oh yeah, okay. Months later, you're like, oh, that's what he's talking about.
Wow.
So, and he has been in like, I think he worked for NASA earlier, and I mean that's nice, right?
Right.
NASA sounds governmenty. Yes, NASA sounds governmenty. Just because you work for the government doesn't mean you're stupid, right? Oh, well, for some it maybe. Oh, we got one more stake. It on Ethereum. It went from 48 to 49.
Boom.
Good job.
Yeah. Keep it up, everybody. We gotta make it. Stick it till you make it.
What's the site for entering data for your token? Need to get my logo and website entered. Yeah, that's a good question. I think, let me check. I think on Gamma there's some. There is places where you can click the some link and submit it, maybe even on PulseX. Yeah, you have to look for it. Go Pulse. Maddie, do you run a validator?
No.
No. Yeah. Me neither. Yeah, Robert. I've also seen it, but I also can't remember. I'm sure you can pay Dex Screener, I think $300 in order for them to write a text and post a link.
Yep, that's right. And we've got got more and more people joining us here. So welcome. Hit the like and subscribe button. Share this on Twitter and YouTube, etc.
I mean, the whole thing really looks like a top. Like the.
What does? What are you looking at?
Right now, I'm looking at Teddy Bear to red Bitcoin. Like the whole chart is like volume wise, it's like 1K, 5K, $180, 1,900. And then it's like the last 3 days is like $1 million.
Well, hey, if I take a 5 to 10 minute break here to go stretch my legs, what would you do? Would you be able to hold this down, or I don't really know.
Sure.
What you would cover, worries. But
I can. I can do some fun thing.
Okay. Cool.
Wait. What?
I'll be back in 10.
All right, guys. Now it's my turn. What are we going to do? Let's just look at some numbers, at some charts. Let me prepare my diese Zeichenleiste ausblenden. Okay, so I can share my screen. Share screen. Please write in the chat. Like it's crazy on it's crazy. Oh my gosh. Let me give me a second. Okay. Right now, no, let's look at some charts. So on YouTube, there's like 70 to 100 people watching, and on StreamYard it shows 1,000 people. So the big majority of you must either be on X or on Twitch, and I do believe that you are all on X and not on Twitch. So maybe I can find the chat in the live chat on X, and if people have questions, please post them in the chat and I'll try to see them. If not, post it on YouTube or be forgotten, whatever. So what do you guys think about XUSD? Like, I think we some of the Crypto Starbuck boys made a voice chat with him, but I missed it. They said to me it was or I thought it was at 8 p.m. and then it was at maybe, hey, there's Crypto Starbuck. Maybe we talk about how Crypto Starbuck got hated for being right and nobody dares to apologize for it. Yeah, dude, we are right, and I think the numbers do show that we are right. Look at all this. Look at it. It's 18%. It's Bday. Well, that's teddy bear, but it's closely related, right? So they apologized by buying our bags, I feel like. And then we have Crypto King, or yeah, the free Roger. Is Roger Ver actually in prison? Man, but he seemed like a really nice guy. What do you think of Gee Baby? I don't think about it at all. I don't spend my time thinking about it. Yeah. Let's get to 555 signatures. Yeah, here, see. Actually, thank you, KSB, good to see you guys. Always great analysis. I'm part of the Crypto Sparrow myself, so thank you. If there's any Germans in the chat, we have a Telegram group. It's called Crypto Sparbuch. Feel free to join. We're doing voice chats. We try to do it once a week. Sometimes we're busy, then we don't do it. But we have like a little group of maybe 15 to 20 people, depending on the day and the time. Here, that's another Tropa coin. It's a faction. And now let me tell you something. If you can buy a faction and then you can find bots on the internet and they buy Bday, then they swap it for math, and then they swap math for something else, and then you get a faction. And a faction is the coin where you can get into the Omnia thing, I think. It's very interesting. But it's like takes weeks and months to fully understand. Crypto King answered with, yes, the crazy is basically on house arrest in Spain. He was being held at the same jail where McAfee was. Oh, that's unfortunate. That does not sound very good. So, hey, let me, how can I copy that? No. freerogernow.org. Can I let's just do it on stream and run into something. HTTPS / here, look, the faucet is one of my. Oops. Oh my gosh, I should not do this. I'm sorry for background noises. Oh, there's Gamma. If you want a cool website, the Def Young was earlier on the stream. Really cool guy. I really enjoyed talking to him. And this is like, oh, here we go. So if you're a validator, this is your go-to site. Look how pretty it looks. It shows the epochs and pending stuff and data of recent blocks. Wow. And for myself, I always go to the resources, and then you have endpoint resources, and there's like mainnet URLs, how to like this part. Let's make it a little bit bigger so you can see it. This is the stuff you need in order to connect your wallet with the post chain. It's the RPC URL and the chain ID and stuff, and also for testnet and Ethereum token API. So yeah, check out gamma.io. No, that does not. It's with a gamma with a 4. Very, very good site. Also, if you are a validator, well, if you're a validator, you should already know this site. But let's check out the ooh, look at that chart. Wow. Ooh, everything is lagging on my end. Yeah, here, David Morales. That's what I'm. Our wallets will show that we are right. So yeah, if the nice guy have to pay taxes, you rather want to be a bad guy? So yeah, basically the you could swap the P stables for a faction, and as long as the price is above $1. Oh wow, look how long it was exactly at $1 here. How long is that? Oh, they're starting drilling again. Oh, let me mute myself. Oh, okay, I hope they stop the drilling. I'm really sorry. I can't control it. They're fixing something in the house, and they're doing it since months. It's no fun for none of us, right? Right, free Roger Ver campaign. Not going to do this on the shared screen. Oh, don't want to show you guys my email, right? Signed the letter to free Roger Ver. 600 people signed this week. Oh wow, hey, we're really close to 555. It's Bitcoin Jesus. Maybe he's not in jail, but in like a cave where they rolled a big stone in front of. Like they took one whole Bitcoin and they rolled it in front of the cave where they're keeping Roger Ver. At least that's what I've heard. What's my name? My name is Sticker, and my last name is Guy. Sticker Guy. My email address is eat my shorts at gmail.com. So I don't have to put a real email. Oh well, then I'm going to share my screen, guys. So look, here, that's the website, free Roger Ver now. Now we can go to support Roger Ver, and we can put our name, Sticker and Guy. You can be a Sticker Guy. Everybody put Sticker Guy here. Then it's like, and then we do eat my shorts at yahoo.com. And the city, what city? We're going for Miami. Miami. Country, the United States. Oh, let's take let's take Zurich. Zurich. And that's from Switzerland. Italy. No. Only field that's mandatory is email. Oh well, we could do this all day. It's Zimbabwe, Yemen. Wow. There's no. Oh. Switzerland. Crypto address. Oh boy. Crypto network. Oh, I'm Freddy Kraken. Oh no, they don't have Pulse Chain. Oh no. Well, if they don't have Pulse Chain, we're going for Doge, right? A solid layer 1. You can do transactions. You can mine. You can make funny pictures of it. Not on chain, I think. It's crypto address. Let's take my crypto address. I'm sorry. Secure. And .pls.fyi. I don't really know what FYI stands for. For your interest? Oh, what's your crypto? It's stickerguywin.pls. For your interest? Look, I'm holding the crypto Sparbuch. I am crypto Sparbuch. Yes. Here, look, I even made the effort to have a nice address ending in 1234. Don't get scammed out there. Let the president know why you support pardoning Roger Ver. Because he is Bitcoin Jesus, and Jesus is a good guy. Nice. Sign the open letter. Right, let's copy that, and then let's do it like 10 times or something. Thank you for your signing. Look, guys, Roger Ver, he's like, look at that. Wow. Look at that Bitcoin logo. It's like, he's a good person. Free Roger Ver, thank you. Yeah. Sign Roger's open letter. Free Roger. Oh, share on social. English. Oh, they even have Reddit. Really nice. Page loading. Ah, let's do it again. It's the name. This no. And then when Maddie comes back, he's like, "Hey, what's up? Have you been talking about HEX?" And we're like, "Yeah, we did." Okay, let's do another funny email. It's HEX crypto is the best. At protonmail.com, and the city, this time we go for Miami, and the country is United States, and the state, which state is Miami? It's Florida, right? Florida, yes. And the zip, oh my gosh, I don't know any zip code of Florida. Miami zip code. Oh, let's take a fun number. Oh my god, it's my zip code is 3. How many? It's 5. So we'll make it 369. We don't go for 55 because that looks like an SS, and that's not good if you're from Germany. You don't want to say SS if you're Germany. Oh, there somebody says 33326. We just take your 33326 Western. And then we take again because it's also the sticker we hack again his crypto address. Man, now I'm getting like airdropped by Roger Ver himself on all of those chains. I don't know how to connect to Doge anyways. Maybe Cardano, they are cool. Or Solana. I think Solana is no, let's go with ADA this time. Let the president know why you support pardoning Roger Ver. What did the other guys write? Free Roger Ver is definitely one of the most important steps again, make America great again. Yes. Even though he's in Spain, so we will technically make him the world a better place again. And if you guys remember, back in the what's the opposite of future? Like the future, the past. Thank you. So back in the past, Roger Ver made a video and sent it to us, and he was like, "Hey guys, HEX is really cool. Maybe we can find that on YouTube." You YouTuber. He was saying nice things about HEX and Richard Hart. So everybody go and sign the thing here. Let's make another sticker guy. Everybody can be a sticker guy. Richard Hart was right at gmail.com. Oh my god, with this email, some random hexagon is going to get a notification. Let's go for not Sweden, Switzerland. Crypto address. Yes. Look, there's a no. That just has a 1, 2, 3. That's fine. Crypto network. This time we take Ethereum. I know how to bridge from Ethereum to thing. Let's here now we go free Roger Ver capital hex.com. Always right. That's always right. Hex.com. So I mean no. Everyone on that list will be audited next year. All right, we did 2 already. How many? What are you guys doing? That's another one. That's a sticker guy. Email. Let's go for hex@hex.com, and we say. I don't know. Zurich again. Zurich. And now we open Sol. Hex.com. 5 years of let's go to scan.pulsechain.com, and then we take let me see. We go for HEX, and then we take the Yolks. Why is it not loading? Good morning, don't panic. It's like, good morning, don't panic. Or is it like, good morning, don't panic. HEX rep pulse. See, there's so much liquidity, 42 million. And then here we have the EEB39, which is like really great. Wow. Pause that to figure out more about the sticker guy's laptop. Please don't. It's all the super secret stuff. Sticker guy. Look, 5,030. We need more. 525. Ooh, that's going to take my whole day. Guys, I need a little bit more help. New email is eat the rich at yahoo.com. City, Zurich. Oh, no, so you just said. Oh wait, maybe we can do this faster if we because it says only the Gmail thing is mandatory, right? And here we gotta pump those numbers. Like we have to become quicker. Okay, Coronado does not want to come and talk about Bday. Sadness. Email. Mexico is not entry at gmail.com and crypto address, and let the president know which the correct address is. And now we're going on AVEX. Yeah. Not sure if the contract does not exist on AVEX, but it does exist on Ethereum. I wonder what this address is for. I don't even need to put a name. I just need to put eatmyshorts@yahoo.com. But it does not update. Oh no. Maybe this is all for nothing. It's forever cryptocurrency. Let's go BNB. They're part of the crew, right? Eat my shorts. Bye. It's not. Yeah. Well, I hope they don't figure out that I'm doing all of this. 32. Let's check 32. I'm not sure if it's HEX crypto is the best. 111. And we'll put the address, and we select whatever this is. No, XMR. Oh no, that's Monero. That's cool. They're from the good guys, right? Okay, it was at 5,032, so it should be at 33. No. Just reload. Maddie probably fell asleep. Well, if he comes back, Roger Ver will already be out of prison by then. 36. Oh, there he is. We have been having a lot of fun, and we're doing our best to free Roger Ver, because he did his best to say something nice about the HEX community, and his influence on the cryptocurrency ecosystem is seen as none other. Oh, there it updated. Great. HEX1@hex.com. See, guys, this is how you get Richard's attention. You spam his email with Roger Ver shit. And then, oh my gosh, okay, for now we're only going to say Bitcoin Cash because Roger Ver is on Bitcoin Cash. Wow, this is going quicker if we don't post all the users information in there. HEX2. And Goop. Bitcoin Cash. Maybe somebody can figure out Roger Ver's personal crypto address, and we can put it in there, and then freeing Roger Ver gives Roger Ver more money. So in that way, Roger Ver, we're helping him double. Maybe I should just put my own address, so I'm getting all the crypto assets. Let's just put yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, and here we put the HEX address. HEX.com. Check it out. The one is intentional. Okay, I'm sure nobody can see because it's so small. Oh, look, Maddie, I'm doing my part. I already did like at least 5. Not sure. Top of the morning. Hello, Orion. The morning star has arrived. Go for HEX. Oh, let's be creative. 3, 6, no, 9. Yeah. At hex.com. Crypto address. Okay. Yeah. The Spanish government probably be like, oh no, they did 10,000 signatures. We gotta free him. I don't know how this works, but I hope they free him. So, Maddie, how was your break? Did you get some good rest in the last 4 minutes? What is Roger Ver in prison for? That's it. Roger Ver, journey as a advocate for freedom. Wow, he ran bleeding clash after enduring he left the US in 2006 and renounced citizenship. Wow. Imagine doing that on the blockchain, right? Renouncing ownership. Very, very good. Escape. Oh my gosh. I click buttons. Hey, I click buttons. I see your name all the time. Very, very cool that you're here. $ICB. Just because I know your name, I'm going to look at whatever shitcoin you just posted there. And then I'm going to FOMO all my existing money in it. And then I'm getting rich, right? What's this anyways? It's HEX rep pulse. Wow, look at that line. It's just a random line. Nothing to see here. Look at that volume. Delicious. It's dollar ICB. Yes, I love you too. I click buttons. No homo. ICB. Oh, ICB. I click buttons. Oh my gosh. And wow, you've got a lot of different liquidity pairs. That is really cool. ICB maker, bullseye, A1A, wrapped Bitcoin. I assume the PUSDC, Tropa, wrapped ETH, wrapped Pulse, HEX. Wow, and your coin's going up. Good. But we want to see the wrapped Pulse chart because that's what we're measuring in most of the time. Ooh. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Really nice chart. Good job. What's the best button to click? Tell us a little bit about your button if you want. I think you can come to this live stream and tell us about the buttons you click. I know that you're also in the Tropa and Sunny and obviously A1A. Somebody's sick, got a cough. Because I remember that looks really nice. You are rich yet, right? Well, yeah, 1,900, 2,500%. Really cool. Congratulations. Hey, I click buttons. How about you click some buttons where oh my gosh, everything is here. Look, this is my background. And you can see the 5555. So every fucking day I wake up and I see the 5555. Funny thing, actually, today we are 1/3 the way to our 5555. Right? Or you guys are, because I started later. Hijacking Bitcoin. Free Roger Ver. Man, I really like Charles Hoskinson. Not always, but sometimes watch his YouTube videos, and they're always very interesting, I think. And I'm so sad that Richard is no longer doing this. I wonder if that guy comes back. Your voice matters. At pm.me. Wow, I didn't know that's a possible email. So I click buttons, go to freerogernow.org and just click some buttons. Sure, your HEX 19, part of the team. 5,039. Free Roger. What? How are you supposed to survive a imprisonment of 109 years? Ugh. Who urged the government? But so he's Crypto King earlier said that he's in the same prison that McAfee went, and we all know how that ended with death. Rest in peace. Poor guy. X23. Yeah, address. Fine. 41 already. Very good, guys. It was probably I clicked buttons, so thank you very much for clicking some buttons. Very good. Whoever is doing this with me, we are the saviors of HEX 42. Crypto address. Put mine again. Yay, free Roger Hart. Roger Hart. Sunny's Puff loves you, Sticky Guy. Cheers, bud. Oh, wow, I didn't know. That's crazy. Thank you. I'm also a big fan. I'm not... Sometimes I'm in the pub and then I'm too shy to say anything. Yeah. And then it's like, there's so many chat rooms, and all those chat rooms have like 40,000 and more unread messages. It's like, who has the time? HEX Crypto is the best. 101. Oh my gosh, all these airdrops, like the whole HEX address is going to be even more richer than it's already. Let's check. Let's do some fun chain analysis while in the background sometimes doing help freeing eat the rich. Again, they have enough. It's our time to play now. All right, look at this shit. The transactions went up back in. I have screenshots which I cannot show you right now because I don't know where they are. Where we had 200,000 transactions. I think that the lows of the daily transactions were at 200 to 220,000 transactions. And look at this. It's like the highs are now at 629,000 transactions, which is awesome. So it's HEX birthday, so we're going to look at HEX. Look, that's our total supply right now. What is this number? That's 1,000. That's 100,000. That's 400 million. So it's 590 billion and a little bit HEX, almost at 600. And we have 350,000 holders. The contract. Someone suggested that we figure out how to write comments on our block explorer, because on Etherscan you can put comments or like sign stuff and write text, but I don't know if that is possible for Pulsechain, if I'm honest. Read the contract. Global info. Wow, numbers. Would be interesting to know what. I mean, this is probably the supply, right? 59448. 59448. But what is this? Oh, this could be the day. Is this today? 1,800. Let's go hexdays.com. Yay. You guys need shirts? Or oh my gosh, look at this. It's a Crypto Sparkle t-shirt. Nice. Going to show this one to the boys. Yeah. And now we're going to secretly find the other place. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, nice. Crypto Sparkle. Go to ksb.tv. Oh, that looks interesting. I don't know. I don't want to get my order. I want to know what day it is. What day is it? No more sacrifices. Weird. Well, I tried. Well, HEX days does not show it, so I guess it's. Oh, we could just do the math. That's easy, and then probably the 1,000. Look, we are at times 5. Yeah, 1,800. So we have HEX day 1,826 of 5,555. Mm-hmm. There you go. So, what do our holders look like? Let's dive deep into the HEX holder counts. Let's zoom out a little bit. All right, we have this address holding 42%. That's quite a lot. And this address holding a funny number. I mean, somebody could just send this a number, this half a hex, and trigger the LCD people. It's funny how that is just sitting there. And then this probably is a 1.5. I'll be right back. 1 second. All right, and then right here you can obviously see all my addresses. Those are not my address. 505 more signatures to go with 11 hours left. Let's make it 504, right? It's hexy@hex.com. Oh, I didn't select the network. How are they going to send me my free Roger coins? The free Roger coins probably going to perform the best out of all cryptocurrency anyways. Good morning, Crypto Orange. Are you willing to support the free speech of freeing Roger Ver? Hexico address network Ethereum. Are the addresses on Bitcoin has a different address system like Ethereum does, right? So the first one is the DOA, right? Otherwise it will not have that much. And that guy Oh man, I wish I could change one of those numbers, but you need so much. Like I don't want to send. I mean, it's just, how much is it? That's so it's just 500. So I would, if I send 1,000 hex to this address, I can change course of time. But then it's like, why should I, a sticker guy, send some of my precious hex to some random address? I could just stake it, earn yield on it. Let's see. Maybe we can find Kareem's address. 300 million. Difficult, lemon difficult. Okay, let's just look at the addresses, and then we look for an address that looks really, really pretty. Like this one looks pretty because it has a 6-9, and this one has an E. The letter E is by far the best letter. A5 60 2622 39. DDCC. Like, you see, I'm trying to figure out who's a human with some sort of well, I don't find the correct word, so let me try to describe it. So normal people, I think, they just create a random new address and then they have an address. I myself, I don't know why, but I'm one of the persons who really is trying to make the address look really pretty. So let's look into this. Like, let's look into A1A. Look, that 3 zeros, because like the more of one number you have, like imagine you have an address ending on 5555 and you have like 5 billion hex there and you stake it for 5. That gives karma points, right? Oh, look, 4 years ago that guy did something and he did some stakes and now he has a bunch of shitcoins in his MHEX 00 Furu token. Oh, Furu Finance was here. I should just make a sticker guy coin and send everybody my sticker guy, my sticker coins. We're no longer doing, hey, Crispy. Oh, hey, Crispy is saying hey to Orange. Hex apes. Well, that seems pretty much like a dead address. What was the place again where we could look at hex stakes? Oh, my throat hurts. Let me get something to drink really quick. Quickly now. Okay. Ooh. 4 years ago, so maybe he staked on Big Payday. Lobby exit. See, guys, I was so late that I never went through the lobby stuff, so I'm not that much familiar with it. I mean, I kind of know what happened. People paid into the AMM lobby, and then the ETH got recycled, and then everybody was wondering where the ETH went. And yeah, thank you, be awesome human beings. Free Roger. Happy birthday, Hexicans. So, well, it also has like no polls. Maddie, is this your address? Like the DDC4? It is holding like it's holding some hex coins. No, it is not holding hex coins. But why is it then Bitcoin Cash? Hex.com Diamond. Whatever this shit is. Oh, here, Hex. It is holding 159 million hex. Is this you?
No, I wish.
Oh yeah, me too.
But if somebody wants to send that to maddie.pls.fyi, be my guest.
I rather have
Accepting
it staked.
donations, large and small.
Yeah, I mean, we could send this guy like maybe how much post does it cost to make a stake? I mean, that's probably why he is not staked with the 160 million hex, because he has no pools to stake it. Go pools.com. So maybe while you were away, I've made like at least 10 new signatures. Look, we already almost are up to. Oh, they started drilling again. Please don't. Is there a button how I can mute myself with the Control D? Control D. No. No. Oh, this has to be selected.
We are 36 stakes away from creating world history. But yeah, back to your freeing Roger Ver. Go ahead.
What is the largest sum of hex being staked on a single day, excluding big payday?
I don't know. Am I supposed to know this?
Yes.
Largest staking day today? I don't know. But maybe we can get Will up here to stream with us if he's not on his way to work or something. And yeah, I know you've been holding it down, but let's go. The more the merrier. We're in the home stretch now, people. Sticker guys out here freeing Roger Ver faster than you guys are getting your Quattro Cinco stakes in. So let's no. Nothing wrong with accomplishing both today.
There's every hex you send to my address, I'm going to stake for 5555 today.
Okay. The stake count is, I'll hit refresh again. So we have 257 plus 51. That's 308 minus 344, 36. We got 36 missing Quattro Cincos. Back to you, sticker guy.
Well, the drilling is canceling out. So.
Back to drilling. You know, you should tell them there's a better way to mine hex than drilling through your wall. Shout out to everybody signing the petition. Looks like we got 1,000 impressions on Twitter right now and 57 people watching on YouTube. So boom, everybody watching on YouTube. Go do your part and this world record will be open and closed. It's the final countdown. David knows what's up. DB Cooper is in HEX for another 15.2 years. Let's make Hextory. HEX is the GOAT.
Don't feel bad about your pushbacks. Even the OA is only a crab. less than 500. Okay, price predictions for HEX. Everybody, write in the chat the number, what you think, and then we'll do some moon math with random lines and determine what the price is going to be. Hey, so Irion, the word is that somebody's drilling and I can't speak. Do you see a 0.77? Are you saying it's at 77 cents? You're going to ban you if you say it once more.
Okay, we're 34 stakes away. We're closing in here.
This looks ugly, but thank you, Bitfinesse, for hexcharts.com. It was actually me writing in the chat. I didn't know that it would show as Maddie writing it. Let me get the color a little bit better, and then we can figure it. Look how deep it went. That's so crazy. Wow. And right now, after this huge pump, we are still at the accumulation price back before big payday.
So in the chat, ZOV says, it's astonishing what we've reached with the 5-year mark. The journey has been challenging. Regrettably, I often find myself compelled to sell either before or after price surges, which is frustrating. Despite these obligations, with some luck, the timing will eventually work out in my favor. There you go.
Okay, let's do some moon math. For that, we want the array. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh, here we go. Frank looks like he's ready to come up. Hey, a sticker guy, do you mind going to get Frank from the green screen room? Cool. We got Crispy Man here.
Good morning. Good morning.
Ready to save the day as well. And Frank conversations. We got everybody super well rested here, it looks like.
Except for Maddie. Just fresh off a babysitting duty. Here I am, man.
All right.
I've been listening the last couple hours. I came in so I could post and not post. You want me to unlike this? You want me to switch over?
Yeah, this works.
Okay. I just figured in case you needed some stuff. I got moon math, so hey FOMO.
Please.
How are you? So give me a moment. I'm going to pull up. I'll pull up my HEX calculator in a moment.
Awesome.
And what we can do with that is kind of like, brainstorm some possible scenarios for
All right.
what could happen. Yeah, how'd you do last night? All right. I see the numbers are going up.
Hanging in there. Yep. People are staking.
People, they be a staking. What's awesome about this is it's really cool that people are doing it, But what's even more awesome is how early it is in this way. Even though we're getting a surge today, man, what a great position from a collect HEX perspective.
Yeah.
I'm going to make a change to my model, I think, so that we can do this. All right. You can't see my screen yet, but I'll bring it up here in a moment. Our current price is what, 0.025 roundabout? All right. Woohoo, everybody. That's an invite. I don't want to invite nobody. Present. I'll bring it up on the screen. Okay with you?
Please.
All right. So, all right. What do we have here, guys? Well, this is my little fancy calculator that anticipates. I'll have to go make some changes in the background because I see that I've got 10,000 listed in here. But just basically showing what the potential is. I never anticipated actually doing just Quattro Cinco HEX. You see my number's 10,000 in there, so I'm going to change my calc to 10,000 HEX up here. Oh, that's 1,000. 10,000 HEX. One more zero. Maybe we can figure that out. All right. Just to check, I want to make sure that I see something different. If I do 20,000. All right. So it's giving me some round numbers. With these big models like this, it's hard to, it's not like running an app, like making an app. Oh, hey, how you doing?
Hey, Crispy.
Hey, Frank.
What's up, man?
Yeah, pretty good. I'm just going to go through and show what 10,000 HEX staked Quattro Cinco might look like as we go into the future.
Awesome.
So I've set the. So I have to double check as we're going through here. I set the amount at 10,000 HEX, Quattro Cinco days. Currently the price for EHEX though is what, 0.005. Let's see if my calculator will accept that number.
By the way, we're only 23.4x away from all-time highs for PHEX.
Yeah, I know, dude. It's crazy, isn't it? People, don't fade it. All right. So here we got this one. Future HEX price 0.025. Let's see if I made it so I can do that. Here we go. All right. So we'll take a look at the EHEX first to see what the possibilities are with this. I'm assuming people on the screen, watching this, can see it. Got my little tombstone over here on the left-hand side. I don't know why I made it look like that, but I think it's because I think on our stake HEX today. So using my very, very low end conservative kind of a model. We see the payouts going all the way up to from 6.86 this year's a little outdated as the base, but then the pulse chain side going up from again the 6.78 all the way up to about 11. So, yeah, that's very low targets in terms of payout per day per T-share. And so this shows very modest returns year over year going out into to the future. But we have these different models that are here. Look, usually we run this at 1 million PX, so I'm not seeing what I think I should be seeing on this. So I guess I fouled this one up. I'll have to come back because I would expect to see some different numbers here in the actual charts themselves. But if we focus in on the tombstones over here, I believe those are showing correctly. So at the very lowest models that I show, I would be thinking that 4x in terms of HEX for the EHEX side, and about the same for the PHEX side over time. All right, so that's just the increase in the number of HEX. But as I go up the models, now the F1 I've already determined is out of whack, right? Because we haven't been following that trajectory. People have been not doing as much staking, but you can see just moving up to the next model, it's a 6x in terms of HEX. We go up to the next level, which is where I really think we're going to be somewhere between this and our KS model. Now we're looking at more like 7 to 8x. And then I think it's going to be somewhere between 7 to 8x the HEX to as much as 20x, right? That's the difference between these two different models that are here. And so, looking at the current price, and if the price just did not change, it didn't change, right? You're basically going to get get a 4x, right? Based on what we know, excuse me, I have to look at that
6x.
way, about 5x, yeah, 6x, based on what we know. But what really begins to send things out of whack is, well, what if we get a 10x on this, which would be 50 cents, right? 0.50. Right now, that little tiny, and these numbers are ridiculously small, right? Considering this is crypto, right? And we go to 25 cents here on the Pulse chain, and so this stuff begins to get extremely ridiculous. That this little tiny stake of 10,000 HEX could be worth just at a on the EX side, just at well, geez, for some whatever reason went to 50 cents, right? 10 times, right? Yeah. At 10 times, it's going to be worth maybe 45 grand in 15 years, right? So just those types of numbers. I try to get my model over here to do 25 cents. There we go. And then a 10,000 HEX could be worth, yeah, I guess I got to come back for this stuff because I'm just not getting what I'm expecting here. Hold on. 0.05. You guys keep me honest. All right. There we go. A little bit better. All right. So looking at, it did seem a little bit high, but looking at the EHEX side, if we were just at a nickel, in 15 years, it would be a $4,400 stake. And then on the Pulse chain side, that's a $22,000 stake at a nickel. Meaning we did 10x, and of course on the PHEX side, it's a 10x would get us to 25 cents. So let's go up a little bit further. What's another possible price estimate? Well, let's just say that they both go to 56 cents over this period of time, right? So both EHEXs, for whatever reason, they get into parity. Now this stake, including the rewards going out, could be as high as $50,000. each chain because the prices are the same. So there's all sorts of possibilities, right?
Yeah, and it's really cool, Crispy, to see the difference between the yield on the Pulse chain and the yield on Ethereum. It's only about, a couple $100 difference.
Yeah, that's been pretty interesting. I didn't catch all of the discussion that took place, while I was off last night, but I did come in and catch a little bit of the tail end of Maddie talking with some of the guests. And what's really super interesting about it is I would have expected a greater divide sooner, between the two. Now the average percentage is about 5 points difference, right? But just looking at it, we've really seen that not so much of a change, and in terms of what's happening with the T-shares on Pulse Chain, it kind of lags going down, and that's because the short stakers, whether it's someone, something, a contract, whatever's happening, much of that liquid HEX is being put into short stakes, so it's building up more T-shares, which kind of like changes how the system operates a little bit. And so we're comparing between EHEX and PHEX. The EHEX APY is rising, right, because there's fewer T-shares. And then, but on the PHEX side, it's kind of staying steady, like on average. The individuals themselves, like if you come in, like right now, I don't know the exact number, but I think when you first come in now, it's right about 22% APR for a PHEX, PHEX stake that's Quattro Cinco. And I know that a lot of people are like, wow, I remember when, and the average is much higher. It is. But as other people exit the system, what you begin to see is your APY comes up. So if you look at it over, month over month, you'll see that those numbers start to come up. Even when I'm looking at these here, even this model's a little whacked, right? You can see year over year the number goes up, and that's because the reduction of the T-shares that are in the pool, and you're still in, so you're getting a greater share, and other people cannot get as many T-shares without greatly affecting price. So it's just a model, so it's not right or wrong. It's just following it. But let's take a look at this. This is what I think is our current direction that we're going, the current trend, and this is coming from the Hopper multiple. Shout out to Hopper for having come up with that. Now, if I go to the other extreme, which we seem to be closer to this extreme, which is KSBTV estimate, what we call an estimate where somebody's an expert, quote unquote, in a system. That's expert forecast, right? That's one of the types of forecasts that you can put together, in the forecasting space. When we go there, you see the difference goes from a mild $50,000 value, assuming that HEX only got back to its all-time high, to 115,000. Now I got to think that being in crypto and the stuff that we watch, the likelihood, if listen, anything can happen, but likelihood is that HEX does survive another 15 years, right? I mean, we've already got 5 years out there. Crypto's going to be around, right? You got to believe that crypto's going to be around, right, in the first place. And if it is, why wouldn't HEX be around? It's immutable. It's on there. Then you got to be considerate of the fact that there's got to be LP, but people like to make money, and if other people are interested in speculating on cycles, whatever they look like in the future, there will be liquidity. So all that put together, it kind of like creates a situation where, yeah, is it 100%? No, but a high likelihood all this stuff exists in the future. And so even saying it only goes to all-time high, I mean, geez, guys, come on. We just saw, I mean, XRP's not there yet, but I mean, would it hit $2.80? Okay, you say that it has some narrative and community. Well, so does HEX, so does Pulse Chain. You also have all these other quote unquote legacy tokens coming back and running, right? So to think that think that our tokens can't do the same is kind of silly. But so 56 cents is like crazy, like in 15 years.
Just think of how lucky those other coins would be if they had a mechanism like HEX. Just think of how, not only are they getting, just marginal, like XRP is done, it's marginal, but just think if it had all the dynamics behind it with HEX, and how much more appreciation they would get with T-shares.
Oh yeah.
Because think about it, that community is very similar to the HEX community. They are strong belief in XRP, strong belief in a community. I mean, yeah, they don't have this dynamic.
Yeah. Well, I took a tour into the XRP system, and so I have my my forever bag. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about where it looks right now. It's one of those things, right? Where
HEX merch got a 555 stake, and that's how I understood that in the chat. If I'm wrong, send us another note.
Yeah, Mark, thanks for participating.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so I just upped this to, again, a very low number, but $5.60. I'm using this, even though they might not be a parity, I'm just using the same value on both. So $5.60 makes this little $10,000 HEX stake for Quattro Cinco potentially worth over $500,000. And then following through with that, we go a little bit further. If we say $56, which is much more in line with where I would think if we were going to have higher lows over a very long period of time. This crazy talk, I know. I did say it was moon math. Let's see. Get my 56 in there, whatever. They didn't want to take it for some reason. Now you're looking at these stakes being worth $5 million. Right. So you think about it, you're like, well, I don't know if I can do $300, and and listen, people shouldn't do it unless they're willing to part with their value for all this time, because it's 15 years, Frank, right?
Yeah, if that doesn't give you something to live for, I don't know what does. Somebody.
Yeah, I know. I had to think about that. I was like, I guess I got a reason to stick around now that I got this Quattro Cincos, man. Because for people like us, I won't include you. You're a young guy, but for me, I'll be in my 70s, right? Like, I don't know, man. I'd be pushing buttons. I don't know. But at least they'll go to something else. And I always figured with the very long stakes, for me, it was supporting the overall system, the idea behind HEX, which is really to free people. That the whole idea of freedom and being able to store your value somewhere and not get it jacked. And I know when I bring that up, people point, yeah, but it went down 99. Yeah, I know it went down 99%, but they don't really come back with yeah, but I really like that it just did 5, 6, 7x,
Well, you don't realize your gains until you realize them. Like your stakes the short-term stakes, they could be coming out and they're not incredibly valuable right now. But when they are, that's when you realize it. It's like anything else. It's like any token. If the price is down and you bought it high and the price is down, you're not going to like the token. And if you bought the token and it's higher than when you bought it, you're going to like the token. So I know a lot of people do cycle stakes, think of the 4-year cycle. I don't know where I'm going with this, but I think the reality is we don't know exactly what it's going to be like in 15 years, and you put it out there and with the intention that it's going to be a great investment and see how it goes.
Yeah. Well, it's like a lot of other things. I mean, I get it. Of course, I'm pretty bullish myself, right? But I get it, because I do look at other things with questioning eyes too. And what seems to be kind of like silly is how I can look at one token and be, oh yeah, it could do this, and then look at another one, no, it can't do it. I mean, it's like, what do I know that's special about them? Well, in HEX case, I know the immutable code and the background and everything else, but at the surface level, I mean, it's just talk and gibberish until you actually see what people do. over time.
Well, and think about how many tokens already on Pulse Chain have done incredible numbers in the bear market, you know. And this is coming out of the bear market. I mean, the potential is unlimited right now, you know. And this is why, you know, Pulse Chain was created, was because to preserve the value of HEX. It's his baby, Richard's baby. So, you know, we're in for a good ride here. I'm just excited. I'm going to take this one cycle at a time, 1 year. Like right now, you know, coming out of the bear market, I'm looking at this like the next year is going to be amazing. So, should be a nice ride. The cool thing right now about HEX and just the entire ecosystem and crypto in general is, you know, going through the bear market, you're like, I just dollar cost average and it's worth 50% of what I put in. And you're like, what did I just do? And now, and then things are red, you know, 4 or 5 days a week, and maybe green a little bit, a couple days a week. Now it's the opposite. It's like things are red for half a day, and then they pump 10, 15%. They're green 4 or 5 days a week. That's where you feel so good in the background. You're like, man, I think I can quit my job. Versus, why did I do this in the bear market?
Yep, we have 100% there.
Well, let's answer Justo's. Is the goal for people to do 555s today? It's different for everybody, you know. Yeah. Yeah, especially with a small amount, you know, non-financial advice, but a small amount, it's not going to hurt anything. Something you can afford to lose, you know, that's usually when you put something in it you can afford to lose, they do pretty well. They have a tendency to do well. And that's the cool thing about crypto, is everybody's put a little bit in, and then when it becomes significantly bigger, we're able to capitalize on those gains by putting more in.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think that hey, it's a small amount. It's really for showing support. You know, it's a pretty big ecosystem that we have out here. I just wanted to really just flash up this little graphic.
This thing's awesome, Crispy.
Yes, I've been having a lot of fun.
Yeah,
I watch people drag them all over the place, like dragging the coins. So some people may not realize the tokens that have kind of like, you know, bubbled to the top in terms of liquidity. And so there's been a lot of conversation in these streams about, you know, how all this stuff is tied together. And so these are the top liquidity tokens, at least according to the information that I have. I mean, there could be differences and changes, but you know, we have the you know, we got the P stables. They're huge and they are so connected, you know, to things. So you got those P stables that are there. You got a burgeoning E stables, you know, continuing to grow on chain. So you have the EUSDC, the EWETH, where it died. EDI over here. Of course, we got the Bday, but I put it up here over on the right hand side because I consider it to be value. So I've got the Bday, the PUSDC. What else we got? Let's take our where's my USDT go? I got that E. I don't have the P up here. Okay, so it must not be the list. We got our H tokens, Pulse over here. We've got Inc over here. We've got PulseX. We got PHEX, right? Showing up as top tokens. We got the EHEX, the wrapped EHEX. Then you've got the Axis and the Solid X here. Atropa, you know, the 2 token, the down token. Of course, Atropa as well. Big old one here, right? You got that one. You got Helgo representing the HEX OGs that are out there. You know, this is what I would consider to be the top tokens. We got Teddy Bear, Meme Coin. We got the UFO guys. You know what they're doing. You got 9inch, which is another DEX that's out here. That's the reward token. So it's pretty cool. And when you start looking and digging in deeper, and I'll focus on the hex, and let's see how it looks if we expand this out. It may take a moment for me to get this.
What's up?
Expand.
Hey, sticker
Hey,
guy.
Hey, Crispy, you gotta put the teddy bear to the tropa. But okay, never mind.
Yeah, it's up there. But when you so obviously we can't go through and analyze this, but this is how these tokens are connected, dude. Right? It's freaking crazy. Just how much is there, and how it all connects.
Yeah, how many tokens are on Pulse Chain now?
I don't even have the count, but it's thousands. I can tell you there's probably 150,000 pairs, maybe more.
Wow.
I mean, there's also the coins from Ethereum and all the stuff what was already built on Uniswap, right? Because that is somewhere in there.
Jeez, wow. It's amazing.
So in the background, my computer's working really hard. If I catch on fire, you'll know what happened. So if I go to this particular one, I just want to see it and how it's connected. Oh, Dicklybots showed up. I don't know where that came from. It just popped up out of nowhere. I think it's because of my settings here that I have. Let's see if I do another expansion, if I'll get the connections. There we go. All right, so this one here, I just expanded the connections for EHEX and PX, excuse me. But you can see how it's connected to all these things, right? So we really can't, if it's not connected directly, even though like Bday and it are not connected that strongly, it affects the system. And if it's not through that, it's going to be through another token that it actually is connected, And so, while this is fun to look at, probably doesn't give us all the information that I'd really want to know. But what I would say is just realize that we ain't getting away from the fact that these P tokens are connected, or even that Axis.
This is like the equivalent of a crypto bubble for liquidity.
Yeah. I thought about doing the bubbles, but then I said, nah. I mean, I can do that too with this. But this.
No, this is cool. I think.
But yeah, it's kind of like
that. Says more because it just shows how everything's connected. The bubbles would, I think, people would just be like, it'd be over their heads. They wouldn't get the depth of what you're sharing if it were the bubbles. The bubbles are something else, But yeah.
Oh yeah, but it is pretty interesting, cool to see it. It is like that. We could be doing that as well. I know, but we already got bubbles, right?
Yeah.
So I didn't need to go there. But but again, I think it's cool. What do you think about these types of connections? I mean, the web is so thick. It is so thick, and I know some of it happened by accident. Or not on purpose, I should say, that it happened this way, but some of it is orchestrated for sure. Whether it's individual, whether it was individual people that did it, or there's some grand scheme plan or whatever, but there is connection.
Well, and you know what else? The thing I'm thinking about right now is what other communities offer something like this that's so transparent? Do you see it in Solana? Something like this? I've never seen anything like this before. It's like our ecosystem, Richard Heart ecosystem, HEX, etc., is so advanced when it comes to this kind of stuff. And you're, bringing this out right now as a tool. I mean, how cool is that for new people that really want to dig into this and understand it? And they've got all these types of tools right at their fingertips. I know everybody in the community really enjoys this. So why wouldn't people that are getting into it enjoy it?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, of course, I like it. That's why I'm doing it. And Sticker Guy is making his own for phones and stuff. So I like that too. And,
yes.
That's why I said, keep going.
I'm still at the beginning of my programming journey, so I have to figure out everything. But my model can show the coins and the connections. And I'm not ready to display it a lot because I only want to show it if it's done. So I rather keep working on it and not show like unfinished shit. So, but yeah, I've been working on this for a long time, and I think being able to see the different liquidity paths and gives you just so much knowledge that you can, because you said that you think some of it was created by accident and some of it maybe not, and like the better vision you have, the better you can create the network, and I think that's very powerful. So
well, I think you're right about that. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, one of the things that's out there that I've been bringing up a lot the last few weeks with people when I'm on streams or in the mastermind or whatever is some people don't realize that there's sunk liquidity within the system that can't be removed even if you want to. And I don't even mean necessarily that you burned it. So I'll show you that in a moment. Before we go there, just for those who are interested, the reason I keep talking about HEX being such a big deal is what other tokens, besides the RH tokens you see at the top of the list here for, based on the volume in the last 24 hours. So HEX is consistently up in the top 10 in terms of trade value. Why is that important? Because volume is king, right? I mean, you get volume through pairs. It's the lifeblood of the system. We see how it's all connected. I mean, sure, there's other tokens and pairs that get a lot too, but that it's one of the top 4 all the time, right? And so you can see it number 4 up here with 4.9 million. And this is just what I'm tracking. Never mind the other things that might be out there, like PHUX. I get it. So anybody doing liquidity providing and you're trying to support a token, number one, you always got to have pulse, right? The second level, you got to pick. You could do all of them, but you're picking between Inc, PulseX, and HEX. And then DAI, surprisingly, or maybe not surprisingly for those who are in the know already, if you're supporting a token, eDAI is real important. It's real important. It takes up about half of the stablecoin trading and volume on the DEX. So very important. If I had 3 things I would pick, I would do Pulse, eDAI, HEX. Depends on strategies, varying degrees, and then depending on the time frames. This is the last 24 hours, so it's not like conclusive, but this is how it looks all the time. But definitely the big pairs that are out there, and this is eDAI here, but you can see down here Pulse DAI, which is PDAI, just not labeled as PDAI, is also at $2 million in volume in the last 24 hours. So to think that what happens with PDAI will not affect anything else is kind of silly, right? It is. I mean, it's connected. I mean, all this liquidity is out there, and it's sunk. Another fun one. This was a fun one because I discovered, because I'm kind of going through my own things that I'm trying to support and work on. So this is a spot, what I call spot APY. I call it spot because what it is it's just a download of the DEX screener information. It runs every few minutes and updates and give me information. Not as clean as if you're on DEX screener, but it's a reflection of that. And so I'm going to go look at my sunk liquidity web for HEXFire. Got to spell HEXFire right though. I'm going to set V1 and say HEXFire. Right. So this is the sunk burned liquidity, quote unquote, for this particular token. You can go look at other ones. I just happen to know that this is the case for these, these tokens. And one of the things that threw me off is I didn't expect it. I was like, who put this $4,000 at the time? It was $2,700. Who put this $4,000 worth of liquidity in V1 and burned it? And so I asked everybody, went to the community, I was talking to people, what happened to this? How did this happen? And then for a moment, I thought maybe it was Patrick Lion because his group had gotten into fire early. Maybe they burned it or whatever, but he confirmed they didn't burn it. Hey, come to find out, in the early days, and this opens up for another conversation. In the early days, I had bonded Axis and Fire, and I removed the liquidity. I did it a couple times. You know how if you are a liquidity provider, you may have seen this. It gives you a message telling you that a little tiny bit is being burned for PulseX buy and burn, right? That now that number, which is now $4,400 in quote unquote value, right? I mean, it's this token to token. It's owned by this is the buy and burn owns that. Nobody else owns that. That's the buy and burn, man. So the buy and burn is getting, at least in the last 24 hours, $73 worth of volume on that pair. It just dedicated to buy and burn. So I don't know, for those who don't understand, that means PulseX has the opportunity to really go up, right? Not just because this pair. What I'm saying is every pair that's been made on V1 and removed, a little bit of that liquidity's taken, right? And it's out there buying and burning. And when you go over to V2, same thing, it's just a smaller amount. And so this answered a different question for me. Like, I was trying to figure out how to get the deck screener information without relying on deck screener, which made me go look at pairs. And I was like, are these numbers right? Are there really over 100,000 pairs in PulseX? And yeah, the answer is yes. Yeah.
Wow.
And yeah, well, think of it as meat on the bone. Okay, all of that may not be active all the time, but what's happening is it's capturing, reserve quantities of pulse, at least the ones with pulse pairs. And so every one of these pulse pairs that ever gets created, a little bit more pulse is locked up in that system, and it's just a snowball effect over time. Very much like how when I'm talking about the the HEX system, how slow it moves. I mean, this thing is just made to just become huge liquidity over time.
I like all the things that you're doing because it gives someone like me the bottom line. Like, I'm not a numbers cruncher unless I see the bottom line, then I can actually make my computation. But for me to go through all the stuff you just went through and put that together, it's not my talent. Your talent is that. So if anybody listening, utilize Crispy's talent, because if there's a way that you don't have to go anywhere else to get data. I mean, Crispy's got everything you need to know about
got a lot of things,
about HEX and many other tokens. So,
well, we're really focused. I'm really focused on this actionable insight stuff. Like, try to figure out something I can really do something with. But yeah, I appreciate that, Frank, a lot.
Yeah, you bet.
This is just trying to understand this crazy crypto world. All of my stuff that I've done, all the stuff that I've done has all been super based on, hey, I ran into a problem. I wanted to know information. How can I share that with other people? And that's what led to the website and all that stuff. I used to, particularly for HEX, I only had HEX, right? What was I doing? I go copy paste. It was okay. I mean, listen, that's what you do manually when you need something. Didn't hit a threshold where it was like, hey, I need to go pull all the data. I didn't hit that threshold. But then I had the challenge, right? I had a stake end one time, and I think it had to be 21, maybe. Yeah, it happened maybe in 21, and I was holding the HEX. I didn't restake yet. I was like, I don't know, I was slow. And the T-share rate went up like 800 that day. And I was like, this is really the origin. I was like, well, how the hell did that go up? And how come I didn't know it was going up? And why didn't I just stake yesterday? And come find it. And then we're always talking about how all this stuff is predictable. And people would say, well, it's impossible to figure it out. But I said, no, I'm going to go figure it out. And so that's how I started building the model up, to know, like, when will the T-share rate change? That was why. That was it. I mean, I wanted to know. And from that grows the idea that you can actually, do a lot more projection as we go into the future, Frank.
Yeah, and you did something where you were just following your own instincts, doing one thing at a time. Anybody just getting into crypto, don't feel overwhelmed. Just do something in crypto every day. Take action, and before you know it, those actions, become every single day. The more time you put into crypto, the better you understand it. I hear a lot of people say, "Oh, I'm not going to invest in something I don't understand," and I'm like, "You're already too late." Sometimes with crypto, the only way you can understand it is by investing in it, and just putting your toe in the water to understand it is profound. Can be profound.
Yeah, yeah. I think probably in life, right? This is a good lesson. Um, what am I going to say? Um, well, of course, I think that Richard is right. That's my opinion, mostly about his. He has different opinions about different things, but about crypto and the process and how things come together and how things work. And um, because he has had that experience over a number of years, right? By the time he had gotten to work on HEX, I mean, it was already 7-8 years into crypto for him, right? However long
Yeah.
he'd been doing it, and a lot of us were newcomers compared to him. And now we've got the 5, 6, 7 years of experience. Some of us, not me, but some, going on 14, 14 years. So I totally get that we can set up the guardrails, and we do. And we're like, hey, listen, because I'm repeating this all the time. Don't put more in than you're willing to lose, right? It's like a commandment, right? Don't put more in than you're willing to lose, right? Crypto's volatile. Dips are in the game. There's going to be highs and lows. Volatility is the price you pay for price appreciation. We hear all those things at first, and then I think people are like, nah, I don't know. I don't know if I believe that or not. Yada yada. But then all those things happen, and I think you have to experience them. Maybe there's a lucky savant out there that can just be like, oh yeah, they could be like, yeah, crypto cycles. Let me buy the bottom and I'll sell the top. Maybe there's somebody that does that, but apparently the rest of us, the first time around, have a really hard time with that.
You can't time the market when you first get in it. However, if you listen to the signs of people sharing, in your community about crypto, don't ignore those signs. I wouldn't ignore them, because you got an opportunity right now to get in. We're coming off the bottom. Yeah, I remember people sharing Bitcoin with me back in, the early teens, and I didn't do anything about it.
Mhm.
And I finally got into crypto in late 17, early 18. Thank you. And
Yeah,
sure
look
and
good
even
at
then,
10,000. Yeah.
what's that?
I say sure look good at 10,000.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm with you.
I bought Bitcoin in my IRA actually at 3,500 or 35. Yeah, 3,500. And even that felt risky, but intuitively I knew that it looked like a bottom, and thankfully it was.
It was. That
so-
is like that's like wicked good, man, that you're able to do that.
Yeah.
Because that's like a crazy number. But in retrospect, everybody go, duh, Frank. Of course, everybody knew it was going to do this, right? Well,
Right.
yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, we all knew it. I mean, but that's part of the whole. That's part of the whole deal, right? Like, how do you get from there to here? I think it takes practice, right? What I mean by that is not necessarily practice selling and buying per se. What I mean is, until you've gone through a bunch of these, it doesn't really set in. Like, the journey is 10,000 steps. You have to put in the hours. Maybe it's 10,000 hours to use the normal, but you got to practice that long until you can even begin to call yourself, like beyond a novice, in my opinion, because you start getting a feel for it. And I'm still approaching that stuff too. Like every day I'm like, oh, okay, this is what they mean. When they say, the end game is liquidity. Because as a guy who just had $500 and I was trying to trade it to make $200, it was like a different story, right?
Yeah. You know what else? You mentioned the 10,000 my brain went to 10,000 hours. You said 10,000 something else, but you know, people
10,000 steps, 10,000 hours.
Yeah, 10,000 hours. And a lot of people out there don't realize that if you, and I've done this myself, is create a mastermind for yourself, 1 or 2, 10 people in a group that you talk about crypto every week, and you know, on a Zoom call, you're going to exponentially increase your capacity to learn crypto. When you, I mean, the trajectory goes like it's a hockey stick when you're talking about crypto with other people. So maybe that 10,000 hours becomes, wow, I did it in 1,000 hours. I don't know if statistically that's the thing, but I've got to think that when you're talking, even this community is one gigantic mastermind. But when you talk about things with other people in crypto on a weekly basis, about, you know, people that are passionate about crypto, the mastermind group will, you know, really help you increase your knowledge about crypto and your gains as well, in my opinion. So what I'm saying is, for those of you that haven't done it, create your own little mastermind group. All right. Mine started with 2 people, you know, so for you, just find somebody that's passionate about crypto that likes to talk about it, ask them to come in, jump on a call with you weekly, and then start to add people to it. And you're going to get some, you know, you're not going to feel like you're in the middle of nowhere wondering what to do because your MetaMask won't work because you don't have gas in it. Somebody in your group will tell you, oh yeah, you don't have gas. You don't have gas in your MetaMask. That's why it doesn't work. Anyway, that's my little plug for people that are.
I think it's super important because I'm part of that mastermind. You had invited me a long time ago, and I've been going pretty regularly, I think, to that. And I have found it very valuable because I think collaboration is important. I think diversity is important in many ways, right? Diversity of opinion for sure. Because otherwise you get kind of stuck in groupthink. But I concur. You start surrounding yourself with other people. All of a sudden, some of the, you don't, like, I don't know how, I mean, I technically know how things are built, but I don't need to go build a car to drive it, right? It would take me 200,000 hours to go build that car, right? I don't know how long it would take, you know. But I can go buy a car, right, and go do something with that car. With it. You name what it is, you know, whatever tool implement you're going to use. All right, hey, I pulled up the latest from the dashboard that I have up. Looks like 51 on the Ethereum side, Quattro Cinco stakes, and 278 on the Pulse Chain side. That gives us what, 279 plus 5. What's that? 329. I use the calculator to make sure I'm right. I used to do the math. 51 plus 278 is 329. Looks like 11.3 million HEX staked on the Pulse Chain and 12.6 million on the Ethereum side. So again, kind of seeing that number. Looks like the highest amount, look behind my camera, is the highest amount staked is 5,555,000 and change, 369 on the Ethereum side, and 4 million on the Pulse Chain side. Let me tell you, this was a big one to try to do big. You know, for me, I've been doing my Quattro Cincos, and I looked up and I was like, did I really just do that? You know, but again, I'm supporting the system. I have the ladder in place. I can add those Quattro Cincos and be like, yeah, okay. You know, maybe it gives me reason to be around for 15 years to the end of that. That'd be good. You know, because some of these whales and whatnot that have been created out there, it's crazy.
Yeah. And when T-shares were like so abundant, you know, early on, I know I've heard of people getting thousands and thousands of T-shares. I'm like, damn, you know. And I got into HEX in I think September, October of 2020, you know, and I didn't get as many T-shares, but per, you know, as somebody did who got in the first couple of months. But that just goes to show you that getting in early to something is really beneficial. As a, you know, and as you trying to formulate, I lost my train of thought. I was thinking about my bacon.
Thinking about your bacon. Well, we were talking about T-shares and how to get them. I think that's the I think that's the big thing that keeps coming up in my head with this stuff is that oh yeah, Claudia, we'll talk about that in a moment. I think that's the thing that keeps going around in my head about stuff is we've got this opportunity in front of us with the T-shares, very similar to the Bitcoin type of psychology that I had. So when it was free, I was worried I was going to get hacked, you know, so I didn't want to download it. I mean, I read all the same papers everybody else did. I was an adult, right? Technically I could have done it, right? I didn't bother to go get it for free. And then when it went up in price was like $1, I was like, no, I'm not going to buy it then. And then I was put off by the fact that it went up so high, and I was vindicated with the hack on Mt. Gox, right? Because that proved I was right. I should have never gotten in the first place, right? But after that, price came back, and I was like in 2015, hey, let me contact somebody about getting Bitcoin. And they're like, yeah, stuff an envelope with $1,000 cash and send it to me.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm not doing that, right? You know, like I'm not sending, you know, so I didn't, should I have? I couldn't even probably have afforded it then if I did it, but should I have? Well, I probably would have been pretty happy with the Bitcoin. So none of that stuff made any sense to me. And then once we got into 2015, I was like, no, it took me all the way to 2017 and for it to hit $1,000 before it really caught my attention. And my first Bitcoin, I think I bought was about 2K. And the reason I bought it wasn't even for Bitcoin. It was to buy something else. Because back then that's what you had to do, right? You couldn't get something else. Right. You know, unless you had Bitcoin and then started.
When did the altcoins start coming in? What year was
right? It was right around 16 and 17, right? Because we had that big run up. We all were brilliant, man. I was buying the Frank coin and the Maddie. Well, I didn't have Maddie then, but I bought the Linda coin and I bought this coin and this other coin. And you see that, you know, everything goes up 10x. You're like, oh my God, I'm brilliant. And then Richard calls the top on Bitcoin and everything deflates. You know, and most of those things never came back, right? But that was really the beginning. And then, of course, after that, we had other altcoin, you know, type stuff happening. It just kind of built up, you know.
The time is now, everybody. For those of you that are watching that is new to the HEX ecosystem, now is the time. You're right on time. And whatever you missed the previous 15 years of Bitcoin, forget about it and get started now and start your own journey in crypto. And, you know, HEX was one of the first coins that I bought. HEX has a community that is without question, highly integrous community, a well-connected community, and fully transparent. All the data, all the information you need to onboard into crypto is right at your fingertips within a few websites. So when I first got into crypto as well, I was listening to BitBoy. I was listening to, you know, all kinds of different YouTubers, and, you know, this community provides you with the facts to make solid choices in your crypto. And that's why one of the reasons I'm a part of it as well. So yes, Zach, we're still going. This community wants to win. Well said.
Yeah, we do. We're going to win. We're already winning. Just maybe not everybody knows it yet.
So what's this, Crispy?
So I threw this up on the screen just to kind of illustrate the point that I wanted to make about the opportunity. So I kind of elaborate to you guys that, you know, with Bitcoin, it didn't make sense. Of course, it didn't make sense to buy ETH at $1.87 either, right? Like that number is in my head because I remember seeing it, you know, and I could have bought it at $1.87, right? So things do happen in crypto and you really have to like suspend disbelief. So what I'm looking at here is, again, people do what you're going to do. I mean, I'm not telling you to go out and buy HEX and stake it. I'm just pointing out that those who do stake it particularly the ones that are staking out here right now in 2040. Look at the number of t-shirts, 7,000 t-shirts. Now that'll probably come up to be something like, you know, like the 39's risen to 36,000 t-shirts. So it'll probably come up. But what we've seen is that these inter-years do not normally get filled in. The only people who will fill those in are probably going to be people setting up ladders that really want to focus on their liquidity of HEX and when it comes out. And so what does this look like? We have the shorties up here in the front. They're always just going to keep rolling, and there'll always be this bow wave. We have our big payday stakes 10 years and 15 years out here that people think are going to, you know, they're going to merge the end stake and cut those down like this. And so what you're going to end up with is some sort of like strange looking curve of T-shares that really dwindle down to almost nothing. And the people who will receive all of the rewards from that will be the ones that have the T-shares out the furthest. And so while everybody else is fading it, you know, you can get the T-shares. Now, Katie makes a good point. KDP made a good point on Twitter that, hey, listen, if you're trying to sell the top, obviously staking Quattro Cinco is silly. All right. So again, if you're trying to sell the top in 25 or 26, you can't sell them unless maybe there's an HSI and there's an HSI market. So that isn't the way to go. And so you do need to have strategies for whatever your short-term stuff is, medium-term, long-term, right? Now, I strongly promote the idea of ladders, right? So every year you get, let's say your number's 1 million HEX. You want 1 million HEX every year. We'll set up a ladder to give you 1 million HEX every year. We have the data. We can do it. We can tell you what it's going to be, you know, and you just have 1 million HEX come out every year. You do whatever you're going to do with it. But so, you know, so this isn't for that type of stuff. This is just this idea that if you wanted to collect the HEX, you know, and you get a T-share out there, you're one of 7,000 T-shares, right? One of 7,000 is a hell of a lot bigger percentage than 1 in 9 million. So what I want to show is this next one, just how fast, and I was thinking about this myself, like I've been focusing on 39 and 40, but I'm wondering if I ought to be looking at going back to, you know, going back to 38, 37, and just make sure that I'm positioned for the level that I want to be at, you know. And so when I say that, I have these charts like how to level up your mining, and it's showing what's needed. This updated probably 2-3 hours ago, so it might not be completely up to date. But it's showing what's needed for each of the levels for each year, you know, like how many T-shares you need to have right now. So for Dolphin, it's 914. Right now, if you have 914, looking at all the T-shares that exist into the future, that makes you a Dolphin. Now, next year, projection-wise, based on the T-shares scheduled to end, it's 856. Now, people may have merged the end stake, but I don't know that for sure, right? So it's 856. But you can see it progressing down lower and lower and lower and lower over time to the point that, you know, for, you know, getting into 38, as long as you got 124 T-shares expiring after 2038 or in 2038, you are a shark. You know, and make this a little bit bigger for people to see. So what I was getting at is I already made sure that I had enough T-shares to be, let's say, a Dolphin in 39. Now I'm watching 40 to make sure that I can maintain my position in 2040, because it's kind of like, it's just relative, you know, to the overall system. So now I'm watching that, so I can watch both of these and make sure I always have enough T-shares ending going out far enough that I cover that. So maybe I ought to be looking at 2038. I don't even know how many T-shares I have for 38. I have to go look. And then maybe I want to go look at 37 and make sure I have, you know, 50 ending 37 or later, and 100, you know, in this way backing in. And truly, maybe Richard had seen this originally, had known this already. You literally can go make yourself a shark or a whale if you have the funding. It might not be easy, but look at the barrier to entry, right? And how it's coming down. I mean, today, Yeah, any one of us probably 21,000 T-shares. Well, that's 33. But today to be a whale, 91,000 T-shares. Yeah, that's a lot. Any one of us would say that, but that goes down so fast over time, you know. And so, when's the best time to get a T-share? Is early, best price, best share rate. But yeah, again, all about, you know, collecting the most HEX. You know, collecting the most HEX at the end. Like, how do you do that?
You just buy it. You don't think about it. You just buy it, and then
Yeah.
you watch videos like this, and then you do what inspires you as an investor, as a crypto person, and you just take it one step at a time.
Yeah, I don't know if other people had this type of an issue or have this type of an issue. Like, I get in my head, like almost not quite OCD style, but I get in my head like a number, and I'm like, nope. If I can't do, if pick a number, I can't do $10,000, I'm not doing it. Right? And then I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, I mean, you know, what if I had 8,000? Right? Why wouldn't I do that? Or if I can't get 1 million HEX, I'm not staking. Well, why wouldn't 200,000 be okay? You know, anyways, what I'm getting at is people will put barriers up for themselves and then, you know, create weird situations where they don't take action, where taking action would have been better. Like, just do it.
Yeah, take action. I mean, if you can be in your head all day you want about crypto. I have a golf buddy that I play golf with, and he was bashing crypto, and he's done well. He's been successful in traditional investing. And I said, you know, I found myself getting in a little bit of an argument with him, and I stopped and I said, well, how much crypto do you own? He's like, none. And I'm like, we can't have this conversation because you're talking about it's only your opinion. I'm in legacy, traditional legacy investing.
Yeah, me too.
Crypto, you know, in crypto, he's not even in the game. And it was at that moment where he's like, send me some information. So, but I had to have that thought, like, wait, why am I even in this conversation? Because they're not in crypto. They're going to have their opinion about crypto. And now I'm arguing against someone's opinion versus, you know, somebody who's been steeped in crypto.
Well, hold on, Frank. You know, I don't get into crypto because, you know, I'm not really sure, you know, what it's being used for. You know, I don't go for all this arbitrage stuff. You know, it's not backed by anything. You know, I mean, I go on the list, right? The stuff like, you know,
or they talk about the Silk Road, you know, the Silk Road and nefarious ways. And, you know, like that's been 15 years ago, you know, it's
exactly.
Ago. And it's all correct, you know, but yeah.
So, I mean, to think that the institutions, listen, all right, greed and power run the world. Okay. And that's just how it works. I mean, that's my opinion, right? And so to think that all these guys that have all this value on Wall Street, they're just going to let it evaporate, like they don't have the power to keep it from dissipating. Come on, they're not going to let that happen. Now it may transform. Right? Like I don't know what's going on. Maybe the XRP coin is the chosen one for the future. Don't know. No, because I'm not part of the whatever cabals run this thing, right? And so maybe everything transmutes to that. I don't know. Do we actually see Bitcoin become the store of value? Maybe. I don't know. You know, I mean, you know, there's bigger powers, but I'm in the game. I'm not in the game. Hey, I want to shout out to Claudia real quick.
All right.
So this is something that some people may have seen around. Always do your own research, but some people may know Sonny. Sonny's Pub, and Sonny, he's actually helped me out quite a bit with a lot of questions and stuff that I've had about things with liquidity. Very knowledgeable. He's like the king of king in terms of like small liquidity reward tokens and that type of stuff. And reward tokens, as you know, most know, have like a bad name for like petering out and not working. But he has a pretty big network of liquidity tokens, or excuse me, you know, reward tokens out there. And one of the things Claudia brought up the fact that there's one out there It buys and burns and sends you HEX. It's pretty cool. I've seen it.
Your sound is going in and out, Crispy. Not sure why.
Yeah, as soon as me.
Might be losing my resources, so I'm gonna go pause for a second.
Hey, sorry to interrupt. We got DJ Cryptomatic here.
Hello, guys. How are you?
What's up, DJ? How you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm good.
Good to see you.
I'm still at work. You see, I'm I'm one of those Hexicans that's still working a 9 to 5.
That's how you do your DJing. Wow.
No, not really. Not really. That's my office job.
Are you gonna put on a mix this morning?
I will. Yes, in about what is it? 5 hours from now, I'm actually going live on Twitch, and I've got something special prepared. I'm doing a gigantic mix of each and every HEX song that has ever been put out, but the community that I'm aware of, at least. There may have been more, but the ones that I know of. So I'm mixing them all together. Also this time with the music videos, because some people really put a lot of effort in also not just doing the song, but also producing music videos. So I've spent the whole day yesterday, editing scenes and trying to put all that together in a live kind of a fashion. So that'll be on my Twitch. I'm hoping not to lure away too many viewers, of course, from your show here, but it's more for the recording, so people can check that out later. Replay gang.
Although this song is not a HEX song, it's the Crypto Bear Market Blues. Can you throw that one in there? I wrote that, and Danny the singer.
But Danny the singer, yeah, I know of that.
Video on it, and it's at the end. I know we're coming out of the bear market, but I put a little plug in there for Pulse Chain. So
yeah, I have that, of course.
Okay, good, cool, thanks.
Nice. Yeah, it's a lot of we have country, a lot of hip hop, obviously, because in the beginning it was all hip hop. Freddie Croats and Black Casey Crypto and Korean Investor, exactly. So the early guys, it's all hip hop, but we've got, in the meantime, with so many others like hard rock, heavy metal. We've got country, we've got drum and bass, house music. It's all kinds. So it goes through various genres. So I'm really looking forward to that one, and it will be in about 5 hours from now. That's
here's
3
one
p.m.
you may not
Eastern.
have, I bet. Are you familiar with Hexastheny Dylan?
I am.
He did one at the Corey Geary always says that marked the bottom of the market. So he did a rap video. I haven't even seen it, but I know Corey talks about it a lot. Maybe.
Okay. I've heard of it, but I don't have it in my.
I guess I better hold off on my rap video.
Repertoire. Crispy man, good to see you. You've been keep in touch on the stats, right?
Yeah, man. Good to see you. You love what you're doing, man. Thanks for coming out and supporting HEX.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm still at work. I can do a few minutes. So I thought.
It's about time somebody's got a suit and a tie on. Man.
Yeah, exactly.
We were waiting for you to come on.
Your Cryptomatic is getting paid to talk with his friends on the internet about those weird, funny-looking coins. Eh?
Yeah, don't let's not go there like that. But that's kind of what I'm doing right now, risking my job.
Hey, I'll be the first to admit that crypto has certainly taken a lot of my time. I sell real estate for a living. And it's not easy to, do two things that you love equally, And I have to say that I've spent and learned more in crypto in the last 4 years than I've learned about real estate in the last 30. So yeah, it's a interesting dynamic, and I'm really glad that I chose to throw my hat over the wall and put my.
It's definitely a learning curve. I remember when back in the day I used to switch on CNBC or Bloomberg, one of these where they just have numbers flying around. I wouldn't understand a word what they were talking about. But ever since I'm in crypto, all this financial literacy that you gain as a side effect.
Yeah.
Now I turn on CNBC. I know exactly what they're doing, what they're fudding, what they're going about. So That was a big change, and you don't learn this stuff in school, especially here. Sticker Guy can attest. We're both from Germany, so you're doing 18. By the time you get 18, you finish school. You don't know how anything stock market wise works. You don't know what to look out for when you sign your first rental agreement. It's like these skills that everyone should kind of have when it's just a basic understanding. It's just not being taught in school. So yeah, definitely.
We won't teach you how to do taxes. We won't
taxes,
tell you how
exactly.
much, you need to tell us how much you owe us. And if you do it wrong, you're going to jail.
That's just so wrong sometimes. So yeah, crypto helps a lot with just that financial literacy. I always felt that was a big.
I wasn't aware that you were from Germany. Your accent is. You must have moved here prior to 10 years old. Because
Thank you very much. I'm trying hard.
Yeah.
I lived in the UK for 4 years, so maybe that helped.
You did what?
I lived in London in the UK for 4 years. So
oh, nice.
Maybe that helped.
Yeah.
A bottle of water.
Yeah, water. So the Quattro Cincos are coming in, crispy man.
They are. I'll throw it up on the screen. You want to see them?
Yeah, let's go. What's the latest?
Refresh the screen.
Refresh.
Looks to me like 285 by my count, but we'll have to know at the end.
Yeah. And is it more on Pulse Chain, which is what I hope?
Well, more in terms of stakes, but I think Maddie may show his screen. But we got just a little bit more EHEX, 12.6 million EHEX. And
in terms of HEX, number of HEX.
Wow. Yeah, here we go.
Hey, Maddie.
So
Maddie is a beast. He took 1 hour off, and he took
Maddie's
this
back
1
from
hour
lunch.
to get 4 hours of sleep. So now he's rested for the rest of the day.
Let's go.
Dedication.
He's efficient. Now, what I'd like to see another 700 before the end of before tonight. But
yes, sir.
Maddie's got a much lower goal.
336. We are what? 8 away? We're 8 away.
Wow.
Oh, can we just give 369? Come on, guys.
Well,
if
listen,
we can get can we manage to get exactly at 369? That would be difficult. So you need to get in at the right time, and then afterwards nobody do a stake anymore.
I mean, yeah, people can still cancel until the day rolls over. So we could coordinate this perfectly.
So
I don't know. I heard people talking about this being an excellent set of addresses to receive rewards later. I don't know. No promises. Right?
I heard that too.
It's a very refined set of people.
I heard about that too.
But it's already like on a day-by-day basis, exact numbers. I don't know, but it's like 10 stakes a day or 10, about 10 stakes a day that go through. So 285 is just like 30 times, right? As many stakes as we normally see. So this is pretty good turnout for people. But there's a lot more people out there, and I think what it speaks to is, again, right, like people don't want to push the button to go out that long. I get it. I know. I understand, man. But I think that it may turn out to be for the people that participate. If they wanted a lot of HEX in 15 years, they're going to have a lot of HEX. What you can do with it, I don't know. But
I mean, one of the strategies was always to restake the principal and do with the interest whatever you feel like. So so far, I can really say I've stuck to that for the past 5 years. I've always restaked my principal on both chains even. So I don't know. I'm not feeling bad about it. For that I'm in it for the delayed gratification.
Well, and I think the exciting thing is right now for all of us that were early on and did, staking ladders. I mean, even if HEX, I'm just thinking out loud, even if HEX just hits $1, isn't that a great investment over time?
It's huge.
I mean, not just counting the price of the coin, but then counting that you locked it up for that many years and it stays there. I mean, the likelihood of it, going up is pretty strong. And the like Bitcoin, it retraces, but every year it's not going to retrace 90%. In the last every time Bitcoin is retraced, it's retraced less, from its high. So this could be similar to HEX. It's going to retrace less from its high, and you're going to have a stronger, steady stream of income from those stakes. I knew I was going somewhere with that.
Yeah. I get of course, this is crypto, so I get a lot of people talking to me about trading. They want to. Everybody wants to capture, the tops and trade, and capture the bottoms and trade. And I get that, but for me, my planning was always passive income. Here's this instrument HEX that I can build a ladder and pay myself, between 12% on average and 28% APR. And so in the world of HEX being at a static price, that's like awesome, right? Like, we talk about this stuff a lot because we're in crypto. We're like, oh, $1 million this, $1 million that. Well, you know what? A lot of people don't have $1 million, right? And so when I was doing just like regular coaching, with a nonprofit for financial stuff, we'd get around to, after we got past budget and expenses, and we'd get to savings, and people would be like, I'd like to retire someday, right? And you say, okay, well, let's calculate that. How much do you need? Well, I need $100,000 a year. We'll multiply that by 25. Okay, you need to save 2.5 million. Right about then, you just like blank stare, F it, right? Like even if I said to most people right now here, like, you need 2.5 million, you'd be like, see you later. Then right after that, he said, well, I guess I'll work until I die. That's the next answer. So the goals are hard. And anyways, in TradFi, sure, there are ways to do risky things and earn, and people do. But in general, everybody's not doing that, because then it wouldn't be possible for everybody to do it, right? And so it takes a really long time to build up that kind of value. And no matter what, time goes by and get old anyway. So you either retire with nothing, or you worked at it, right? Or somewhere in between. In any case, with the whole HEX thing, that's what attracted me to it. Is I don't have to rely on 4% a year. 12% is 3 times faster, guys. That means 3 times less, a third of the capital, right? Does it require that crypto freaking play along? Yeah, it does. Okay, because prices are volatile and everything. But if it does work out with price appreciation, you can set yourself up. And somebody said it earlier, 401k in crypto.
Yeah. I think the bottom line is, again, whoever's watching the stream, you're in the right place at the right time. If you're just picking up on crypto, I first heard Richard Hart on. I was in a chat with. I used to listen to Ian Bellina, who took $5,000 to, $20,000 to 5 million in the 2017 cycle, and he came on. Richard Hart came on his stream, and I saw the two interact, and I was like, wow, they're both OGs talking about crypto. And literally within 24 hours, I'd already bought my first HEX, at that time, and then I listened to Big Pep, and I was like, well, what do I do with this? Because the thing that I understood was it's a time deposit. It's a certificate of deposit. And growing up, I used to put, money into a CD, and the next year, and this when interest rates were pretty high, 18, 20%. And I'd come back and I was like, wow, my money grew. And so I understood that concept, how to use it. But being older when I got this, I was like, well, 15 years. Wow. I only used to do it for 1, 2, and 5 years, So that drew my timeline out a little bit, stretched my imagination. And I did a 15-year stake. I did a whole staking ladder. And my point is that, whoever's chimed in right now, you got to start somewhere. And why not start with something where you've got a community that is backing, that is full disclosure, showing all of these incredible tools that you can use in order to plan your crypto well-being. You're in the right place at the right time. If you're feeling like you're too late, I missed out on Bitcoin, etc., you are still early, and there's plenty of opportunity left in crypto right now. starting with HEX, the Richard Heart ecosystem, which is something we all believe in.
What I appreciated the most with HEX still is that when you have a staking ladder, you're DCAing basically all the time on the daily, adding to your stack, because sometimes, you know, life is lifing, and you may not always have extra cash at the end of the month to invest. You know, there might be a string of months where there's just the car is broken down and the house needs something. You know, there's always things that happen. But when you have a staking ladder, it's guaranteed that you're constantly adding, well, at least additional HEX to your bag. Of course, when you can afford it, you can add to your staking ladder too. But then comes the question, whatever that HEX will be worth one day. We all here strongly believe a lot more than it is today. But that's what always, you know, since day one has excited me about HEX, and that is still true. And I haven't found yet another product that does a similar feat.
You know, that said, I got a bolt, guys. Appreciate all you. Appreciate you, Maddie, for inviting me to come on. This is a really great honor to be here. Appreciate.
Thanks for joining.
Yeah, you're welcome. Appreciate everybody in the HEX community, and have a great week. Let's have a great, let's have a great month. Let's have a green, like a massive green candle month.
I like that.
Peace.
We'll see you in the mastermind, buddy.
Bye, guys. Yep.
Also, for me, I have to go to a class. I'll be back in around 2 hours, maybe 2.5, depending on how the tram is driving. But maybe I'll keep an eye on the backstage. So if there's anything, I can still manage it. It's like I'm going to drive there for like 40 minutes, and then I'm on my laptop again, and I'll text you. So see you later.
Okay. Awesome. Thanks.
And then there's DJ Cryptomatic.
That's us. I always
we
have
got
to laugh
yeah. I'm gonna
when I
add
see
somebody
sticker
here
guy.
just like.
Yeah, please. Always gotta laugh when I see Sticker Guy, because he's from my hometown. Like literally
nice.
one neighborhood is just a few blocks away. But of course he's way younger than me. But that's always funny how small the world can be sometimes.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of funny. I went on vacation one time, ran into a guy running a store, and he lived down my street. And several years before, I was like, man, it does make me think about the whole Matrix. Like, how can all this stuff really be happening? How could the world be so small? But hey, things happen. Coincidences happen.
But yeah, we're 5 years in, man. I'm very excited about today. This is all, it's still work. Which other crypto can say that? There's not one time, has there been any glitch, any issue, any hack, any bug? Just nothing. That's unbelievable. I think the GoHex.com website might have been down once or twice, but that is just a server ISP issue, but never the code, never the contract. That's very key. If you look at Sui and Solana, who just break down on the regular.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said for how things are working. I mean, we've had some bumps in the road, for sure. Right. I mean, in data wise, but as far as contracts and stuff go, no.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm pretty satisfied. I mean, like, to the extent that you can trust crypto, right? I really, really strongly trust Pulse Chain, right? The bridge. Sure, sometimes it gets congested, but I really trust that bridge. If I'm thinking about a DEX, the number one trusted DEX I think in my head is PulseX. The farms, the tokens, those are things that are number one in my head. Of course, I'm leaning that direction already, so maybe I'm biased, but that's how I feel about it. And not so much with everything else. With everything, you have to vet all the things you interact with, for sure. At least I do.
That is
or you
true.
can just YOLO. Create a new wallet, but you know, you're going to connect with weird stuff. I mean, it does get a little funky management. But anyways, besides all that, yeah, I'm with you. I'm pretty bullish about everything. I mean, how could you not be?
Yeah.
I mean, when PHEX was down to half a penny, man, people were like, they were just like, relentless about how
that would have been the time to load up some more. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, at least not to cheat out, you know.
Yes.
that would be the time. But I mean, hey, but traders are going to trade.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same old story, DJ, you know, about that stuff. People, I mean, I don't know what everybody actually does, but you know, what they tell me is they're selling tops and buying bottoms. But I mean, somebody's got to be selling bottoms, right? I mean,
it's a lot of HEX that changed hands over the past 3 years. Makes you wonder who bought all that up, because somebody was buying.
Yeah, it does make you wonder, don't it? Well, and so the thing is, there was somebody with a longer time frame and bigger pockets than you.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, I don't know if necessarily they're benevolent, but they're certainly increasing their position size. You know, and that's another thing, kind of like talking about with Frank, is over time you start to learn some stuff. Like the importance of units is incredible.
Mm-hmm.
You know, price is a different measuring stick, but units, and the percentage of units that you have is like incredible when you're talking about liquidity and you know, that type of stuff. You know, because all sorts of things become really, 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 really possible. Early on with Bday, I'll give you an example with the Bday thing. So I go on this rant all the time where I'm talking about, you know, talking about the, you know, about liquidity providing, right? And it's not a popular subject, right? And people right now aren't asking me a whole lot about it. I may have some consults on it, but not like on the surface level. But I go, hey DJ, you know what? Getting out isn't easy, and it ain't fast if you use an LP. And people are like, well, I don't know about that, right? Well, the setup is this: is if you're going to try to get out because I get incited by like everybody telling me that I'm silly for doing staking, and that the game to play is to sell the top.
Right.
And listen, I just know that we're all running for the door. If somebody ain't getting out, I don't know who it is. But it's going to probably be my fat ass at the end of the line, right?
You do hold the door.
hold door. Yeah, so like I know they're going to be running for the door, and so then the answer that we give people, like our brain trust, is you guys need to learn how to exit with liquidity, which is true. It's very useful to do that, but how do you exit sizable positions with liquidity? Now I know how to do it, but I mean, I can see where this goes, you know, quickly to I am frustrated as hell, push the button, clink, right? Because I mean, so you decide, you know, emotionally, you decide today's the day to sell, and you go set a V3 position, and you're looking at it, and you're like, it's not filling, it's not filling, it's not filling. The price went the other way. It's like, you know, so when is it going to happen? And so there's a lot of things that could happen with the V3s and whatnot. So it's not fast. It's not necessarily easy. You know, particularly if you're holding a big coin, like if I have the Maddie token, I'll pick on Maddie, right? If I decide I'm getting out with my Maddie and it's like on a run and I'm like a 10% holder and I drop it on a single tick because I want to cash out, the thing's going to stop. It's going to stop. Somebody's got to buy my entire bag. Much like the bank HEX, right?
But do you need a $5 million market sale? Do you need that much money in one go?
Well, for Maddie token, sure.
For 3 houses and 5 Lambos, or
well, but that's the thing. People, you know, they talk about, because you know some people are talking about getting all the way out 80% out of crypto at the top, right? I mean, some people talk about selling all of their crypto. Right. And I think the rest of us who maybe haven't experienced don't realize that when they say that, they don't mean they're getting 56 cents a HEX, like for instance, the last one. It means that you know, when they sell, it drops it down, or they sold on the way up and they got 40 cents, 42 cents, 45 cents, whatever the number might be, you know, that it comes out to. But if you're looking to not hurt the token or the momentum, you can't just go drop it on the market, right? Unless there's enough buyers. And that's how you end up with a top. When enough people, you know, the people are exuberant enough that they're buying, and enough people say, this is just too much, I'm pushing the button. That's when it kills the momentum. Sometimes things come back, other times it doesn't come back. Anyways, I want to bring this all the way back to Bday. So we talk about V3. That's a great way to get out. Not easy, not fast. V2 is another great way, but you're like, wait a minute. Your position has to move so far. I mean, you're never getting all the way out of V2, of course, because it's infinite range. So you ain't getting out that way. Not unless you got a really big position, like huge, like you got, you know, like you only need a tiny fraction of the position, in which case you can get out with a little bit of movement. And so then the next thing is over collateralize, right? What does that mean? Kind of like, well, you can over collateralize the position if you got enough stables, right? If you're trying to get the stables, if you got enough stables to put up against whatever you're trying to get out, and the price continues to go up, you can, you know, get out a larger fraction in a shorter amount of movement. But now you need stables, man. And so some of these guys are talking about, I need to get $100,000 out, $200,000 out. Well, to do that, what do you need? $1 million in an LP position? So I had gotten all the way back to looking at Bday. I was like, you know, this Bday is pretty cheap. And if it really does peg at $1, that would be a hell of a way to over collateralize. I wrote a whole paper on this, right? Where I could do, you know, something like 1,000% over collateralization on a token. You know, much like when we talk about liquid loans, all that type of stuff, but a collateralization where you have the liquidity so thick with something that's at a stable value, and Maddie talks about this a lot too, that it just doesn't move. It stays at that price. And but anyways, you could, if you put that up against another token that you're trying to get out of, you require only a very little amount of movement to get out. But of course, it also begs the question of, why do you need to get out if you got that much stable? But yeah, anyways, so it's just kind of going down this whole route. But I think people need to do some planning if they want to capture the best prices and the best value. So.
I think we might be there. I think we might be approaching the world record here. So let's hit the refresh button together and see what we got. Boom.
299. Good job.
Whoa.
That's it. It's
we
in the can.
Rocketed past. So we have 299 Quattro Cincos on Pulse Chain plus 51. That's exactly 350, which blew past the 344 we were going for. So it's official, everybody. We have set the world record for the most Quattro Cincos natively in a single contract day.
Yes.
Well, you're right.
That's awesome.
I don't know. You count both chains? I don't know. Maybe we should add them up. It should be double this. I think 900's a number, man. But...
I've seen a comment on Twitter. Somebody said, if the community managed to put in 5,555 Quattro Cincos today, we would like break the blockchain because of the S-load function to then, you know, unstake it in 15 years from now.
Well, we wouldn't break the blockchain. But hey, Maddie, congratulations on getting this far. You really pushed for this, and I appreciate
you did.
I don't think we break the blockchain because they exist, DJ. I think if we all push the button in the same block,
the same moment, yes.
There's going to be a line of people, but hey, you know, this type of stuff might force other changes in the blockchain. You know? Obviously, you know, it's not good that it can't do that. We need other solutions. So.
Right.
Cool. We'll see that. Right. I mean, that's why this stuff can be upgraded. Right. Meaning not the HEX contract, meaning the blockchains. So there you go. There you go. Well, it's pretty impressive, guys. I mean, I was a little pessimistic, but you guys came out and supported. Surprised me. 30 times more staking in one day than the day before. That's pretty cool. saving
And
up
also,
those.
also
saving up
most
those-
stakes on the pulse chain side, which is what we like to see. That's cool.
Well, I think it represents the demographics where there are some people that are playing on the HEX side, but it's usually bigger wallets for longer periods of time too. And I can see it in the numbers without pulling up the chart, because we can see the short staking on HEX is still there, but it's fallen off. But the long stakes have increased, and with more T-shares. So it's a little weird looking at the chart. Now it works out. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it would also be nice to see another pump in the price chart today, but wasn't happening this morning. But I guess the whole market went down a little bit. It's Monday, so the people go back to the trading offices, and then Bitcoin took a dip first, and that kind of dragged the whole thing down. But I think it's starting to recover right now. But we'll see. Oops.
So we have 8.5 hours left, I believe, to run up the numbers here, right?
Sorry, hold on.
We got time. Maddie just wants to go to bed early. No, I don't think so.
Nah.
No, you're see other. We also busy. Yeah. Well, so I see Archie out there. Look at that. Well, pretty impressive, dude.
And I know we're gonna be having a bunch of special guests here. We got one that's popped up here, and I think we're gonna have some more joining us. Corey Geary, welcome.
What's up, guys? How we doing today?
Corey.
Man, it's an exciting day, huh?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, this is great, man. Hex's 5th birthday. I just did a yes, crispy man. I did do a 555 stake.
No, tell me you didn't do that.
Well, 5,555 hex. We'll give it to the hex gods. We'll give the donation, and let's see what happens.
Dude,
so,
thanks.
Worst case scenario, I'll just hand it down to my daughter. She does have my daughter actually has probably more 555 stakes than I do.
Nice.
So,
hey, well, I appreciate you supporting Hex like this.
Oh man, I freaking love Hex, man. I love
I
Hex.
know
I love
you
the
do.
community. This is the freaking best community in crypto, period. There's no other community like it. No other community. So, love Hex. In fact, fun story, Hex actually, just from this last pump over the last month, has become the dominant position in my portfolio. So,
nice.
Dollar-wise, yeah. I was like, well, I didn't expect that to happen, and it did. And so, I thought, okay, well, we'll just leave it as is.
Well, I gotta say, Corey, that your show, as well as the show that DJ Cryptomatic does with Papa B and the crew, I really enjoy watching your guys' shows, and I tune in as often as I can. And so I definitely want to give you guys a shout out. And I know there are a lot of other huge fans out there that are watching now too. So thanks for all the streaming you guys do.
Thank you, Maddie.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Really do. We do our best, man. So we
Corey, you're putting it out to the real world too. I see you on real estate conference where you're up on stage, with the Pulse Chain shirt. So right on.
Man. We've onboarded 255 members now from the real estate community over into Pulse Chain. That's where we go. Obviously, we're talking about crypto and DeFi when we're up on the stage. We're not very specific on our conversation of what blockchain we're going into. But once they join our community, they're going into Pulse Chain. Some of these guys have some big some pretty big money, which is nice. The last one we onboarded, he had about $480,000 that he brought onto Pulse Chain. So
that's cool.
Wow.
Pretty good. So these guys are high net worth individuals. Our background is where we came from. We came from real estate, from flipping houses and wholesaling houses. And so we know that community really well. And it's easy for us to get up on those stages and go out and kind of beat the drum. So it's been awesome. And scream with our megaphones, right? I like to claim I have the loudest megaphone in Pulse Chain. Shout out to Crypto 7. He was the first one that started saying that. But that's my new claim to fame.
That's awesome. And yeah, you guys had a special guest on the HEX conference last year who is a famous real estate author and everything. And yeah, so you guys are really out there beating the drum and onboarding these whales and future whales of the world.
That's it. Yeah, Robert Allen. That's who that guy is. He used to be the out of most of you guys probably remember Carlton Sheets from the 1970s and 80s. He used to be the guy who go up there in the infomercials and say, "Buy real estate, nothing down." And then Robert Allen came right after Carlton Sheets on these infomercials, and he's like in his late 70s. He's made $1.5 billion in revenue through his life, and yeah, he's a Pulsican and Hexakin, and he's going to write. True story. He's writing multiple streams of income 2. It's not written yet. When that book gets written, though, there's going to be a chapter, obviously in crypto, and in that chapter, crypto is going to be about HEX and Pulse Chain. Probably mainly more about HEX. So.
Mm-hmm. So what are they all going to say to you when you come in 25, 26 and you're buying giant buildings? What are you going to say? You're like
the big condos.
You show up. You show up with your bag of gold and you're carrying it out there. They wait till the next time when you're recruiting. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy because those are our first cycle going through this type of strategy with recruiting this community. And man, yeah, next cycle is gonna be awesome. I mean, at the top of the bull, Crispy, we have a lot of plans for the community too. I mean, obviously, if we're taking profits, we have a trust that we can go into. And that trust, you don't pay any taxes. It's deferred. Be clear that they're deferred taxes. You can go into real estate. You can go out of real estate back into crypto. Go buy your HEX bags back if you sold the perfect top somehow, and you go back and forth without paying the 3-letter agencies, and they're deferred until you're ready to take profits. And so that trust has been a really banger. It's what I'll be using when I leave Puerto Rico. So yeah, it'll be fun, man. I'm excited for this run. I think Pulse Chain and HEX, HEX really surprised me this last month or two. I think it's going to be fantastic on the numbers it puts up on the board.
It was running away from the other two, like Pulse and HEX. It was really running away. I hope that's a theme that continues, but gradually, what we see now, we're now at what 4 zeros and an 8, I believe, on Pulse. So
yeah, it's crazy. Almost
also already a 2x since the lows, almost. So getting close to SAC price level, and then what happens? What do you guys think? What happens? People think after another year waiting, they get out again at the SAC? I mean, that would be...
there'd be some, man, but I feel like we've already gone through that rinsing, right? We've already pushed through there before the beginning of the year. We've had that rinsing. We had that, maybe some people bought back in at the lows and who are traders who might take profits there. Like, you're going to have that. But, I don't think it's going to be I think this is it, guys. This is if you follow the cycles, I'm a very big component. Like, I consider myself a student of the cycles. I want to know where we're at in the cycle of the 4-year. And man, this is altcoin season right here. Yep. This is it. So it's exciting times.
And how you're settling in Puerto Rico? I think you just moved there, right? A year ago, or
I've been here now. This is now going on. Next year will be my 3rd year.
Third year already. Okay.
I know. Yeah, I've been out here for. In fact,
time goes quick.
It does, man.
True. I know some Hexicans moved there and they were like, we didn't really, they expected something else, kind of the lifestyle you have to adapt to, I guess. How are you dealing with that?
It's not for everybody. This, you're living where first world country and third world country meet. There's no like middle class type of like,
right.
And the infrastructure is very third world country, and that part sucks, right? Like the electricity is always going out. Sometimes the water goes out, and you just have these issues. But I mean, overall, if you love outdoors, living in a tropical island, I love scuba diving, I love surfing, I love hiking. I love, everything outdoor stuff, camping. Puerto Rico is a beautiful place. We were just up in the Yunque Mountains this last weekend, and we went up there and stayed at bed and breakfast and went hiking around, finding waterfalls. It was just like, it was gorgeous. All while crypto was pumping. It makes it that much better. So, yeah, it has its downturns for sure. I tell people if they're thinking about doing this, you need to come out here and live here for a couple months first, like
not just a holiday, right? Not just a week or so in a gated
give it
resort.
a good test drive, because you might be okay, but maybe your wife's not okay, right?
Exactly.
You want to see what it's like for her to go grocery shopping, and see what it's like to go get her hair done or whatever it is that she does.
Right.
Do it here, and but the cool part is, to your point, there's a lot of Hexicans that live in the island, a lot of Pulsicans. I've made new relationships, met new people. That part has been absolutely phenomenal. So
fantastic. Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
So we broke the record. Very cool, Crispy Man. Very cool. You've been one of the, spearheading forces behind this initiative today. So really appreciate that. And of course, Maddie throwing his influencer weight behind it all, and all his big 100%. Follower accounts.
Well, and your buddy, I don't know if he's your buddy or not, but has Static Pulse. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a nice promo. I mean, it's not the promo I would have made, but it's still a nice promo. I like it.
He gave me these 5 clips, with the 5-day rundown, so we can, spread them. It's 5 more days, 4 more days.
I don't know if I saw those.
So he did all that stuff. So,
but I've got that video up there on my YouTube. People keep watching it over and over again. They must like it. I like that. But yeah, there's been a few people interested. I what's cool about is I probably took a beta position, or they call it beta. I think it's more like theta, not beta. But I took more like a theta position. Like I didn't go all alpha on this. I just been talking about it and just driving home. Maddie took the alpha. I guess the theta is I'll take charge if I decide I want to take charge. Is if I could decide that. But I think what it really shows is, DeFi, right? DeFi is, listen, guys, all of us can walk away tomorrow. All of us can come back. All of us can stay. We do whatever the hell we want to do. It's DeFi, right? And so what's cool about this is that our community is so strong that somebody will, be pushing the narrative. Right now it's our turn. Next time will be somebody else's turn, maybe. And you just keep going with it. I mean, it's, I know a lot of us, even us, probably demand to know who's in charge, but this is DeFi. Like who's in charge of this stuff? Who's making this all happen? You guys need to market. Okay, I mean, it's DeFi. It's clubs, man. It's yes, people are gonna push things. You get a big enough group together to make something happen, and then it's time, there's another group that comes, the groups form and, break down and keeps going, right?
Yeah, we got to test these things, what works, what doesn't. But I think you've pushed the narrative all year about how, with just a little amount of T-shares, you can become a whale position in 2039. I mean, you've been pushing this all year long, Crispy Man. So that is also key behind this whole initiative. There's opportunity there, guys.
Where's it at currently, Crispy Man?
Shout out to Crypto7 in the chat. I get Rick rolled.
Crypto7's the GOAT, man. Love 7.
I don't know about that, but hey, let's go. No, Crispy Man, for real.
Isn't it 2040 now that you could? And what makes you a whale in T shares in 2040.
Wow, Corey. I'll tell you. Well, let's do an update first. I have my screen. Let me see if I share it. Because I'm not sure.
Did my 5,555 hex
I'll just
cut?
check it out. So I'll just make a quick comment that I think that combined, everybody that staked HEX today in 2040 combined, we are a Poseidon.
That's sick.
You might be getting close to that.
Wow.
Well, we got to let the numbers shake out, Maddie. But yeah, what's the update? Instead of me sharing my screen, you share.
It's it's like at least 10%, right?
Yeah,
I'll share my
I'll
screen here.
I'll tell you what they all are. I'll tell you what I think the current and total is. I can actually go get the up to the minute, but I'll use my graphic real quick just to look and tell you what it's showing. Loading.
Welcome to Will Stevenson.
Hey.
Aloha,
Will,
amigos.
What's
how you
up?
doing, bro, man?
I am doing great. I'm chilling out down here in El Salvador right now, about to go meet up with some Bitcoin OGs here shortly. And I was like, oh, snap. I've got Wi-Fi at the hotel. There's like almost no cell service in most of El Salvador. It's mostly like 3G and 4G. So you can barely like download a text. But back here at the hotel, I have decent stuff. Yeah, but I'm doing great. To answer your question, I'm super stoked. There's been a lot of great HEX stakes. I've been loving this stream you've been putting on, Matty. I've been watching every minute I can get. But dude, this is awesome. Thank you guys for being here, and thanks for having me.
Yeah,
100%.
appreciate
Hey,
it.
Maddie, on Pulse Chain, 780 T shares is the current count for Poseidon. So yeah, you're the power of
Boom.
we're wielding the trident of power.
It's sick.
Yeah.
That is
as a group, and it's DeFi, man. Nobody promised nothing. I mean, the one thing that, what do I mean by that is, like from
No expectation.
other than I can promise that you're going to get a lot more HEX. That's about what I can promise. I can promise that.
But we can speculate, Crispy, man. We can speculate.
And we will.
Yes. That's the fun part. It is DeFi, and that means we can speculate.
Right.
Yeah, well, what's cool about it? I can tell you you're going to have more HEX.
Yeah.
If you leave that stake in, and that's what's going to happen. Now, the rest of us, we work together just like we're doing now to figure out if we can continue to store value, more value, and over time increase that value. And that's where the crazy moon math comes in for sure. Better watch out. Somebody in chat, I see 7 out there. I see 7. Kyle's saying, watch out. I don't know if I'm going to Maddie Island, but maybe.
Maddie Island.
Maddie Island. Maybe I'll go to Maddie Island. Hey, so, Will, what's going on with you, man?
Oh, well, I've just been bouncing around like a whole bunch of places down here in this foreign country that I've never been to before. It's just a super awesome new experience. I have not been thinking about cryptocurrency almost at all, other than like talking to Bitcoin people and like going and meeting with lawyers and seeing how it works to move into this country and start businesses and things. So I'm out here as like a consultant for my friend, but so I'm just going around with him everywhere, sort of as kind of like hired muscle, sort of as like a little like, hey, this guy seems like he's scamming you, don't listen to him, just a little bit of everything. But it's like super cool being down here. Like the people are so much different. Like I feel like a giant. I'm 6 foot tall. In America, I feel like normal height, but down here, they're like everyone's like 5'6", 5'7", and so it's just like, whoa. Like I'm looking over a sea of heads at the casino last night. It was just absolutely crazy. But life is good, man. Like the weather down here is beautiful and awesome. Way better than like New Hampshire's freezing rain and snow and stuff. So this is like a whole new world, and all the plant life is just crazy different. I forget what it's like to travel to foreign countries. So this is something that'll happen once we start unstaking for this bull market and whatnot, and we start capitalizing on the gains and things. It's like we can travel around and see cool things. So it's just neat to finally actualize a lot of that potential energy and stuff. What about you guys? What's going on with y'all? How are you doing? Crispy, it's been a while since we chatted, bro. How are you, man?
Doing good, man. Just woke up one day, did my little calendar. I was like, this thing could be peaking anywhere between April and November, and I ain't ready.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah. I had that wake-up call. I was like, yeah. That's why I keep coming back to the subject. But things are going good, man. I mean, I look at the charts. I mean, I don't know for sure what's going to happen, but when I'm looking at it, I think we got months to go. You know, I know some people have some ideas that maybe we have a blow off in January, and then there's ideas that, you know, things get pushed off into 26, and then there's double tops and triple tops. But other than that, just kind of like doing business, like mine and my business, try to figure out how to help get the right insights to people and for myself. You know. Anyways, that's my focus.
Excellent. I love it, Corey.
What up, bro?
Corey, you're over in the other like crypto friendly place, right over in Puerto Rico and whatnot. That's where you bounce around to.
Yeah, I'm kind of by you. You're just a little south of me.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Are you planning on maybe moving there and doing a crypto business or something to that nature?
You know, I might. Like, watching my friend go through the process of everything that he's doing down here. It's super easy. The people are super friendly. They basically just like, hey, here's a plan. It's written in Spanish, but like, you know, learn some Spanish or hire a translator, and then bada bing, bada boom, follow these steps, and you could have like a moderately decent tax haven. It's similar to an LLC. They call it a different thing. It's like Soledad Responsibility or Soledad Nimino or it's a different name, but it's essentially the same thing as LLCs up in the States. But just the cost of living down here is crazy. The people are excellent and super friendly and awesome. So like I'm for sure considering having like a second residency down here. I'm in San Salvador right now, so like the capital. But we're gonna be going to Berlin later, which is the Bitcoin country, and then also the beach. I think Libertad, I believe is what its name is. It doesn't matter what its name is, but we're gonna be traveling all around. But yeah, I'm definitely thinking about potentially getting property around here because it's super inexpensive for the quality that you receive compared to like the Americas. Yeah. And it would be nice to have a place to go to. And yeah, like it seems like a good deal. And you know, Naive Bukele is definitely turning this country around. Like all of the locals are saying like the crime has been going down like crazy since he got in. There's like there's all sorts of like there's a whole bunch of remnants of the old eras. You know, you see a lot of concertina wire up on top of fences and they have electric fences on top of their regular like concrete fences, which is something you don't see in America. Electric fences are for cows and sheep and stuff, you know? Yep. Yeah. That's crazy. But yeah, dude, like things are going great over here, man. It's super awesome. I'm on my phone right now, so I can't read the name. It looks like DJ Cryptomatic. I don't believe I've met you before, sir.
We've never been on stream, but I want to give you your flowers, sir. I loved you as the SEC lawyer in the movie Let's Reenact the New York court case. You did an excellent job, you guys.
Thanks, amigo. I appreciate that.
DJ and Roundtable, you know, the roll. We're watching. The crypto streets are watching. You got the book club every Friday. It's very intelligent talk. So that's an awesome addition to the community. So
excellent. Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
I appreciate it. I don't know much about. I was going to say I don't know much about you. Tell me a little bit about you. Like since we've never been on stream before. Do you do streaming often? Are you on Twitter? What's your elevator pitch for DJ Cryptomatic?
I'm day one OG. You know, since I started streaming after the big payday. So I'm kind of the second wave of the original HEX streamers. So I'm on Twitch. I do a music show which is all HEX and Pulse Chain themed on the Twitch website, but I'm also streaming once a week with Papa Bona every Thursday on the What the HEX show. And we kind of merged. We started out on Discord Syndicate as well. We had the Wake Up HEX show with Kinetics, and that kind of morphed over the years into now our own show, What the HEX, which is always on Thursdays. And there we like to cover the goings-ons of the community, not have like too much of the OGs as guests, because everybody knows we like to showcase the new up-and-coming guys who are just coming into the community, want to start streaming and present them to the crowd. So that's kind of what I'm doing. And yeah, other than that, I'm on Twitter a lot. I think that is now where it's at the moment. It used to be a lot on Telegram earlier, but Telegram, I find it so hard to follow conversations because it's just so much
messy.
going on and so many postings. That was easy
Oh, yeah.
in the early days when it was only 3,000 people of us in the main HEX chat room, but now it's just super hard to follow. So I don't even know how the moderators, because they're still doing it up there, how they keep track of everything. So yeah, that's Telegram. That's a beast of its own. You have to like really dedicate a lot of time, I guess. So
That's
I find
awesome.
Twitter a bit easier. Yeah.
You just got to know how to organize it.
Yeah, or maybe that's
And then ignore 95% of it. Like
of
a
the
lot of the
noise.
groups. Yeah, like I want to be in these groups, but I don't want like notifications from them every single day. And like I don't want to, I'll go in there when I want to read about it, right? Every once in a while. And that's how, you just got to go in there and really organize it, and then it work well for you. But it's not it's messy.
I found that the most effective thing that works for me anyways, Corey, is when I organize them based on like the time frequency that I check them. So I've got like one that I check on like every hour. I got one that I check every day, one that I check once a week, and it's like, and I categorize all the things into that, and then I have like separate, like, hey, these are important ones. These are ones that have to do with like, degenerate crypto moves. These are ones that are like little shit coins. These are HEX OG groups. These are meetup groups, and then all the other stuff that's in Telegram. But,
Agreed. And if you're not checking on it at least once a month, and I might even delete that one, right? Like if I'm not doing it once a month, you delete that.
Hey, Hex Monkey.
Monkey, what up, bro, man? How you doing today?
What's up, Hexicans? Where's your megaphone today, Corey?
Bro, it's right here. The loudest megaphone in freaking Pulse-Chain, where we're screaming at the top of our lungs to onboard while we're closer to the bottom than we are to the top. This is the freaking time, guys. The freaking onboard. Let's go.
I like that metric. That's a good metric. We're closer to the bottom than we are to the top.
Way closer.
That's good.
Way closer.
It's not too late, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't wait till we're like at 20x up and then onboard your family. Onboard your family now. Right now. It's the time.
And like even if
it's crazy.
Dude, yeah, it's nuts, man. We're like almost or we're a third of the way through a Quattro Cinco stake.
And Maddie's done 20 years of streaming in those 5 years.
At least.
Shout out to Maddie for being the Energizer Bunny of the community.
Oh yeah.
Right. In-person conferences and online.
Give the guy some slack. When you bust your butt for 5 years straight, you're not going to get everything absolutely perfect. Like if you scan anyone's life and nitpick, you're gonna find something to troll about. Don't do that.
Troll? We have trolls?
Yeah, well, I'm thinking December is going to be my biggest month for streaming because we're at the precipice of this bull market. I see like three major things all culminating right now. Is in the next 30 days we'll hear from the judge whether the HEX jurisdiction case is thrown out. It might continue for Pulse and PulseX, or it might get thrown out over jurisdiction for those. But for HEX, it's even more likely it'll get thrown out based on how the judge was separating the three. So that's a big deal. We're supposed to hear about that in the next 30 days. That'll be before the HEX conference. That's another thing that's coming up January 6th through 9th. As always, the 5th annual HEX conference. And then we also have the sacrifice address. All the ETH that's sitting in there is about to flip green. It's like 1% away, or maybe since ETH dropped a couple of percent today, you can see it. Look into rh.com. You can see it's, just begging to go into the green right there. And I mean, the ratio of Bitcoin and Ethereum is, all set up for alt season. So everything's perfectly aligned. And then, you want the icing on the cake, maybe all the P copies become worth more than the E copies. How about that?
Wouldn't that be cool? That'd be awesome, bro.
Wild.
Heart's lot.
Yep. I like to tell people that we're on a rocket ship with the engines waiting to be fired off. And the 5 engines that I always refer to on my shows, 1 was Trump winning. We got that. 2, the ETH BTC ratio flipping with the ETS. We got that. 3 is clarity in the SEC case. 4, RH streaming again, which people would argue that we don't need that, but I think it would be phenomenal for price. And then 5, privacy pools coming to Pulse Chain, which we know they've been testing that over on PulseX. Those 5 rocket thrusters all fire off this cycle. Hold on to your shorts because it's going to be a wild effing ride.
Yeah.
Love it.
Isn't it interesting? Like the metric we were all obsessed with in the past was the SAC price. Now the metric everyone loves is the RH Ethereum entry price.
Yeah.
Like our whole future depends on that or something.
It doesn't, but
it's only wrong because we shouldn't have expectations and all that. But I found myself getting into it also.
But it's just nice to know that that particular wallet is in profit.
It's a good campfire story, if nothing else. Listen, gentlemen, I gotta bounce. We're about to take off and go check out piece of property and things. It's been excellent meeting you, DJ Cryptomatic and Corey Monkey. Good to see you guys again. Maddie, thank you as always for putting on these fantastic shows. Y'all take it easy, and everybody remember to degen responsibly.
Always.
Right.
Yeah, I'm
Crispy's
sorry. I gotta
Miss
drop
Crispy.
out too. I have to get back to work. I thought I'd just join in for a minute when I had the time. I'm still at work. That's why I'm also dressed like this. So I have I know.
To be your job.
I know. I gotta do something with the next bull run.
Hey, raise your hand if you ever put money into the adoption amplifier at work in 2020.
Yes.
I wish.
100%.
Hex Monkey, I wish.
Which is such bad practice in many ways.
That's very true.
Thanks for being here, DJ Cryptomatic. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you, Maddie. Thanks for putting this on. Yeah.
See you, brother.
Bye bye.
Hey, there's Crispy. I don't know whether to give him credit or blame, but it's kind of Crispy's fault that after I set up my HEX ladder originally for 15 years and kind of just decided to chill because I'm like, oh, I don't need to go further than that because I'll be old and 15's enough. But after watching Crispy, by the way, if you're not following Xfire, Crispy man, like you're missing a lot. Like if for you T-share nerds, his T-share report is insanely more data than you've ever wanted. About all this stuff. So by watching that, I was reminded of the reason to do the 15-year. I mean, in my opinion, the reason to do the 15-year once your ladder is the way you want it is because of the insane daily payouts that are likely in the future. And it doesn't mean you got to put a ton of money out there, but it's like you could look at it as a lottery ticket or like an accessory part of your main ladder. But so thanks a lot, Crispy. I got roped back in and have been doing those periodically.
You are welcome.
So now the running thing I'm going to outlast Crispy and have all the inflation.
Yeah.
All 3.69.
Hey, you might. I mean, I don't know. You might be one of those guys. I don't know. But I think it's. I started my Cuatro Cinco career with purely like I don't ever expect to claim this. And I'm supporting the system. So when I set up my ladder, I did 10% out into the late years, and then I started looking at it like, wow, look what they're doing. So yeah, hey, you know what? It'd be nice to be able to give all that HEX away later.
It's another.
It's like it's so interesting to me. This like this idea that a lot of us had of kind of the longest time locking was sacrificing and believing so much. And in the SEC court case, the judge was sitting there like, why are people sacrificing? Like, how does that make any sense? And it's like, well, first of all, you have to get 1,000x to a 10,000x. Then you have to like time lock, which changes you as a person. And then now you're open to all sorts of things.
Should tell her that's what we do in cults. We sacrifice.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
Oh man.
And I'm going to share a take. You guys know, I'll give Miguel credit, DCC.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely. Yeah.
he teaches a broad, sweeping crypto course, and the way he frames all this stuff is that Hex is, because he's all across the board, all ecosystems, all tokens. He's not a Hex maxi or an RH maxi, and what he tells his peeps is, hey, Hex is such a unique thing, you should almost treat it as a different part of your portfolio. Like, it wouldn't necessarily make sense to stake something else, for multiple years, or to treat, like, for a lot of us in our community, our Hex bags or our Hex ladders, like 70, 80, 90% of the portfolio. And what DCC tells his compadres there is, don't even include the Hex. Don't even include your Hex ladder in your regular portfolio allocation, or it'll be forever out of whack and you can't rebalance.
Right.
So that's the other thing. Like, obviously, I'm an advocate for Hex and creating a staking ladder. It doesn't mean I think that's the only thing you should do.
Right.
I mean, you can have whatever other tokens or ecosystem floats your boat. Real estate, stock market, go for it. But it's almost like a different asset class in its uniqueness.
It is, and I tell our community all the time, if you're going to do a staking ladder, please consider the market cycles in consideration during the staking ladder. That's one of my biggest pet peeves, is like, not, I'm a student of the market cycle. I want to know where I'm at in the cycle at any given time, where altcoin season's at, and I've gotten pretty good. Like, I feel like this next altcoin season is going to be somewhere in the beginning of March, the top, and then we'll have a second altcoin season later down the year. And I would say, taking consideration of the market cycles is one of the most important things, because if you want to lock in your T shares, why have that come out in the bear market and then have to relock again and then get less T shares, where you could have locked it, with your attention, maybe it was 2, 3, 4 years ago, and locked in those T shares for the cycle. So, like, there's no point for Hex to come out during the bear, in my opinion. I want that shit working for me for as long as possible.
Yeah, well, 100%. I mean, listen, there are certainly strategies upon strategies, and there's lots of ways to go about it. I like Hexo's strategy, one a year, because beginning of the year, you decide what you're going to do. The landscape. If that isn't what you like, you can go. I certainly went heavy cycle to cycle, but meaning that I planned for big stakes to come out in September every year. Well, what that didn't account for and doesn't account for is the potential that we end up with a shift, right? So that kind of drives you back to the quarterly idea. But yeah,
I don't believe in that narrative, though. I believe that this time is different will never happen. Just because I also believe that the global liquidity index is what drives all markets, not the Bitcoin halving. I feel like that's a narrative. The global liquidity index is what it controls. The money printers worldwide is what controls all this. And so I don't think it's ever going to go away, Crispy Man. I think that this time is different narrative is always going to be false. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
Yeah. Well, my point about it was this, is you give up a little bit by going quarterly, let's say, and doing that. But with a well-formed ladder, it just gives you, I'll tell you why I ended up going quarterly and then for the most part monthly. It was excruciating for me to not be able to control the Hex that I had coming out in a few months and just watching what was happening. I was like, oh my God. Right. And so do I need to really monthly?
You wanted to touch it. You wanted to touch
it.
I
want to play with it. I don't know. But I think there's different strategies, and I look at the things. So you talk about, and I think you guys do a fantastic job of talking about this. I mean, I already have a couple of 2 or 3 funnels outside of crypto, right? So when I say funnel, I mean income streams.
Yeah.
Now one of them's also crypto, but outside of Pulse Chain. But so I have potential income streams with my investments. I have my real estate. I've got my my outside Pulse Chain crypto, which looks pretty good at the moment with what's going out there. But then when we get into Pulse Chain, right? I mean, I'm looking to create as many multiples of well-founded funnels, right? Meaning funnels that have the potential to become fulfill 100%. For me, that's yearly expenses, right? So when I'm looking, when you're talking about HEX, my complete thought about that is, I want to have a funnel for HEX that is going to be able to meet my needs on a yearly basis, bear or bull.
Yeah, I don't want any HEX coming out ever again in the bear market. Never again. I just want my
Corey, I was going to follow up with you on that approach because that's really intriguing to me. In fact, if I could go back in time, I would have maybe constructed
more
my ladder in kind of a proportional or skewed way. But how would you advise someone who wants to attempt that? Is it something as simple as, 2025 is going to be a bull, so add 4 years, 2029, 2033, whatever?
And I create ladders inside the year. And so inside the year, maybe I do have a big stake coming out quarterly inside that. 'Cause I don't know where the top's going to be, and I don't know what that cycle is going to look like until I get there. I don't know what it's me following. So I inside the year of the bull, maybe even a little before and a little after too. There's nothing wrong with that. So maybe it's a year and a half. You have a strong ladder coming out of just paying you. And that other, what is it, 2.5 years? I don't want no HEX. I want it working for me. If I'm going to have it staked, I want it working for me, and I want to lock those T-shares in if that's the case. So that's my. Yeah, I got to say maybe a little bit coming out. Maybe you want a liquidity provide. Maybe you want to do some other things like Crispy Man said he wants to touch it, feel it. And I get that. I do. But the bulk of that economic energy, you want to lock in and just have T-shirts working for you. This is my opinion. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Well, it all comes down to liquidity in terms of having the HEX for whatever it is you want to do with it. Right. And so in large part, I recommend this anyways. I'm looking at my HEX stakes when they come out, and I'm evaluating at the time they come out what to do with it. Right. It's not an instant sell. It's like, do you scrape some? Do I put some in LP? I mean, there's some LP deals that are crazy right now where you can do low risk but high profit. Like like Desi.
I mean, Actuator right now is killing it.
Yeah, maybe a variation of Corey's approach would be, if you don't trust the cycles and aren't confident or don't have the understanding like the Corey does, set up a ladder where you have HEX stakes coming out monthly or quarterly forever, but plan ahead of time so that when it's in a bear market, this takes discipline. But when, like Crispy's alluding to, when your stake comes out, you already know in advance it's a bear market. You're not going to sell. You're going to hold. So like you would have all your stakes coming out and just accumulate them and sell them later. That's a variation of that approach. Although then, as Corey has implied, then there's opportunity cost by sitting there and holding that stuff.
Yep, there is. Yeah, these T-shirts are not getting any cheaper in HEX terms.
No, dude. Wait until it's $1 million a T-shirt.
Yeah, they're going crazy quick. I remember I haven't been an OG, but when I got in the HEX community, it was around, I think, 18 or 19,000 HEX per T-share is when I got in, and now what do we have? 39,000. So it's just it's moving fast.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm like, well, I want T-shares, and that's my goal. Well, then okay, market cycle, and that's what I've done with my daughter and her. I created the ladder for her around cycles. So it's yeah. Guys, I gotta hop off. Appreciate you, Maddie, for having me on. Thank you so much, all you guys.
Thanks for joining.
Absolutely, I gotta go do my show now too. So, guys, have a good one. Thank you much.
Yeah.
And
good to see you, buddy.
Peace.
See you, Corey.
Peace out.
You want to address this super chat?
Yeah, thanks to the 21st Dimension for the 12-pound super chat. Bday to the moon is the message there, and you might be pleased to know that I am organizing a special bdayconference.com for, I don't know, 3 or 4 days from now to coincide with like the maker vote. So
that's awesome.
Stay tuned for that on this channel, and you can follow Bday Conference on Twitter and Telegram and pdaiconference.com. Yeah. Oh, and pdaiconference.pls.fyi for tips.
As if you didn't have enough obligations, Maddie. You're going to throw another conference in there.
I want this channel
Amazing.
to just be more or less going continuously this month, and without killing me. So it might require some help along the way, but
yeah.
But I want to do more marathons, and so the PDI conference is going to be it's going to be a combination of both. I think like a replay marathon of stuff that is curated by the experts in the PDI community that maybe didn't get out to as broad of an audience as it deserved, because I wasn't up to speed with all of it, and so that's something that we'll do here to coincide with the I believe it's the 6th at 4 p.m. UTC. So in real terms, in like real hours, that's going to be like USA on like the 5th to 6th. We'll run a combination of like half live new content mixed up with half replay content, just like a TV channel would, where they do during this time of year, they do a replay marathons of all your favorite movies, or all their best content, and so that'll be one specific event that occurs over maybe 12 or 24 hours, and then I'm thinking of I'm pretty committed to doing some sort of like Richard Hart replay marathon, and just letting that play for like 230 hours straight on this channel, and just get the algorithm pumping, and even if one or two new people, although I wouldn't be surprised if it'd be hundreds of people that would get exposed to some of that fire content. And who knows, maybe by the time the judge rules in our favor, maybe Richard will be back before we know it, or maybe there will be another Christmas surprise this year in terms of content from him. So that would all be happening here in December. And then right at the beginning of next month, we have the 4-day live HEX conference, which will be 24 hours of brand spanking new content from probably about 100 YouTubers here in the community. And the sign up for that will probably be coming out in the next week. So this is this is quite a marathon.
That's a particularly great idea to have a bunch of replay of RH content, because if you're anything like me, you were like binging on RH content because he was streaming all the time in 2019 and 2020, and all the gold you need is there, and some funny, silly stuff too. But like the golden principles that we try to adhere to in this community are all explained there over and over. And if you, with what you're doing, Maddie, that gives new people a chance to kind of experience that again.
And then we've also got like, I think 8 conferences worth of content. So that could go into a replay thing. So it might sound hyperbolic, but literally I think we have enough content to run almost continuously until the HEX conference starts in early to mid-January. So
if you think about it, there's enough content out there, and tutorials, and Crypto Coffee and others have a class about soup to nuts HEX staking. But the only challenge is how to find it. I mean, there's search programs where you can search the history of people's channels. But I mean, this is a random topic, but maybe in the future there'll be like an AI program that automatically organize, go everywhere and organize all the most important DeFi and or HEX principles and present it to me. I don't think we're there yet because all the information's out there, but a lot of people expect a current live stream today to explain everything. And that need comes from, they don't have the ability to go back and find it. And what if they did? Just a dream for the future.
One of the two developers of Time Pays Me is the person who created hexsearch.io, Chris. And so that has been a particularly powerful tool to be able to find any content from RH. However, I've always hesitated to like point that towards the rest of the community whenever like the SEC is prying into us so hard. And so I think just with the news that I heard yesterday, the rumor that Donald Trump's new SEC chair will be going back and dropping some cases against DeFi. We don't know if that'll apply to HEX or PulseChain or PulseX. And by the time that confirmation happens, we will have already heard from the judge. But I mean, there might be a confluence of things that come along and really change our industry to make it so that people such as myself who have experienced being debanked, you know, as Elon's tweet of Mark Andreessen and Joe Rogan pointed out just a couple days ago, you know, like, you know, totally unjust, unconstitutional lawfare. I think our industry, in particular, even our community, is poised to grow in really interesting ways if we don't have the full corrupt force of the government pointed at us.
When that happened to you, Maddie, which is just insane that happened, did they freeze it for a while and then reopen it later, or were you just out for good?
Basically, they said you have to come here and take and get all your shit and get out. So it didn't get frozen, but it was like, you know, that was my bank where I had my trust built, and I had bankers that I had known for years that understood that I was doing legitimate crypto transactions, and, you know, their compliance department had a history built up for me so there's like all these things that happen behind the scenes that most people, if you're dealing with one of like the big banks, there's advantages and disadvantages of that. But in this case, it was a regional bank. And so, it's much more, there's much more nuance related to it. And so I think, I mean, like all the tellers at my regional local bank, like, had a magnet of HEX to the future on their desk. Like, that's the relationship I had. And then, the SEC put me on a secret list, and the bank was then required to like check the list and kick me out, even though that was against the law. But it was still expected, and it was exactly how Mark Andreessen described it to the T. So, and that was all for me being a witness in the Richard Hart case. I can't wait until the SEC stops being so corrupt.
I have a couple tips that folks might be interested. Two things that I'm doing to hedge against that situation. And it's a shame we have to hedge against that situation, but may as well just do it. And that is to have, it's very easy to open bank accounts nowadays. So if you set yourself up, even though it seems redundant, 5, 6, 7, 8 checking accounts, nothing illegal about that, nothing wrong. I've done it. There's hardly anything in most of them, but it's set up for the future where if something were to happen, if one of my accounts got closed down, okay, I'll just use this one instead. And so that's something to consider. And you can vary that. You can get some big Wall Street banks, some credit unions, some regionals, because you never know.
Yeah, that helps against like the Silicon Valley stuff that went down and stuff like that. But if it were the case of like being a witness in an SEC case and like this Democrat, conspiracy of debanking people, like you would just simply be shut down in all 8 banks simultaneously. In this case.
Yeah.
But there are plenty of advantages as to why that now that is being addressed by the new administration and by the tech sector is like, shining a light on that. I expect that what you're saying is the strategy moving forward, for a number of reasons that that are going to make a lot of sense. And I would encourage people to have a 0x Coast and their old Glory Bank.
Yeah.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
As a part of your portfolio of banks.
And also, if you the thing that usually makes the banks suspicious, and yeah, your point's taken, Maddie. If it's like a federal thing where you're just on some list, this won't help. But if you think you might have your account frozen for 2 or 3 weeks because they see a crypto deposit, well, then in the meantime, you can use one of your other accounts. But another thing that also helps is they only get nervous, in my experience, if you're sending if what they're receiving is clearly a crypto transaction, like it comes from Kraken, Coinbase, Gemini, whatever. But if you use 0x Coast, or if you use Spritz.finance, that's my favorite. That doesn't have native pulse chain support, but it works flawlessly. You can wire to and from bank accounts from USDC or one of the other stables, sometimes within an hour, once your account is established. And if you use those, it doesn't show up as a crypto transaction. I forget the exact term. There's a term that appears in the deposit. Those don't get flagged or raise as much suspicion. So once I moved over to using those almost exclusively, haven't had any issues. So consider it Spritz.finance, and for native pulse chain support, 0x Coast.
Awesome. Yeah.
Or just do an OTC deal with your cousin Vinny for, paper cash, whatever works for you.
That's right. Well, hey, I just remembered we have to switch this stream over to a new instance so that the replay viewers can get caught up, and so that all the videos will process in the cloud, and YouTube will delete the stream after we hit the 12-hour mark. So Hex Monkey, if you and Crispy Man would be willing to follow me over along with the audience that's watching now, we're going to make a smooth transition to the beginning of the third and final segment here. So what I'll do is I'll put in the private chat here, first of all, the private link for StreamYard Part 3. And then I'll give the audience here the public link that they can join and share immediately. And
cool. I'll see you over there.
Then I'll throw that out in the Telegram groups, and we'll be back up and running in the next minute or so. So yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in, and you'll be able to catch us here in the next segment. And go ahead and hit the like and subscribe button and share this out. And as always, stake wisely, my friends, and peace out. See you soon.
Peace out. Peace in.